Yeah, I mean, Ozturny is going to this fight feeling pretty good because 50 is just nasty with it. Oh my god, he can't keep doing this to them. Oh my goodness, he is just tearing them apart. To no success, I mean, you have to be a very brave soul to try to 1v1 a Hela at any range because you are always at risk of getting two-tapped. And that is exactly what AJZ just performed right there as Potato just kicks off Neb, which makes a really big opportunity for Tenga Esports to win this fight as he KOs Deceitive out of the Luna ult. Oh, beautiful work. Counter it almost entirely, but it's not quite enough to save BB1's Hela player as, oh my, BB1's range is just absolutely messing up everyone in the backline. And from the first moment of this fight,
should be able to go in for face of both worlds being used. Kita, here comes the well. That's gonna be massive. Gonna be able to CC one. Gonna be able to get a second as well. Can he get the third? Yes, he can. Kita all over the scoreboard right now.
Golly, triple elimination. Down fast, they want to get forward, but Tom Young-kun off the defensive end, really just not letting anything up. I can say the same for Fun right now, especially against Hachi, and that's another one against E. Olivier, and on your left, the entirety of Tom Young-kun going down one by one as MR Pro. But I don't think it's going to be that effective, especially against the Mantis Sustain. Ulti, Luna Snow, Fate of both worlds, and now we pop off with the Galactic Legend. Good click timing on that one from AS. Finds one, finds another, with On Your Left being the second, and then Pataphan being third here. Elimination feed lighting up like a Christmas tree, especially.
They have the high ground advantage over Marvel Rivals pros as they are left to scuttle on the ground right beneath them. And No Limit seems to have accidentally used his Rocket Raccoon jump pack by pressing spacebar twice. And goes straight up into the air and gets domed by Happy, as Happy just has his way with everybody else in the lobby, just wiping the floor with Marvel Rivals pros. Tron doing a really, really good job of shutting down Deep Impact, and also PS4 Group is at a bit of a disadvantage in this fight, despite Rex Monica coming back with an Eye of Agamotto and KOing 3. But the thing is, PS4 Group,
death of their own. No Limit with 2 revives. Felix and NLE chop up back just 2.25 meters. We're talking about another elimination for NLE. Kadia gets sent back from spawn. Quick revive, starting to scare even more so. Finds one, finds two, finds three, finds 4, quadruple. And Marvel Rival, Pro, if you will, trying to stick to their guns. Happy pops the Galactic Legend, finds one, finds another, almost finds a third here.
To really find some purchase, especially going into this. Nice kidnap coming through. Necros has changed tack now. Away from a Spider-Man onto the Wolverine. It delivered maximum pulse. Grabs 2. There's a chance of being slain as you try and make it happen. Instead, there's going to be a move over to the point, and they're going to be met there by the Dance of the Butterflies. Nuja going to be the first to fall. A huge target pickup from Psycho. Wants the group next, and Lolsish cannot deal with the pressure.
They're going to try and dive on into the backline and get those straight onto the strategist.
Yeah, onto the strategist trying to flip the map. Pixel once again has the dance off the Butterflies. Is there anything available? Strike counter. A DRP is 3% away, and that 3% is not forthcoming. It's an ultimate timing there for Pixel.
Getting back, be careful, Bogu. Only with 85 HP there. Breaking the shield. Nice mesmerize once again, and Su securing a good KO. We already got the dance on the butterfly. Going in, we're going into the back line. 1 KO, another KO. That's a triple, baby.
And with that connecting on Sylvie though, Doge maybe pulling this one back for their team. Team Cat trying to dive on in onto Network. Sparker cleans them up, and that means they're going to win this fight with how well Sparker's taken down not one.
Trying to minimize damage taken, playing for life. That's a good eye. Agamotto 3 stunned. The follow-up's good. Snakes has destroyed the strategist, and Destroy didn't have a chance to launch the infinite pulse cannon. Yes, there's going to be some flailing in the dark as he launches Eyes of Agamotto, and Pixel tries their best to follow it up, but 0% are all out of gas. Well, frozen out for a moment and picking up of the health back, and the Ghost of Death has been slain by the Horde of Proteus directly on top of them. Calamari the hard way.
They dive one down to speed, but look at the healing, the damage coming in the background. They're going to pop that one. Can they find a KO with it? Loki's got the clones on up. Whilst we have to dive from the Dance of the Butterfly, and that didn't get a single KO. But I tell you what, Sparker and B's found a triple.
The pulse cannon needs to hit Payda, needs to be the heroic play. Already though, Monkmurder trying to strike Payda, and also the first to fall, Cage is down as well. The healers, the strategists are gone, so all the damage is permanent, and Monkmurder's just putting the boot in. Schmungus are wiped easily. So much damage onto Monkmurder. The fate of both worlds was not enough to save the Wolverine. The healing factor not strong enough. Dropping from the sky now, using the portal to return to a point. Etsu is directly hit once again. Red Pixel's back on it. I've seen this show before. I know how it ends, and it doesn't end well for the side of your Inkanda. Yes, they're in control.
As Nightmare still maintains control.
Yeah, Nightmare's doing an amazing job holding it down right now, and Strange trying to block the ultimate, but Alfie finds two crucial eliminations on both strategists, and the rest dropping like flies, and Hell the Sun will be holding this down right now.
Initially, great animation canceled there by Fandora to take out Gasplin. Ryan Mason going to take out Zerd. They're still going to keep the pressure onto the point. And will they be able to get it here? And as Ryan Mason does not allow it, Mistake goes down. And Strange is trying to hold on for dear life, but it's going to look dire as down. Still at 70. Oh, actually not even on the Magic anymore. Who am I kidding? On the Moon Knight. Just out of habit there. Gaskin going to take out Alfie. Ryan Mason going to drop Zerdrick. And a second as Ipsis goes down as well. And just like that, Nightmare is keeping the momentum, pressing forward. And that's a three-piece there for Ryan Mason.
Kidnapped by the Wolverine, and the Meteor is coming down as well. Can he find any eliminations? No, he cannot, but the Lena taking down Super Gomez immediately, and then Castlin as well. Down goes Hogs, and the Lena is just popping off today, man.
Yeah, a ton of trading. You can see the strategist play on both sides coming to fruition, and Nectar again. Oh my god, they've been so good on the Psylocke. Now closing it on the creep phase. That's a 4. Make it 5 KO. No, Garchomp going to steal that from them. But insane play from Nectar, obviously, without those strategist ultimates being there. From the previous fight that lasted a whole minute and a half, it seems to be. And they've got ultimates to work with.
Man, they're doing a great job here rotating these rests. The amount of time I've looked over at the feed and just seen a rest. There's another great ultimate by Sky onto the backline. Cooper gonna get a pick high as well. Cooper getting 3 on the Mantis, and Spenny gets another, and that should do it for Rad Esports to take point 3.
They could single out a support here maybe as well, but no, Dent was just taking down Vexy immediately. Oh my goodness.
It was an insane play from them with the portal. Whale also now comes through, is perfectly placed. Oh my Jesus, Stantwist. That was crazy. Chalk it back to the spawn. Windbreaker put the point off of some fantastic Namor play.
Hogs is going to be diving the backline here, forced to pop the armor. He's going to get out. Out comes the Armed and Dangerous. Down goes Super Gomez. And Afrasy is looking for more. That is 4. Make it 5 eliminations for Afrasy. And he is going bananas.
on the Wolverine. 14 seconds remaining. Can the mutants hold on to this? Out comes the butterfly dance from Delena, taking down Aramori and Rymazing. Rymazing has the res, but are they able to touch?
They do touch the very last second, but they do have to sacrifice for it as Super Gomez goes down. Delena gonna take out Hogs. Quad here for Delena. Another taking out Gaspin on the cap just to try to get another touch on the point. Things are looking dicey here. Trying to make a play and just fight the Vanguards. Apathy looking for that pull. Going directly up.
Oh.
See, gonna take out 5 with one of the most incredible Wolverine ultimates we've seen in the tournament. Incredible play by Apathy.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Through my favorite time.
Human Torch in the house, yo. Look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Welcome in, everyone, to the first ever Marvel Rivals Invitational for North America. My name is IronChip, and I'm so excited to get to it. Lemon, how are you doing today?
I'm great. It's bright and early. Maybe it's late at night wherever you are in the world, but North America is here after we just concluded EMEA. I'm so excited to showcase more talent.
Yeah, I'm excited. Day one, right? We are going to be starting to see some teams that have not been on the big stage before. So we're going to see how they play. This is where you start finding your favorite teams, your favorite players. I can't wait to get eyes on and see how this is going to shake out. I'm just excited. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, EMEA just showed kind of the potential of this game, all the different compositions, and also there's just so many regions participating and having their own invitational. So I'm really excited to just see kind of how the meta is going to be different regionally.
Yeah, I'm curious exactly to see what breakout in terms of bans, in terms of hero locks are going to be super important. You know the standard, getting rid of Groot, Loki, maybe even Punisher now, Hela always. But hey, it could be very different. I'd love to see the shakeups in the meta. But yeah, EMEA really showcased how in-depth these comps can get and how scary they can get against the opposition.
Like there's some one tricks out there that better be learning, but you guys got to learn about what's in the shop. Reminder, there's a new skins in the shop. March features the Twilight duo for Cloak and Dagger. It tips Fedora Milady, or maybe a hee as you moonwalk out of the fight. I don't know, get it before it's gone.
Absolutely. And that Venom skin, the lingering imprint, just so cool. I copped that thing instantaneously. And speaking of copping instantaneously, I saw this skin here. One of the cooler skins, honestly, the lore of this thing is this is actually Widow, Black Widow, when she's married to Bucky Barnes. Pretty cool comic line. So she's got yeah, it's neat, right? Yeah, it's awesome. So the Clone Rumble, haven't really discussed much of this, but this is where you can actually pick one hero across your team. So you get 12 of the things out there just clobbering each other. It's a ton of fun to play, a ton of fun to watch. And if you play it, you can get your hands on this skin.
Yeah, free skins. We love that. You know what I love also? 6 Iron Fists. Fatality. We got Marvel Rival 6. Okay, I'm so down. Also, Squirrel Girl Dodgeball is another sort of mode I've been trying with my friends. It gets pretty insane out there, and you get a free skin out of it. So everyone go check it out.
100%. Think about all those Namor turrets that can be out there at the same time. Just firing lines. Terrifying to see, but it is a ton of fun to play. So you do get your hands on that skin, but hey, we are here for day one. And I know our first game, I'm sure we're going to get into this shortly, is going to be very exciting. We're going to have ourselves 100 Thieves versus Rad Esports. And I know we've talked about predictions, and we'll get into that in a short amount of time here. But me personally, I'm just excited to see these guys back on the big stage again, because I know 100 Thieves in the past has been virtually the team of Mutants, which just won the last MRC.
Yeah, and if you guys want to see all the Marvel Rivals action, well, here's the schedule for you. We're featuring heroes from around the globe. We've already crowned one invitational champion in Virtus Pro EMEA from a few days ago. And then tomorrow, Oceania will fight in the Upside Down to kick off their invitational. Asia kicks off in a week, but for the NA enjoyers, we have the Swiss stage to begin and end over the next 3 days, which will then culminate into the championship bracket next weekend.
Yeah, then the finals on next Sunday. I'm excited to be there. I know it's going to be intense. We talked about, especially during the MRC, how intense the competition gets over time, but these teams are just going to be learning each other. I'm sure there's been scrims and people have started to figure out comps that they've liked, but this is the moment that you see the real locked-in compositions. You find out which team plays better into which other team. You find out who's going to be a shining star in these moments, and I just can't wait to see this progress for the next 2 weekends.
I can't wait to see who's going to get a piece of this prize pool. Holy cow, $100,000 for all the regions. And also every team gets money, which is so incredible. A big congratulations to all the teams that did get invited. We got some tier 1 orgs, we got some underdogs, we got some players on the rise, some that were known in other games, some that are beginning their heroic journey in the invitational here. I'm so excited, Shib.
Yeah, it's a ton of pressure getting into a tournament like this with 40K on the line for the champion. That's absolutely insane to say for the very first invitational. But the fact that you get a little piece of it, no matter what, at least you'll get something, it'll make you feel more comfortable when you're out there, right? You're getting a piece of the pie. Now it's just about, can we pull this together as a team? Will our comms be aligned? Are we going to be able to overcome those nerves? But no matter what, we're going to get a look here as to the order. First, it's going to be Rad Esports versus 100 Thieves. Then we're going to get into Sentinels and Nightmare. And finishing off the day will be Envy versus SDX, Fly versus Shikigami. And I can tell you what, no matter what, it is going to be a blast to watch. So let's get right into it.
there's just bangers across the board. I know some players are feeling like, oh my god, I drew Sentinels first. Oh no, I drew 100 Thieves first. But after kind of what we saw from some community tournaments and even from the past, the rosters has changed. The results can go back and forth, and it's about how you perform on the day. And because of this hero ban system, you just can be thrown for a loop. So it's all about how you prepare for your opponent. And to kick things off, we got the underdogs of Rad versus 100 Thieves, and I'm so excited because we're also going to have some guest Shiv that'll join us very shortly. We got watch parties, and I think we're all excited to see what North America's got.
There's so much happening at once, but you're right. You're talking about, things getting more specific in terms of comps and scrims and target bans and things that are going to shake your comp for a loop, because you can practice as much as you want, but when it comes to go time, that's where it really and only matters, right? You can, Mike Tyson famously said, you can have a plan until you get punched in the face, and that's very similar to a target ban situation, and I'm excited to see how it shakes out.
Yeah, until our guest is ready, I guess we can just start talking about our first match, because there was a lot happening yesterday. For anyone who is under a rock, 100 Thieves took a huge win over Sentinels, which has everyone kind of scratching their heads on, is 100 Thieves the best team in North America? And how does North America really stack up against EMEA? Because there's whispers that EMEA is the top region, but then we also don't even know what Asia's all about, because Asia also dominates in other esports.
Yeah, I mean, you've got me on the conversation of Worlds already, but we're jumping ahead of ourselves because I'm already getting too excited just with NA alone. But you're right, EMEA absolutely popped off. They really showcased some compositions that may, have changed the meta up a little bit, or at least showcased what some of these heroes can do together. But yeah, I mean, I guess let's dive right into it, right? So the first team I'll be discussing, we can talk about this back and forth here, 100 Thieves. I know you mentioned a very strong showing yesterday. These guys are incredible. So this is, a lot of these players on this team were pulled from the old Mutants team, which I had mentioned prior, just won the MRC, right? So really strong front. Harvey, a really strong Loki, which I do anticipate likely getting some target bans like we talked about. SJP, a great support with Luna, Cloak and Dagger. I could even see, if Harvey gets banned out, maybe playing Invis as well. Delena going to be a really strong hit scan DPS. And yeah, we'll keep going. But first, we got to jump in and let's bring in our first guest.
Yes, everyone get your Shroud pew pew pews ready. He is here. Thank you so much for joining us, Shroud. First, I just want to start with congratulating you on the success of your charity stream for St. Jude and reaching your goal to create this incredible org for Shroud-X. But for anyone who somehow missed your stream, what inspired you to create Shroud-X and get into Marvel Rivals?
Well, yeah, like you touched on, was the charity that I did. So I did a charity month where I was all going towards St. Jude's, and I just decided 1 mil was like the target goal that I was going for charity, and we collectively did hit $1 million raised for charity. So what that meant is I said, hey, let's make a team for fun. I don't really have any like insane plans with this team. I just really wanted to sign like a group of I wanted to sign a group of players, like young talent, like up and comers, and just kind of give them a shot and give them like a chance to compete, because I know how much that would have meant to me and how much it did mean to me when I first started competing when I was 17 years old. And then I turned 18 and I joined Cloud9 and I did my whole pro run. So I'm pretty much kind of just doing that, helping some young players out. And Marvel Rivals is a perfect game because I'm just a Marvel nerd, honestly. And another thing, never really got into hero shooters because I was playing Counter-Strike at the time, and now hero shooters are back because of Marvel Rivals, so I get to be a part of the hero shooter genre from the very beginning, which is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of hero shooters, just bringing it up, anything that stands out to you in terms of like differentiation and, with aiming, just understanding that maybe you had to kind of shake up to fit into this genre?
Honestly, everything that I thought I knew about shooters and stuff, everything I thought I knew, I pretty much had to throw it out the window. The only thing that translate is kind of like aiming, but
sure,
the hardest thing that I'm starting to adjust to is positioning. It's so important, making sure you're in the right spot, making sure you're aware of where the enemy is going, keeping track if they're flanking or not, and then of course the whole economy of your ultimates, making sure you use the ultimate at the right time and keeping track of their ultimates. It's like, it is way harder of a genre than I thought.
Yeah, there's so many people on the screen, and then there's colors everywhere, and there's abilities. It's a tough game to figure out. And how did you figure out kind of how the players on this roster, like scouting North America, what made you want to sign these guys and what were you looking to build off of?
Yeah, that was kind of fun. We had to kind of do it pretty quickly because we knew the MRI was coming. So we did have a deadline, which was for the MRI. So we were kind of just scouting and talking and watching scrims from tons of different teams, just seeing how these players play. And what ended up really resonating with me with these guys is they're all like 19, 20 years old, and they're just kind of gamers. They're in Discord at all times. They're always chatting with one another. They're always playing with one another. They're not the kind of team that like separates when it all said is done and practice is done and they're gone. They all do their own thing. Like their vibe is so like team camaraderie. They're all homies and they all just play every video game together. They play all sorts of games. So it just reminded me of me. They just loved playing video games, and I was like, dude, they love playing video games. Let's give them a shot.
Yeah, that's exciting. I mean, something like that, just as an understanding of trying to get in a competitive scene and just knowing you can do it by just having a bunch of friends, you know what I mean, that play the game at a competitive level. That's exciting to hear as somebody who obviously, you know, everybody growing up wants to try to find a way into this industry, and allowing people to do that from your side of things is obviously super exciting. You mentioned watching scrims and things along those lines. Do you guys have a specific comp you like to run? Maybe we don't want to delve into that too much, but what kind of stuff do you think we see today that maybe will shock viewers?
I think because these teams scrim so much against each other, when it comes from the players in the actual lobby, I feel like everybody's already gonna kind of get the idea of what to ban, what to pick. So I'm curious to see. The guys have been practicing. We did just kind of get them set up and signed like as of like last week. So they've been practicing and trying new things. I'm curious to see if they're going to show the new things or kind of stay true to their bread and butter. I know a week isn't a lot of time to try something crazy in one of the biggest tournaments that they'll possibly play in, you know? So I'm not gonna leak anything, but I'm sure they're going to stay true to what they normally do. Maybe we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see them today, and I'm excited to see how they're going to develop over that Swiss stage. And actually, let's just go over North America in general and all the teams that they could be going up against, because there's some stiff competition, starting with Rad Esports, kind of an underdog team, Shroud. Have you gotten to watch these guys at all?
Actually, this is the one team I'm actually a little unfamiliar with. I haven't really had an opportunity to watch them too much besides what I've seen in the honestly what the highlights that you guys were showing earlier. That's the first time I've kind of seen them, so I genuinely don't really know too much about these guys.
Yeah, what's fun about this team is they run a lot of Punisher Rocket, which is a team up we see on our ranked games, but I wasn't sure we were going to see as much in pro play. What do you think about the viability of Punisher at this level?
I think there's a world in where Punisher is going to work really well. A lot of these top teams are playing Groot, and Punisher is fantastic when it comes to playing into Groot and breaking those Groot walls, and they're just not going to be a problem anymore. So if this team does run that, I think it's going to work really, really well against these other teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm terrified of Groot myself as a guy who's been playing Vanguard for forever. A lot of the thing, just getting shut down left and right. But moving forward, 100 Thieves, obviously a very strong fan favorite. Did, like we mentioned before, have a lot of the team of the side of Mutants who won the last MRC. We see TTK over here showing off the Doctor Strange. Vinny, potentially one of the best Groot players, speaking of Groot, on the game right now. Terra, that Wolverine, which, me personally, if I see that as a Vanguard, I'm already terrified, and I'm hoping Invis is ready to push him off me. Psylocke gonna be on there from Delena. Billion on the Namor. A little bit of that anti-dive. We need a bit of that ready for the roster, because you know how strong dive can be. SJP and Harvey on the back line with the Luna and the Loki, which, like I said before, I do think Loki is just in a really strong state right now, so I'm not sure if that's going to be allowed through.
Yeah, Shroud, who do you think? Okay, we need the Shroud opinion. 100 Thieves or Sentinel? Who's the #1 team in North America?
Oh my God! Well, listen, we just saw a 3-0 just yesterday in a smaller kind of local, smaller community tournament. So we just saw a 3-0 100 Thieves versus Sentinel. So we already did see it, and I thought it was interesting because Harvey's really, really good at Loki, and 100 Thieves banned Loki against Sentinels, which is crazy because Harvey's insane at Loki. And it worked really well. So I'm curious if they do actually have a matchup again. I know the matchup isn't today, but maybe tomorrow or something they have another matchup. I'm curious if they stay in that same bands.
Yeah, I think the ban is what's going to affect both these teams the most because they've gone back and forth. Like Sentinels won the first sort of matchup in the previous tournament just yesterday. If you guys were under a rock, 100 Thieves, like you said, got the 3-0. So I'm sure these two are going to go back and forth, and there's a ton of room for other teams to try and catch up. And speaking of those other teams, I'm excited, Shib, to catch what the rest of North America has in store beyond just the top two, because there's your Rad, because there's your teams like Shroud-X that are on the rise.
Yeah, a lot of teams that maybe didn't get as much screen time, obviously, in the MRC. A lot of teams, you know, there's some issues with even signing up in time or getting the right rosters in place. This is now going to be a little more refined, right? And where we're going to start seeing these teams, or even, for example, here with Nightmare, just a very different roster than we had in the past. So now you're going to see some new stars shine. You're going to see some people play heroes that maybe weren't selected prior. For example, like we're talking about that Rocket Punisher just devastating into Groot, which Groot is in an insanely strong spot right now. So curious to see if there's going to be locks, you know, if Groot, you know, does get locked in, are they going to lock the Rocket just to make sure that Punisher could play into it? So we are going to see some different changes as you see here, Nightmare with a new lineup. It is going to be very, very exciting to watch.
Yeah, Shroud, what do you think about the importance of having substitutes in a game like this? Like, would you rather just sign hyper flexible people or people that are really masters of one thing and like substitute them in and out? Like, what does your experience tell you there?
I mean, that's interesting. So coming from like a different genre, you'd pretty much just have your locked in roster and you wouldn't really change it. But in a genre like this, this is a unprofessional opinion because I'm still new to hero shooters, but I actually think there is a world in where you sign subs that are really good at one role and you swap them around for different teams that you're playing against. I could see that actually being a possibility as long as everybody vibes, everybody meshes and whatnot. The interesting part about like the team environment from my experience is like even in a 5-player game that I used to play, there could be some clashing of personalities. Now this is 6 players and there's tons of subs. So trying to do all that is actually a lot harder than people would think. There's a lot of clashing of personalities.
And speaking of clashing, you got me wondering here in terms of comms on your side of the way you like to see it. Do you typically try to get one shot caller or just go back and forth between, you know, mentioning personalities? Is that something that you know what I mean, have had any experience with?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think there's in most games that I've seen and spectated, there's usually like two callers, one that kind of steps up on that early and then one that kind of clutches up on that late kind of game. Because some people like, for example, like they might be really confident when confident in their calls when it's working, and then it starts to fail. And then you need that kind of backup, that second personality, that second like IGL to kind of step in and be like, all right, listen, this is clearly not working. Let's shake it up. Let's do this instead. So it does work having two, in my opinion. Also, can I just say something? My logo here, Shroud-X, beautiful to see. But listen, new org, these things happen. We forgot to send the logo with like a nice black background. Didn't know you guys were going to use white, so it's just 2 blue lines. It's not supposed to be those 2 blue lines. There's a little bit of white in there, but you can't see it. Hey, these things happen.
It's aesthetic. It's aesthetic. Also, I see you on the roster. You know, if there's going to be a fire somewhere, are we going to see Shroud being subbed in? Like,
I am on the roster. I am. You never know.
Get you in there.
I told the boys, if they're ever a big lead, just get me in there. If they're ever like doing so well, just get me in there, and I'll finish it. I'll finish it. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah.
What's
What's your main though? Is it Hawkeye?
I mean, right there, Hawkeye. I'm a Hawkeye main.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just an absolute terror to everyone in lobbies when there's a Hawkeye out there. Just a new fear unlocked. Man, that guy is a menace. Now we're moving into FlyQuest here. Okay, so you can see the new lineup here for FlyQuest. Not a ton of experience with this team personally in terms of me shoutcasting them, but I am excited. I know some of these players have been rotated over from different rosters. I've seen Cooper Tastic play before, great in the back line as a strategist. But yeah, I mean, I haven't had a ton of eyes on here. Do you have much experience, Lemon, with this team?
Yeah, this is, I mean, a lot of what Rad people are just, I think they pulled players from other teams. So FlyQuest, you know, tier 1 org coming in, and Shroud, like some Spider-Man. What do you know about FlyQuest?
Yeah, I've played with a lot of these players, actually. I've played with some of them on my team. I've queued with some of them. I've seen my team practice against these guys. These guys are really, really good. Light, I actually don't think I've seen Light in a match with Spider-Man. Maybe I missed it, but I see Light play a lot of Star-Lord. Energy is really, really good at Hela. I actually just played him in a ranked match like 30 minutes ago. We got smoked. Shocker. And Gasklin used to be on the Sentinels lineup, actually. I think he was on the Sentinels lineup like way back when, at the very, very beginning of Marvel Rivals, and now he's on FlyQuest. Overall, like, it's just solid team. All these guys are good. Spark Chief's an incredible tank as well.
Absolutely. You were telling me before you are a huge fan of Marvel, right? Do you have any characters, and I'll throw this in quickly, that you want to see added to the game? I know for me it'd be something like Nightcrawler or Gambit. Do you have anybody that you kind of want to see yourself?
Oh, dude, Gambit, of course. And then the second would be War Machine. I want to see an Iron Man style character, but with like hit scan capabilities. And I know that sounds crazy, a flying character that has hit scan, but I feel like the Marvel Rivals team is so creative that they can actually find a way to make it work and balance it. I want to see a War Machine.
Yeah. And this is our last team to be featured here in North America, Shikigami, which was the most like unknown or mystery for us because a lot of the Shikigami guys got picked up to FlyQuest or other teams. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this new talent is going to rise, and which means we'll go into our predictions shortly. And Shroud, you'll be the judge. Okay, you have to listen and judge to see if we're on top with these, because Shib, we haven't gotten to, I mean, we know from community tournaments what these teams are like, and maybe from the ladder, but it's all what matters here in this invitational.
Yeah, it's a totally different game when you're on the big stage, right? Nerves are at an all-time high. We talked about comms back and forth with your 2 shot callers, 1 shot caller, depending on the team. Some people may have just an open comm situation, which I haven't seen much of, but I'm not sure exactly how these teams play just yet. But yeah, it really gets down to the wire, and people, you have to, it's essentially, you got to show up when the moment counts, and this is that moment for these teams.
Yep, it's going to be exciting. All right, prediction time. We're going to be put on the spot, Shib, for this first match of 100 Thieves versus Rad, and it's going to be tough because 100 Thieves did just beat like the best team yesterday, and Rad is composed of a lot of players that have a ton of experience more in the tier 2 level of esports. So, and in this best of 3, it's pretty unforgiving too. It's not like you have a lot of time to learn. Shroud, how hard is it to play a best of 3 like stress wise?
I mean it's smooth sailing when you're winning, but when you're losing, that's when the stress really sets in, and you just feel like, you feel like nothing's working. You're changing your comps and nothing, and just, dude. So it's all that like running with that momentum. So I honestly think whoever's going to take that lead in any of these matches, not even just the first one, whoever takes the lead in any of them is probably going to run with the game, honestly.
Yeah, momentum is such a huge part of games, especially in hero shooters where ultimates are so important, right? Like, so when you get that momentum and you really are on top of forcing teams to use ults defensively, even if they're offensive ultimates, just to try to get a pick to even out the odds, that is when, like you're saying, you're just on top of it, right? You're feeling confident. And if you keep that confidence moving, then, the game just kind of falls apart for the opposition. I know we mentioned making some predictions here. Obviously, we don't have a ton to go off of. All we really have were the games yesterday. And I'm not sure if we want to go into predictions just yet, but we did put up our guest. So I am curious, Shroud, do you personally have a pick for game 1 that you think is going to take this thing?
Oh, 100 Thieves, 100%.
Yeah.
Like, I thought, like, 1,000%. Even, you know what I just said like 30 seconds ago, how whoever gets the momentum shift is probably going to win. This might be the one case where that actually might not be true. 100 Thieves is just that good. They could just snap and then boom, they're back in, even though they're getting pushed with that momentum. So, ain't my words.
Yeah, I decided to since I thought I had to give like a series score, I gave it 2-1 for 100 Thieves. And okay, maybe this is just the craziest cope and the hot take, but sometimes I feel like these upper teams maybe underestimate the underdogs coming in. Then there's a whole ban system. There's Rad Esports that like a lot of the Punisher Rocket. Who knows how much like 100 Thieves have really prepared for that. So I wanted to throw a bone to Rad Esports to kind of surprise all of us. So I don't know if that's a hot take, but at least 100 Thieves should be winning.
I wouldn't say it's the hottest take. I went with you just because we don't, we don't have a lot of experience yet, right? So I didn't want to go 2-0 just yet because I got to get my eyes on these teams first. I personally have only saw, what we saw yesterday, and that was my only experience with these new compositions and the new teams that were running. So I did 2-1 as well in the favor of 100 Thieves. But yeah, I would not be surprised if, like what Shroud's saying, if 100 Thieves does run with this, just based on pure confidence and understanding of these team comps alone. What about you though, Shroud? You say 2-0 or no wins on the side of Rad?
I don't think they get. I think it's going to be a 2-0. I think, like I said, these teams play each other all the time. They know their tricks. There's not going to be. Frankly, I just don't think there's enough time to surprise people with new comps. So everybody that's playing in this tournament knows each other well. They're going to do great bans and great protects. So it'll be a 2-0 100 Thieves. That's my prediction anyway. Maybe I'm wrong.
Do you think with these new changes, do you think that we're going to see some? I mean, I haven't had experience yet. I haven't been on just because we've been doing the casting. But I mean, do you think Human Torch with those changes is going to be a little more viable? Do you see Cloak and Dagger with the new changes a little more viable in terms of the meta level of play?
I'll be honest. I don't think it's going to shake it too much. I mean, it's too last second of a change, really. Like,
yeah,
Human Torch Storm, that combination is really, really good, but one day of practice isn't enough. Like you need at least like a week of trying some new comps to really feel comfortable. So I don't think anyone pulls it out now or changes anything.
This game is just so young and the meta is still being developed. I feel like everyone's like playing copy paste with just copying what other regions or the other top teams are doing sometimes. But thank you so much for your insight, Shroud. Good luck in your ranked games, and we'll see you soon.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Great talking to you, buddy.
Awesome.
All right, so we're moving on to game one. I'm excited to get into it. How about yourself?
Yeah, and wow, what a first guest to be having, like the Shroud. I always see the pew spammed everywhere, so shout out to Shroud, and also coming in and signing such an incredible team of young guns. And it was kind of really nice. First, this came off of a charity stream, and two, the fact that he said that a lot of the players like remind him of him when he was like first starting out, when he was like young or younger, I should say. And there's also a ton of younger players here that are trying to like begin their career in esports.
Yeah, you're dating me here too. So
I know, same.
No, but honestly, you're right. Like, it's exciting. If when I was, up and coming, let's just say, to not bring age into the mix, hearing stuff like that where he's picking up people that just have good communication, have a good time playing the game. That's the kind of stuff that I would love to have heard, just knowing that I could have, made it as well in the competitive scene. But I know for now we are going to be getting into the picks and bans. Do you have any guess as to the first ban we're going to see?
I think Hella has to be a ban. Like, let's talk about 100 Thieves. Like, is there going to be a weakness at all? Something that you could just try to take him out at the heel? I'm looking at Delena for 100 Thieves. Most of his hours are on Hella. Can he show us really how flexible he is, what he can do outside of the Hella? But if you let Delena go on Hella, it's going to be all hell breaking loose, I think.
100%. I have no doubt. I think we might see the Loki, the Groot ban. I mean, if Wolverine's on the field, maybe they'll keep Groot around. But I'm not sure because the scratching post situation with Wolverine and Groot, it's impossible to handle if you're a good Wolverine. But I do believe we're going to jump into stuff right now. So I am excited to see this initial shakeout.
It's tough. And also, are the tanks gonna be, or just the Vanguards gonna be something that is targeted at all? I know 100 Thieves are operating around Terra, especially, who is coming in as a more newer player for this roster, where his Star-Lord is something to look out for, but he's a flex player, and these are the type of players that you want to have on your roster, ones that can not be as affected by the bans. While as Rad, they were sort of telling me they like a lot of that Punisher Rocket team up, but they're also a ton of players that are flexible.
Yeah, I mean, it's very clear, the whole poke, dive, brawl situation, right? If a team's really strong in one, it leaves them vulnerable to a counter of a team comp in some form. So having that flex, like you're talking about, the ability to change up who you're running as a duelist, who you're running as a Vanguard, it absolutely changes the game. And if you do it in the moment, if you see that you're struggling on one side of the field, if you make that change, it can completely change the tide and the momentum like Shroud was talking about and help you take home the W.
Yeah, Rad have such an incredible story. I was talking to Chime, who is a player I've known for a long time, and they missed the deadline actually to sign up for the MRC Season 0, so this would have been a team that had been around much longer. They disbanded, they all went their separate ways, then Rad brought them all back together to reassemble the team, because a lot of the players got, from the original Rad roster, got signed to Tier 1 orgs like FlyQuest. We're in the ban system though, and Loki is already out of the picture, but looking towards how Connie, who is a prolific South American player that really impressed at the Esports World Cup, how they're going to try and shut him down, who's kind of hovering on the strange right now. While as Manually and Len, they've played a lot together in other games. They're a strategist duelist combo for years, and Spenny is a new breakout player for Rad. And ooh, a Protect on the Venom is really interesting, Shib.
Yeah, I mean, getting rid of Adam Warlock, who's really strong into that dive with his Soul Bond. Soul Bond is a terrifying cooldown. It makes it so you virtually do almost no damage if you connect enough people, really enabling them, in which you see here, to be able to go dive if they need to. So they do lock in that Venom, which plays great without Adam Warlock on the field. Similar to Loki. Loki does a great job against dive as well. And since they're both off the field now, it leaves it open. And we do see the Hella lock here. So we are going to see a lot of clicking on heads and really showcasing who can do it better. And I'm excited to see that action.
Yeah, and this Protect on Hella is not even coming from 100 Thieves. So Delena says, thank you very much for Manually to step on and say, I'll take that mirror against Delena, with the most well-respected duelist, and especially Hella's in the game. Hats off to how Giga Chad Manually is feeling right now. But like I said, Manually and Len have been a duo for years. So he's going to be depending on him to keep him up. We got the Invisible Woman plus the Luna. This is going to be good for some good push and pull, and just mainly try to keep your backline safe against the other team.
Yeah, you mentioned working together for years. There is no substitute for time. If you've got time with a team or with a player and you got that kind of synergy that doesn't need to be communicated, that's super important, right? Like, I love to see these guys who understand, when to go in, but based on instinct. It's rather than a communication that needs to be said. It's just an understanding of when it's happening. You just kind of know, like intuition, Spider-Man style.
My Spidey senses are telling me we're going to Shin Shibuya for map number 1, and this is a best of 3. Loser gets to pick the following map, so there is an advantage. But will Rad Esports be able to scratch the armor of 100 Thieves, who just swept Sentinels, who I guess arguably thought were the best team here? But we got some Star-Lord action here on the defense for 100 Thieves as they await what's going to be the rotation from Rad, and if they're going to be setting up a teleport. Got to go scout for that.
Absolutely, and as you say that, the teleport does come through instantaneously on to the backside of the first point. 100 Thieves on the high side. Terra looking to put some damage out, build up that alt charge, 9% and climbing. And as you see, Manually on the high ground on the other side, forcing eyes to look in different direction, making a play on to the back, and immediately gonna be taking out, wow, Delena. I thought it was going after the Venom, but Delena does fall there. Really well done on the side of Rad.
So far, so good. The defense, especially this Venom that's able to just perch up, and Vinny who can collapse on the back line, and mainly just a lot of disruption. I think the new Venom, just the buffs, has been able to get some more executions, but this attack from Rad is starting to crumble, especially when you're starting to miss some of these key strategists. Everyone is quite low, but I mean, that was just the first fight, nothing to worry about. But it's looking like a Delena diff, at least on the Hella.
Yeah, there's 2 more there, as Harvey going to be taking out Len as well. Just like that, the team's going to have to respawn, reset, and try again. And you can see already here, Vinny at about 91% on alt charge there for Venom is an insane start. Getting that early allows them to make that play before the supports. Strategists do get their ultimates ready. So here we go again for fight 2 as they try to make a start here with the front line of Doctor Strange taking some space. And the fight begins now. Harvey onto the backside, just trying to put out some damage. There goes the lockdown from Invisible, throwing that shield onto the right side, allowing that opening. You can see here, when it comes to these pro players, they play a lot around these buildings. You do see in ladder a lot of teams fighting down main, but it really shows the importance of the understanding of this game as we pop immediately. Terra going to be using the ultimate back and forth on both sides. Which Star-Lord is going to get the first pick, and down goes Az with a great takedown as Manually falls as well. Terra on an absolute tear, if you will.
I love to see that this is his world, and on defense to be so proactive, not letting Rad Esports kind of complete these rotations, because really you're looking for the initial damage, headshots, body shots, anything that your Hela can provide to signal to Len that that is the moment to engage. But really, 100 Thieves aren't just going to sit by and let that happen. I like the early initiative of the Galactic Legend, and although there was maybe some cover, it really didn't affect someone like Terra, who pounced on them.
Yeah, it was a really smart decision-making process here. I like the way they handled that fight. They reset, they played it slow, and they made things happen. They were really limiting in terms of their ultimate usage, which is obviously a sign of just such a high level of play. Still sitting on ults across the board. There is an advantage on the side of Rad Esports right now with ultimates. Let's see how this next fight shakes out.
Immediately from Vinny and forces out the fate of both worlds, but this could be a good fight, one of the best chances when there's only 1 minute left from Abs. And there's the Eye of Agamotto that may have just been blocked, and here's the response from the defense, but there's some ults from the side of Rad Esports.
Manually gonna be taking out Delena initially. Terra gonna trade right back with Manually as it does even out the numbers. One down on both sides. They are gonna be pressing right now. And oh, another pick from Vinny onto Len as the numbers go in the side of 100 Thieves, who retake priority and are continuing to hold this point.
This is tough. Rad now just trying to advance through the high ground. Good scouting from Vinny. He's gonna get pulled early by that invisible woman and gets hit by the Frozen. So Vinny's trying to escape, but there's a Galactic Legend going down, and Rad Esports are trying to scratch out that armor that we were talking about from 100 Thieves, and it's just not really going well.
Yeah, it's getting difficult here. You're starting to see the panic set in right as Terra is going to take out Len again. Spenny going to fall to the arms of Vinny, making that happen once more. They are staggering now, and it's just a matter of making sure they can fall or try to touch. They are trying to get on point. They do manage to get on point as Chime falls. Abs falls, and 100 Thieves are going to be holding them at point 1.
That is a tough pill to swallow if you're Rad, because they just had to be ready to take a fight at any moment with just how confident 100 Thieves are, especially in this matchup, because the biggest question I had was whether 100 Thieves were going to fully respect Rad. What kind of goofiness can we see? And maybe I wanted to gift a map from Rad just to be able to surprise us, but to be pretty full held like that says a lot about how 100 Thieves came prepared.
Yeah, I mean, it was just one of those moments that you see the teams just having to be calm in a very stressful situation. You could tell just by the way they were playing, they were composed, they were slow, they understood when things needed to happen instead of just forcing ultimates at the wrong time. You love to see experience like that, but it does put a ton of pressure here on Rad Esports to make something happen on defense. They really got to hold, and you know that every single pick is going to count. So it's going to be, I'm assuming, a little more of a slow style of play from them. They are going to be just trying to ensure they can get through this first point, at least try to get their confidence back a little bit, but we'll find out very shortly here.
16 eliminations from Terra. Are you serious? He was always on the hunt, always popping those Galactic Legends early. And I think there's only five eliminations registered for Rad entirely. And I'm sure this is such an intimidating matchup to go into, but you really have to approach this as any team is beatable. But now you have to try and play for the draw or possibly the win if you can have an insane defense. Rad did get some of that objective done, but Terra, the solo player, already being aggressive on the front end, forcing the other Star-Lord to disengage early, and did force the teleport back from the Hela, so good space from Terra.
Yeah, Terra really owning the ground right now, showcasing his ability to make sure that he can buy space and create space as a duelist. And they are starting to take that pressure. And now Harvey with some great positioning, going to take out Connie as they are going to use that power to press forward onto the point. Chime does take out Terra. Vinny falls too, and they are going to regain positioning. Rad Esports with a great job staying calm and turning this fight around, just barely missing. Oh, Harvey does fall anyway. Really well done there by Len. Chime going to take out SJP, and there is going to be a reset.
Ooh, geez. To be able to keep the storm back of 100 Thieves says a lot about the resilience of Rad. but now you're kind of really depending on Abs and this Fate of Both Worlds to sustain them for as long as they can, while 100 Thieves are still building up towards their own ultimates. But Delena, the goddess of death that can just reign above, is what I'm looking forward to building. But 100 Thieves have already started to be aggressive on not only the point, but the high ground as Chime tries to be involved.
Yeah, sitting here on the Star-Lord, ready to make a play. They do pop Invis just like that. They are going to hold Rad, trying to use that to buy some space. If they do press forward, you will be seeing that ultimate you mentioned here shortly. Luna going to start dancing and holding the back line. Len going to take some space back and put some pressure on TTK, who is very low and is going to fall as they once again take over priority as Terra falls as well. The ultimate favor is going to be inside of 100 Thieves right now, though, which will be a massive ability or chance for them to make a play here on the next set of attacks.
Oh, there's so many ults from 100 Thieves. This could be what breaks open the point and possibly gives them the map win, which would be series point in this best of 3. And they're already speeding on in. Fate of Both Worlds at the ready. Gonna be popped soon there from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, here we see Delena. You're talking about that 1v1 battle between the two of them, and there it goes as it is showcased. Delena gonna get one, not only one, but two as Connie falls. Spenny gonna fall to the side of Vinny. Delena taking 3, getting a triple. Will they be getting more KOs? TTK trying to pop a panic. I have Agamotto. No, it doesn't matter. It is gonna be over for this side of Rad Esports as 100 Thieves take home the first round W.
But Rad are definitely able to win some fights. They forced about half the time being gone from 100 Thieves, and I think now you have to reconsider this Hella matchup. I don't obviously think that it was the Rad's Hella's fault, but if that's gonna be your best hero, then you gotta stick to it, I guess. But it's gonna be the team coordination, just looking at the stats, kind of Delena versus manually. That's gonna be the matchup I'm looking forward to. And it was actually more even than I thought. Maybe it was just more of a Star-Lord thing between Terra and Chime. And rather than focusing on the numbers, it was the opportunities that Terra created. Being able to just be aggressive on the high ground, force everyone back, force the Hella teleport back. Terra accomplished a lot for the momentum of 100 Thieves on offense.
Yeah, you love to see the poke composition like this, and then obviously you have the Venom just to draw some attention, just a ton of HP on Venom just to distract and allow that poke to, just buying space, allowing poke to get a ton of damage out. And as you see there, I mean, 10 final hits from Delena, just outperforming everyone, over double the opposition. It was just a really strong showcase from the duelist side of 100 Thieves, as you had predicted. A ton of fun to watch, and just absolutely clinical performance by them.
Yeah, Rad will be able to pick our next map, so something where do they want to continue in this mirror? I think it was tough offensively for Rad to get momentum going, just due to just how the initiatives that 100 Thieves took. And it's tough on Shin Shibuya with that initial choke point. You see Rad were trying to go around the backside, then there would be a Star-Lord ultimate that would hit them. There was always something up 100 Thieves' sleeves to stop Rad from even kind of taking steps towards the objective.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could be a fly on the wall in the comms there, right? You just want to hear how it was shaken down for them. Was it a nervous situation? I mean, it was a very difficult matchup to go into for the first game that you've been on, the big stage, if you will, for this first game. But, they shook off the cobwebs a little bit. You saw some strong plays across the board. Everyone had a moment where they shine. It's just more so now, is that going to allow them to perform a little better maybe here on map 2?
That's the thing. Can Rad just also shake off what just happened? Or what are your expectations going into this, right? I think they were quite shook to even draw 100 Thieves as their first matchup. It is a Swiss system, so it's not the end of the world, but you want to have the best seed as possible going into that championship bracket. So if you already think you've been beaten in this series, then it's already over. So they kind of have to address this, or kind of see the series as a 0-0 going forward, or mentally you're just not going to be into it.
Yeah, that's great to mention for the audience. Obviously, Swiss system right now, if you lose these matchups, you are not out of the tournament by any means. Instead, it's just a seeding difference where it's just going to put you, obviously, in a lesser seed. So we did see, obviously, a huge performance there by 100 Thieves, and they are, it's looking more towards their favor. You mentioned the momentum shift. You mentioned seeing if things will change. Maybe the bans will change, right? You may not see that, the check of the ego check, if you will, of the Hella v Hella, which is obviously a really strong suit for Delena. So I am curious to see if things, change up a little bit on the banning side.
Well, we'll have some time to do just that. That was a quick map, but check out these highlights, and when we return, it'll be Rad Esports' choice of map.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Coming through! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Quinn, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Invitational for North America. 100 Thieves ain't wasting no time on Shin Shibuya. We didn't even get to see the rest of the map. We want to show you everything, but Rad also want to show you where they want to go to next. And I'm excited to see if the bans are going to be any different, Shib.
Yeah, I mean, me too, or maybe a comp change, right? We did see that poke battle, and it did go in the favor of 100 Thieves. Maybe we'll see something different here. Me, selfishly, I just want to see the thing. You know, that's my guy, and I'm hoping I see him in one of these games here soon. I think he's really strong, but do you think that we're going to see maybe a dive comp change, a brawl, something to shake this up a little bit?
I mean, Rad pretty much went for the mirror with Hela, Star-Lord, the Doctor Strange, and the Venom. So I'm not really expecting 100 Thieves to change anything, but if I'm Rad, I'm trying to reconsider this mirror because they are supposedly very flexible players, but do you want to be the jack of all trades? Do you want to be the master of one? They were telling me about this Punisher Rocket combo. I hope they bring us to a map that would be friendly for that, or, but I don't know, is it going to be your Hela player that changes to that? Is it going to be the Star-Lord? I think this is still quite even between Manually and Delena, all things considered, but this is still a team effort from 100 Thieves to really dominate that map one.
100%. And here we go right into the ban phase. First, let's find out what we're going to see on the side of Rad versus 100 Thieves. So the first ban, we could have called this one bye-bye to the Loki immediately, as actually 100 Thieves are going to be the ones that ban out that Loki. I am surprised about that. The Venom on the side of Rad for the first set of bans so far. Any suggestions or any guesses for the lock-in here?
Oh, the hell is gonna be yeah, they kind of beat me to it, and this was the same thing they did last time to protect the Hela for Manually, and I was like, okay, you're going up against Delena, good luck, but Manually is clearly just would rather send it on his best hero and actually ended up out DPSing by what, like 200? But I don't look at numbers, I look at wins, okay? My ranked games, I don't care about that. But to ban the Venom tells me Rad just want to completely abandon that mirror and maybe go towards a Groot Strange combo.
Yeah, Venom's very difficult, and you nailed that there with the Groot change. Venom's very difficult to take out right now. He's really, really good at taking space and just annoying the backline because it requires so many resources to get him off you, and he can just do a ton of damage, especially when that ultimate's up. So we are going to see a change up in copper. Groot is going to be on the battlefield, so I was hoping we might see, and we could potentially see the Rocket play here, but I'm not 100% sure we're going to see when this match actually starts, but I would... I'd be into that Rocket Punisher. It's been a minute since we've seen that.
As a Groot enjoyer, fear is in my eyes if I see a Wolverine on the other side, because you would think, oh, I could wall myself off, make myself a little happy place. No, you just don't have the best self-sustain abilities in those moments unless you try to anticipate and make it difficult for that Wolverine to kidnap you, because he's going to put you in his little Santa like toy sack and just bring you where places you don't want to be. So the thing would be a Vanguard to consider for Len if this Wolverine is going to be a problem.
Yeah, I love playing the thing, but it's just difficult when you go into the groove. Those walls off for the thing are so... They're just impossible to handle. Honestly, one of the strongest counters for the thing is Groot, but I will say I do like what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, when you got a Wolverine on the field and you're playing Groot, he's a scratching post, right? You're just going to get diced up, and you better hope your Invis has that push ready. I mean, one of the counters for Wolverine alone is going to be that push and pull away to try to ensure your Vanguard gets a little bit more space without constantly being in the danger zone. As we see Rad here pressing in Len, gonna try to buy some space with the walls, press forward, but they are just getting held in, locked in early by 100 Thieves. It must have been the teleport play off the rip, and here we go as Len try to put some damage onto the front line of TTK. TTK, one of the few controller users in the pro scene. Really exciting for a lot of the console folk out there to know you can do it on PC. It is possible, and here we go as the Wolverine. Terra trying to find the big tree, but takes Len back, starts dicing up, and down goes one.
Oh, it's really tough. Like, Rad are trying to set up around these Groot walls, and then you're just playing Ring Around the Rosie, and this Wolverine is already getting fantastic kidnaps. And when it rains, it pours. 100 Thieves then just dump in all their damage. And Rad really got to have a setup, and they got to be quicker. It's around this Ironwood wall from Len, and really centering your fight around that. It's going to provide that extra health. It's going to make things easier. It may even block up some line of sight if you want to deny one of these lanes around the central pillar. But Delena is going to be the one to take those off angles, and it will be him against Manulate once again. Terra fell off the map, though, during that kidnap. What?
I mean, we could have missed the push or pull by Invis there to make that happen, but a lot of the Wolverines see a Vanguard and say, you're coming with me no matter where it is, and they saw the edge of the map, try to make a play as we pop double-sided Invises, and we begin the next set of battles. Odds are in the favor here of 100 Thieves, who do have 4 ultimates ready. Harvey is going to have to pop his. There goes the Eye of Agamotto for TTK. They are going to make a play off, and his abs goes down. Here comes the backside push, and there goes 4 as 100 Thieves are at 70% on the point.
The key Eye of Agamotto for TTK to catch Abs at 99% to the fate of both worlds. If Abs would have lived, they could have turned around that fight with the ultimate. And now you have the Groot that could also block people off as they come in. You're going to have the Thorn Lashes on the top side, so maybe Rad could walk in and not be able to notice that. You also don't really want to worry about those walls. You want to worry about getting eliminations on the other side. And what is Terra doing?
An insane takedown. Terra is going to remove one. Rad going to turn that around though, get the pick on Terra and Delena as numbers are in their favor, but unfortunately not enough to get to the point on time. And the first one is going to go to 100 Thieves.
What is Terra doing? Everything. It's your typical Wolverine experience. They're either feeding or they're feeding you the win. In that case, Terra still got away with an elimination in that moment. There's just so much proactivity from the 100 Thieves side, kind of reminiscent of the previous map on Shin Shibuya. Like, usually you don't even go past that doorway where Terra excelled at. That was so insane, like an insane asylum type of place from the Wolverine. So again, is the thing gonna want to be considered? I mean, Len's not even the target, it's everybody else. So can Spenny maybe try to push away this Wolverine or pull him in before he's really ready to engage?
Yeah, you got to have some screws loose to be a Wolverine player. You got to be
Right?
willing to risk it all. And yeah, they are not afraid to do that as here we go for point 2. Gonna make the space. Will there be a teleport play off the rip? Yes, TTK gonna start that right now. Wolverine on his own as is tradition. A little bit of, you know what I'm saying, a loose cannon as you need to be. And here we go for the first fight onto the right side. The ultimates in favor here of Rad Esports, but the spacing in favor of 100 Thieves. TTK buying the shield, gonna reset here and use some natural cover, and down goes Connie up in the sky with Hella as they begin to put more pressure on. Down goes 2 and 3, and just like that, Delena gonna showcase how strong Hella can be in the sky.
You take an L if you're Rad, but you wish you pushed the envelope a little bit better on the previous round, because what's so unique about this game is that you can carry over ultimates into the next rounds. So 100 Thieves having the Goddess of Death that early, there's just so many problems to address as Rad we're trying to go down either lane, and you have to try and shoot the Hella down. So I think just taking an L quickly is good for Rad. They got to set up around this Eye of Agamotto from Connie, but you're not going to have that teleport, so you have to play this from front to back while worrying about where Vinny is going to set up these walls and who's going to kidnap you. And as Groot, I'm having a bad time. On top of the Luna freeze during that kidnap is insane teamwork from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, we do see a change here as we are going to be up in the sky here with Storm. Storm, an absolute presence, you know, a very frequent van in ladder. I do like to see that mix up. It's going to try to take a little bit away from the Wolverine, ensuring that Wolverine doesn't get as much value into 2 Vanguards. So the full team change are just by simply putting a flyer in the field might force the change off here by Wolverine. Diving towards the back line is going to reset. Terra holding on to the Wolverine, scratching ultimate, and we go again for the next fight, but still 100 Thieves holding on a point, and there goes the ultimate. Zelena gonna follow up, make that almost even. Back and forth, Vinny gonna take out Chime, and just like that, 100 Thieves again gonna maintain positioning at almost 70%.
There was a full team stun on Rad and Pick Your Poison. Can't tell if it was the Wolverine ult or the Strangling Prison from the Groot. Rad couldn't do anything, and once again, Abs has the fate of both worlds, but if they are caught in the heat, they will not be able to deliver that saving grace. It is 82+% series point, match point for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, TTK just waiting here, using the natural cover to potentially pop over an Eye of Agamotto. The team is a really good position, similar to what Terra's doing here, using your third point of view perspective to jump over and make a play, and they are going to take down 1 as Connie falls early. Make that 2. Chime goes down on the Wolverine, did switch off that Storm there. The Groot ultimate's out, and it's not going to matter as Len falls too, and just like that, the fight going in the favor of 100 Thieves, cleaning up the rest of the squad, and that's going to be a W for 100 Thieves.
A W with a capital. Okay, there's a teleport for a last second touch from Rad. Gotta commend the effort to try and stick to the same compositions to force the Groot mirror instead of worrying about the Venom, but there was no changes to the Duelist. There wasn't an answer to the Wolverine, and that was a tough hill to climb, like Mount Everest for Rad Esports. I think Shin Shibuya was a lot more even, of Rad being able to take a couple of fights and even get some of the objective captured, but clearly 100 Thieves have proven that there is no touching this armor. It's shining, it's sturdy, and they just may well be the best team in North America.
Yeah, I mean, it's a terrifying stat line here. You do see the final hits. Selena once again getting 10, Terra with 7. Obviously, both Vanguards clutching up here and getting some as well. And just having those final hits alone as a Vanguard shows me the space that you had taken, and TTK and Vinny really did that there. Len and Connie, obviously too much pressure there from the opposition's duelists. So, you know, you do talk about Zelena and Terra being terrifying, if you will, as the duelists, and they were able to showcase on the stat line here. And that's going to be a W, 100 Thieves. It was what we predicted. We were hoping to see a little bit of a comeback there just to try to even the odds, but no, it does go in the favor of 100 Thieves.
The Strange Canyon is kind of insane. I don't even know if 100 Thieves suffered a death like in their Strange department. So holy cow, talk about, and Strange may not be like the most mechanically insane here to play, you know, compared to your Hellas and other duelists, obviously, but it's all about the macro game, and 100 Thieves put an absolute masterclass on how to hold space and to be aggressive with it, and just being able to hold obviously the objective real estate. It says a lot, but to also really trust your Wolverine player to go in solo, because I always worry when there's a Wolverine player in my ranked games, because they can again feed or just give you the victory, and Terra and Delena did just that for 100 Thieves. They have been such a pleasure to watch, and we got to see kind of the different faces of 100 Thieves, from the Star-Lord to the Hela to the Wolverine.
Yeah, I mean, and we even saw Harvey. I mean, the team banned out Loki. Harvey, potentially the best Loki, at least from the standpoint that we have seen, the confidence to just take that off the field. I mean, Harvey did a great job in the MRC of showcasing Loki's power when people maybe hadn't seen it yet, right? So now the teams are kind of on the same wavelength. They've had experience with such a strong strategist. They just said, hey, let's take it out here. I know we don't need it, right? So that kind of confidence as a team is just another level of play. I love to see it personally. You mentioned obviously the Wolverine being terrifying, right? And for me, I'm just like, Wolverine, I don't even need to have a discussion with you. Just go do Wolverine things. I'll see you at the end of the game. Go clutch up for us. And I think we saw that here as well.
Speaking of discussion, there's just no talking back to someone like TTK. Clearly the #1 Doctor Strange, probably in the world. And for him to be doing this on controller, allegedly, that I've been hearing, and a lot of the 100 Thieves players hearing that they would they started on console and then went to PC for this game is just like so incredible. Delena still proving that he still got it on the Hella, but I still want to commend the Rad Esports duelists. Like, if you just only look at the stats and, you know, don't look at the giant L that was, you know, in the full caps and whatever, I thought they really did a good job of pushing to the limits of the other side of 100 Thieves. I think now it's going to be more of the Vanguard situation for Rad, of how they're going to be able to press on and take advantage of those moments where their duelists are getting a lot of work done.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like we said, this is the first game on the big stage, right? Nerves are high. You know, it's very difficult to start making some full claims yet, right? Like, I know this team is a strong team as well. It could be, and they, you know, the matchup in terms of who they played on game one is a very tough look. You know, a favorite to take this potentially the entire way. But I am excited to see them again and see what they might change up or how they play into other teams. We didn't see any major structural changes in terms of dive or brawl, right? No thing. We did see the Venom out there, but yeah, I mean, there was no real forced comp change, which, you know, you may want to see in terms of scrims in practice. Just having that in your back pocket, if things are not working out for you, just change it up completely and see what you can do, which I do think works in ladder, but maybe with a team so practiced as 100 Thieves, it may not work as well, but I am excited to see how that'll happen in the future.
And then you have Rad that can talk to their coach, Greslin, who's been doing so much work with this team to prepare them for this moment. Rad sort of had to reassemble as they had disbanded because, like I said, they didn't make MRC Season 0, and to come back together against teams like 100 Thieves that have been playing together for years, and despite maybe small roster tweaks, 100 Thieves don't look like they've missed a beat. So I'm looking forward to seeing if Rad Esports could maybe try to contest the middle of the pack and see how they can rise, because I know this defeat looks bad, but I don't even know if Sentinels can take a map off of 100 Thieves right now. They didn't yesterday.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if we do look at yesterday, right, I mean, it's a difficult conversation, right? Every day is so different. There's been moments where I felt super confident going into a game, let's say, and then I just get absolutely waxed, right? So it is all about the moment, right? And it's just about the momentum. If you do find something that's working, that maybe shifted things up. I liked how they tried to change up with the group, but it did get matched on both sides. And just to try to change up the way the team's playing, I do think that that's something that needs to be done at this level of play. They showcase that they can do it, but it just was matched in the opposition and just kept it as more of a skill matchup than anything else.
It's going to be fun to see just how both these teams grow. And remember, this is a Swiss stage, so it's about setting yourself up for success for the following weekend. And then you only get to play once a day, so there's going to be a lot of time for Rad to review this, for 100 Thieves to go have lunch or something. I don't think there's too much for them to like look over from this point, unless they really want to be perfectionist about Shin Shibuya and having more. I don't really know if it's going to be cleaner fights. I thought Terra did a fantastic job on the Star-Lord. If they're worried about the numbers of maybe some other duelists starting to really make them sweat, then 100 Thieves can try to aim for that perfect score. But we do have an incredible player ready for us for a post-match interview. We have Harvey from 100 Thieves, strategist extraordinaire. Let us know if you can hear us, Harvey. Hello there.
Hi.
What's going on, Harvey? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, thank you.
So how did that match shake out for you guys in terms of comms? Was it confidence? Did you guys just feel like you had this
we were pretty
unlocked?
confident going into that match. Yeah. Didn't really think we were gonna drop a map or even drop a fight, but yeah, it was pretty easy.
That's the kind of confidence you need. I love to hear it, man. You gotta do me a favor real quick. What's so you banned out Loki? I know how disgusting your Loki is. Was that just an ego play, or was that just you just don't want him on the field anymore?
Yeah, we mainly banned Loki just because it enables some comps we don't like playing against, like triple tank and stuff like that. So we just ban it out to stop teams from playing that into us and just kind of like make it easier on ourselves.
And I don't know if you got to talk to your duelist, Delena, Terra. How did they feel about the matchup against the duelists from the other side? It looked pretty even if you look at the numbers, but I don't know if you guys cared too much.
I mean, going into it, I'm pretty sure they were both really confident. They kind of expected to be better than them. I don't think they were like kind of scared of the enemy team at all.
Did you guys have eyes on this team before? Did you scrim against them, or was this more so something new for you?
Yeah, we scrimmed against them once, or maybe twice. We've always won every map against them, so we kind of thought that was going to be the same when we played against them in RMR.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah,
Awesome.
pretty confident.
Well, after yesterday, people are saying that 100 Thieves are the #1 team in North America. Do you agree? And beyond Sentinels, who should people be watching out for?
Yeah, I do agree. I think we're probably by far the best team right now, currently. I think another team to look out for is probably FlyQuest. I think they're getting like really, really solid. I think that team probably gives us the most trouble in NA right now. But yeah, aside from them, maybe Shroud's team, but I think that's it from the NA side.
Nice. So typically you guys are what, all scrimming each other off, off screen time, or how does that work for you guys? Is it just a rotation?
Yeah, so we just scrim random teams, I guess, like whenever we feel like it. But we kind of mainly just scrim EU teams because, well, we like a lot of the EU teams a lot more to scrim against because, well, we are going to play against them, so it's also like kind of good to keep comps like secret. Like we scrim Virtus Pro a lot. They're a really good scrim partner. We like playing against them. We do scrim most NA teams. We haven't scrimmed Sentinels too much. We think we've done like once or twice, but aside from that, we're kind of mainly scrimming FlyQuest as well. Yeah.
Yeah, keep the Sentinels matches for the officials. Yeah, don't want to reveal your cards too much. And man, you guys went in with so much confidence, like being really proactive in these fights. Like Tara was stressing me out on the Wolverine, just jumping in all the time.
Yeah,
is there just like aggressive. A really high level of trust? Yeah, is there's just like a really high level of trust in a player like that?
Yeah, we do have a lot of trust in him. So they just go in and just like do what he does. But he's pretty like aggressive the way he plays, so we kind of always got to be there to like make sure he can like live throughout what he does and stuff like that. But yeah, he's pretty aggressive.
Cool. Thanks so much for the. Oh, go ahead, Shib.
No, yeah, I was just gonna ask for your team. Who's the shot callers? Is that on the back line? Is that strategist? Or are you guys leaving that to Vanguards? How does that work?
I think it's probably like I think it's like a group effort, to be honest. I think we all kind of collectively like make calls, just depending on like what we see. I'd say it's probably either like Dinny, Tang, or me or Parker, I guess. Or at first he's Tara Mars, pretty one of our main shot callers too.
Yeah, I love to hear that. I mean, Shroud was mentioning that today a little bit about how it can be more of an open comm situation, especially when you're comfortable with the team. So it shows that you guys are super comfortable together, which to me is awesome to see.
Yeah.
Well, I see a camera on you, Harvey, and I see you guys ready to maybe shoot some hoops. So I'll let you guys go do your content things, and good luck in the rest of the Swiss stage, Harvey.
Thank you.
See you. Good talking to you.
Man, what a fun time. And look at their playing room. It's got hoops, it's got like cameras on them, like 100 Thieves. They got the whole system over there.
Yeah, I'll be watching that documentary for sure. No, that was awesome. I mean, that's the dream setup, right, with your team. Just being close by, getting that energy, you kind of vibe off each other. Right? Somebody makes a big play, the momentum's in the room, rather than being maybe separated in your own setups and stuff where you don't really feel that. That was awesome to see, for sure.
It was, and they said they didn't want to scrim Sentinels. Well, they'll have to watch this upcoming match because up next we have NTMR Nightmare versus Sentinels to see if that series is going to go to distance. So watch these highlights and don't go anywhere.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun in single time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smash.
Support ultimate being used by Kanga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz Endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Certification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz
Yeah,
Endgame.
off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean up now for the rest. Rude's used that off at very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz 6, and this is a situation now where Fury look to be able to get a full reset on Oz Endgame. I don't think Oz Endgame are going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line, and there's
Beautiful.
a reset. It costs an extra
Absolutely
ultimate.
beautiful.
It forced him out.
That Eternal Bond healing at least is going to keep that Invisible Woman standing. I've got news for you though. It's time for Kraken Edge once more. Insta going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Pixie will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Reggie with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and you know, they're able to heal it up at the start, but not last for long as Rebsy cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an eye of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson, both Lunar Snows in that moment, taken down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Fate of both wells. Battlefly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO on Sinatra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's Slippin'!
Making the comeback. You get the combo. Now what you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon, who goes down. The Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimates up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Kronos to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE healing. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3. Absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Aces once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks, going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Was that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh, no! Sick KO there, Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shrouds in midair.
Shrouds was trying to go for the move. Yeah. Looking for a dance of the butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls
Dude,
back.
Tyrax going crazy.
For both of these duelists end up looking straight at Shrouds again.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash! Oh yeah, coming through. My favorite time.
Human Torch in the house, yo. You don't look so hot. Boom goes the meteor. No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky. Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Quinn, reporting for duty. Go easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Invitational for North America. We had a bit of a speed run in our first series, but it proves that 100 Thieves are the best team in North America, or at least they say they are. And to try and challenge them is our upcoming team, Sentinels, who are going up against NTMR. And I'm ready for this scrap fest, Shib.
Yeah, I mean, Nightmare is a relatively new team in terms of the way they are composed now. I haven't seen these guys play much together yet myself, but I am excited to see how they play. I know it's going to be, you know, something new and different for us, and like we talked about before, shaking things up and playing something or with a new set, like a group of people, it can potentially mess with the opposing team's head and maybe pull them out a W.
Yeah, Nightmare, or otherwise known as the former old Solaris roster. I'm most looking forward to this Desui Hella versus Amazing. I mean, I'm sure you guys have probably caught a Desui stream here and there. He is just a ranked demon. The probably self-proclaimed, I don't know, arguably the best Hella in North America, but Amazing also commands the respect of the entire community on that hero. So I want to see that Hella get protected or not banned. It has to float. I need to see that 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of, right, it's an ego thing as a duelist, and I think you need to have the ego. If you're playing duelist, you need to believe that you are the best, because when you have that system, you play like the best, right? So I know Amazing, a very strong duelist as well. I mean, the team in general on the side of Sentinels have been playing together since Alpha. We discussed on the break there, and which is, you know, time really does matter, right? When you play with a team for that long, you understand how each other plays in, where each other's weaknesses are, and you try to fill those gaps. So I'm just excited to see them back in action.
I think the definite highlight for Sentinels for me is the Vanguards. And they like to play so much of them. 3, in fact, are one of the few teams that just pretty consistently run that triple Vanguard. And that's going to be exciting to see. And even when you try to ban all the Vanguards against them, they're not afraid to pull out like a Thor. They will just try to run triple Vanguard no matter what. And that's really amazing. We even saw some triple strategists from them, while Amazing, all eyes are on him as the sole duelist that will be left in that 3-1-2 setup.
Yeah, I believe we're going to get into the picks stage right now, so let's dive over and check this out. Or I we might have a little bit more time prior. I'm just getting wind right now, so I think we have a little bit more time. So I guess we'll dive in a bit here into Sentinels. So let's talk quickly about Sentinels, right? I had a lot of experience watching this team in the past in the MRC. Korova does a great job on Warlock. I've seen a lot of very strong plays from Korova. Right, amazing. We talked slightly about their really good magic. Right? One of those heroes that we haven't seen much so far, at least actually not at all. Getting up in front and pseudo tanking. You know, you did mention the 3 tanks, but they can do a really strong job with that on magic as well. You keep moving forward. Aramori, I know you have a relationship with Aramori, an insane gamer. She is, I believe, like you said, the first female gamer in pro gamer here in Marvel Rivals, which is just awesome. Hogs, Venom, Gomez, the Star-Lord, and Kaluge, another main tank. Just really, really strong.
Aramori is inspiring the next generation of girls to get into pro gaming. She's been trying to go pro for a very, very long time, and I've watched her just develop over in other games, and she's had so many girls reach out to her and just say a lot of things, and she actually found all of her teammates through ranked. That's just how much respect she gets as not only someone who's a vocal leader, but also a strategist that is so consistent. It is also showing people new tech and like when to use ultimates, when your healing is enough just with your neutral abilities. But now going into this picks and bans, we'll see how this works out. Would a Wolverine protect is really interesting from NTMR.
Yeah, I mean, getting rid of the Groot and then locking in the Wolverine just shows you're not scared which tank is going to be up there. You're going to make something happen. They're going to make sure they keep that Magneto. Magneto in a really strong place right now ever since his buff towards his damage. It was a slight buff in damage, but that's all that needed to happen. He is now a massive threat and potentially in the conversation for the best Vanguard out there in the S tier list right now. I do like to see the Wolverine. They're going to get rid of Luna as well. Maybe potentially getting rid of that 3 strategist composition that you mentioned could come up here on the side of Sentinels, so we'll see.
Yeah, I was expecting a lot more Vanguards. It feels like a lot of teams are trying to ban like all the Vanguard choices from Sentinels, but then maybe through everyone studying tape, realizing that this clearly doesn't affect them, so try to target the duelists. But there's just so much chemistry from the side of Sentinels, from even some people like living together. Like Shroud told us earlier about just the impact it is of being friends outside of the game. But then we also got to talk about NTMR. They are these ranked demons, mechanically some of the best players that I've seen around. But how will they do internally? How can they take these losses? How can they take these challenges and approach it in a sound manner? I don't want to see them break down if things get tough, because Sentinels are going to push you to the brink of your limits.
Yeah, I do like to see the Mantis lock here. We haven't seen anyone be playing Mantis yet. Pizza Demon going to showcase how strong this strategist backline can be in terms of what kind of damage you can output, the sleep plays, the damage boosting, enabling things. For example, like a Star-Lord here, as you do see, they are going to be running that Guardians comp actually on both sides. And I personally am stoked to see Hogs on the Thing. A great map for the Thing here.
Triple strategists from both sides. You don't get to see that too often. And on when I see a Mantis, I know they want to enable and try to inspire their team as much, but especially on your duelist to try and give your Star-Lord an edge against Super Gomez on the other side. So it will be some early pressure on this high ground, and Mace could be ready to drop down as soon as this shield gets a little too low, but Mace is just kind of shield swapping very, very well, but the cart is making some progress. So when is that NTMR contest going to happen? It is the Hulk of Luca stepping up.
Yeah, I mean, I like the strategy there. Armor did start off with Rocket, gave the team a little bit of armor prior to the fights, giving them a slight advantage to take some space. And as we do see here, it is going to be a card battle onto the high side. There goes Luca on the Hulk, and now Nightmare pressing with Mace, trying to take some space back here onto the front side, dropping back, enabling him with that team up. When you are playing Strange, when you have a Hulk on your team, you actually cannot anti yourself with your charge of dark magic. A lot of people don't understand that is a huge benefit for Doctor Strange, as they are getting slightly pushing. Great takedown there from Mace, and they are going to get the res there from Korova. Hog's going to fall on the Thing, and they are taking back this space as Nightmare sweeps the team. And here we go for fight number 2.
And we could just jump into this composition more because the main, I guess, like off Vanguard we can point out is Thing versus Hulk. Hulk may be more team oriented, being able to give those shields to everyone if you want to press as a team. So really selfless type of hero, while Hogs can have the setups, can toss everybody up. And this pairs so well with the Galactic Legend from Gomez, but continuously a fight for high ground where Sentinels are going to commit more members, and look how much space they just got. They'll be able to dictate the fight, but this pull from the Invisible Woman was huge.
Yeah, right now, Millennia just trying to find an angle to get this legendary to happen. Do get dunked on, no takedowns there as we are popping ultimates left and right. Here we go as Millennia trying to find somebody in the back line, completely healed up from the ult of Aramori. Aramori going to keep the team in the fight, and there goes another strategist ultimate as they are going to keep holding here on the side of Nightmare. Nobody down on either side. Slobbering time from Hogs goes out. Will they find any value out of it just yet, or was it just a pace, a slowed down pace play? And they are going to continue this fight off the offside. Millennia doing a ton of damage, already back at 31% prior to the ultimate, and they do get a pick on Kurova, which will not have res up just yet. Mace gonna take out Gomez, right? Amazing falls, Aramori falls, and just like that, the pressure goes back on the side of Nightmare.
And unfortunately that Kurova just couldn't find an opportunity to resurrect, but the moment of Melania trying to go for that Galactic Legend, once all these strategist ultimates were out, Aramori really kicked things off with the Cloak ultimate, but then just NTMR knew they could just step back. This is going to be a marathon, not a sprint when you're running the triple strategist. So Sentinels, again, the high ground control, but keep in mind the Invisible Woman can pull this fight earlier than Sentinels expect.
Yeah, I mean, right now, ultimates are in favor so far of Nightmare, who are sitting on 5. They do have the res from Warlock on both sides. Warlock reses can be game-changing. If we see something from Kurova, the fight's beginning now. We did see the bond out. That is a huge cooldown to use on the side of Sentinels as they are keeping the pressure up. There goes the pop of Pizza Demon, trying to keep the team in the fight. The ultimates are back up onto the high ground, trying to find any sort of purchase here yet, and nothing has fallen. Aramori gonna drive them forward, allowing them to have some space. Great Eye of Agamotto. It does get held, and down goes Pizza Demon, as there is going to be the first pick on the side of Sentinels, looking for more as they do cloak away. Here comes the legendary on the high side of Gomez, trying to find a play, does go directly onto the front line, make that 3, as they are going to take point 1.
And that's why Aramori is the expert of the cloak, dictating where she wanted the fight to be, placing down the ult, and following up with the Eye of Agamotto as Kalush took to the skies. One of the best Doctor Stranges we're going to have. I said Sentinels, their highlight are their Vanguards, and they're brawling so well, utilizing the Hulk, which is something you don't see every day, using the shields, and just having that extra push, following up with those support ultimates. It is going to be that dance, and they were able to defend well against all the duelist ultimates of NTMR. But can Sentinels put on the press a little early, take a proactive fight? Sentinels are going to wait for the perfect moment to do so.
Yeah, it was a great set of plays here, and here we go again as the initiation starts off. Hogs trying to make a play, now switching over to the Hulk to allow Kalush to have that advantage. Great shot there. Incredible work by Visor, who is going to make Hogs fall off, and there is going to be an advantage. They pop the Eye of Agamotto, and down goes Kurova. Great retake here from Nightmare. Nightmare holding on firm, and they are going to get a few more picks. Pressing in again. Oh, great ult there to hold on by Rymazing, who is running the Mantis, and that is quite the change from what we saw in the last tournament.
May not even be over. I think Sentinels can keep pushing. They have an Eye of Agamotto from Kalush, and he just pops it now, and it catches Pizza Demon during that ultimate, and they burst Pizza Demon down.
Yeah, that was a great set of plays. Communication obviously apparent, but they are turning this back around. Millennia gonna take out Gomez and Kalush, and after those ultimates, getting picks like this is huge for this side of Nightmare, turning that momentum backwards, getting another as Visor is gonna take out Rymazing and Kurova, and that is a great set of plays by Nightmare.
I believe Baser used the ultimate to only bring Pizza Demon back, and they just knew how important it was to have all 3 strategists alive against the sustain that Sentinels had. And this was a huge exchange, like a huge fight in terms of how many ultimates were invested, and that risk paid off for NTMR. Look at where the cart is sitting. It's pretty deep into point B, and Sentinels will have to generate back into Rymazing's Mantis ult, and Hogs, I guess, go in and just be the frontliner for the team.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand when you're playing Warlock. Actually, you can pop that res prior to the fight. Obviously, you'll get value with the res no matter what, but if you move forward, you are able, as we move here, Nightmare is going to fall from Kurova, and they're looking for 2. Rymazing going to take out Millennia, and they're holding this space, driving them into the back. and Hulk's gonna own it. Here comes the Eye of Agamotto, gonna sweep everybody, and just like that, Sentinels are gonna be trying to press in for point 2. But as I was saying, the res from Warlock, it's actually follows Warlock himself. It's not around the beacon, so you can pop it before a fight and walk in, and if your team falls around you, you'll get the res behind you. So it is aggressive play to try to pop that prior to a fight.
Okay, there was a bit of a contest from NTMR, but because Sentinels are pushing spawn, NTMR just won't be able to contest, but shaving off every second on that time bank is huge. And yes, to pop that Resurrect so that Pizza Demon could get back immediately, NTMR knew the risk and they still paid off. Sentinels now can keep pressing, and I like that Kalush is not afraid to use an Eye of Agamotto in a 6v4 or whatever. They want to wipe NTMR from the face of this earth, and there's already some early damage going into someone like Luca who has to jump back, so there's just no momentum from NTMR early.
Yeah, I like what you were saying, just taking that space, ensuring they don't have a touch, right? It's value right there for Dr. Strange to ensure they can't get there. Giving them point 2 is all that matters. KD and anything else doesn't matter as Kalush falls, Korova falls. Really well done as Nightmare getting their space back. I do believe this map is more favored in the side of attack, so trying to hold them at point 3 can be an absolute game winner as Nightmare is finding their footing.
This could be a moment for Sentinels if once they respawn and hopefully don't get staggered, because Luca is still in banner form but is actually going to get shots in at a distance. I was worried about that. Once they sacrifice Luca, NTMR were able to get the eliminations possible, but Aramori can still dictate this fight going in with the cloak ultimate soon, but it's going to be Amazing leading it with the mobility of the Mantis. Eye of Agamotto gets pushed off.
That was insane. Luca tackles him out of the sky, stuffing the ultimate, and they follow up and take him out. Hogs, my apologies. Great work here by Hogs to press in, and they are getting a ton of space here with the Hulk.
Luca saves the day, and it's not even over yet. He was almost thinking about jumping back in. Kalush shut down. A big win condition from Sentinels gone, but Gomez has been exiled, being removed for the moment. But NTMR is still kind of trying to recollect themselves on the flank. Luca not able to get back into his Hulk 4. Sentinels head to the finish line.
Yeah, it was really well played there. They are trying to hold great Eye of Agamotto as it gets 2, and they capitalize. Down go 2 for Nightmare in OT. That is a huge pick. Kalush gonna pop ult, does get 1, manages to take out Kendrick, and they are owning again, back into space, but Nightmare trying to find a pick. No collection there just yet. The bond is out. The team is able to hold on. Both sides are doing a great job dancing and ensuring nobody goes down. Down goes 1 on the side of Nightmare as they do lose Luca, and here comes the everything right now. Oh my goodness, Sentinels fall, make 2 fall. The res immediately from Millennia, and they are going to try to hold on, but it is very close, and it is going to be in the side of Sentinels.
Holy cow, NTMR had some solid stops around point C and really brought it down to the last seconds, even just to cap point B, but a lot of time drained around that point B area. NTMR just pushing Sentinels to their absolute limit, but you gotta love what Amazing's able to do. You don't get to see him on Mantis every day, but being able to dictate, be proactive in these fights, leading with the extra mobility of the Mantis ultimate, and you're starting to be able to read Kalush a little bit, jumping at the center of these fights. What a great shutdown from NTMR to cancel that ultimate, but then he still had 50% charge, and that's just one ultimate that you remove from the arsenal of Sentinels who played around this Hulk so well, or actually it was the Thing, maybe swapping to the Hulk later, but Sentinels just pacing really well, even just thinking about point A, how Aramori starts with the cloak ultimate, then you have Gomez go in. It's just so well dictated from the Sentinels communicators. Now NTMR gotta hope to finish the entire map, and that's pretty difficult to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's very different games than what we saw with the 2-2-2 lineups. Going 2-1-3 on both sides is very coded in terms of when you can find opportunity and making pressure and things happen during strategist ultimates, right? It is all about target priority. It is very important. When you get a strategist KO'd out of their ultimate, it is a massive win for the team, and we did see some of that on both sides. Really coordinated as we do start the first fight on high ground. This high ground here, a really strong choke to hold, and nobody's on the ground, letting the cart just push by itself. And here we go with the first fight. Nobody making anything happen just yet. Gomez already about 20%, and Nightmare making some strong plays. Baizer, if I say that correctly, Baizer with a nice pick immediately on Korova, saying I can play Warlock too, let me show you, and that is going to get the res out early.
Yeah, strategist with duelist numbers. Baser taking that off angle, and also it's kind of a cooldown based healer, and knowing exactly when to execute that, keeping Luca still on his feet and not succumbing to that banner form is huge. There's great progress. All the picks go in their favor, and they could just keep steamrolling this. If they stagger Sentinels, they may not even have a round of ultimates. It all depends on how far NTMR can push them. But because of Kalush's triple kill, wait a minute, the playing field is even.
Yeah, that was insane. I honestly thought that was going in the favor. Luca doing a great job taking space there on the Hulk, getting a couple picks, but it turned around immediately when Kalush takes out 3. The reses are popped, though. The side of both of these with the Guardians team up, you cannot count out a team when you get a pick. You got to keep that mental because you know they're just going to drop back and be right back into the fight without any timer. And here we go as we are sitting on even ults on both sides. 1 or 2 strategists in the favor of Nightmare as the pop over on Super Gomez. Gomez trying to find some purchase. Nobody yet. Here comes the ultimate from Kalush. Again, nobody connected with, but we are going to keep the pressure forward as ultimates are getting popped.
Yeah, just the Mantis ultimates first. Kurova, Aramori, Baser, Kendrick just being as patient as they can. But Kalush is an absolute menace on the Vanguard. And he just kicks NTMR in the teeth. The Resurrects come through. Baser's going to give another chance at this fight. 2 minutes left for NTMR.
Yeah, really well done on both sides, just buying time. There was no major KO. As I'm saying that, of course, the side of Sentinels are going to take out 2. Nightmare going to take out Gomez. Gomez rests right back up, and same with Baser. They're both back into the fight. Great sleep there, and these are just back and forth battles. Nobody owning anything just yet. Great space taken by Luke on the right side with the Hulk, trying to find somebody, but no, has to drop back and reset with the team. And Pizza Demon going to drop Gomez. Nightmare, or Mace is going to fall from Kurova. Hogs on Baser, and it's just back and forth here.
This tank line from Sentinels saved the day. Just initially when they got wiped, for Kalush to match that with a triple kill is the whole reason we have this skirmish of everyone being resurrected back in, for spawns to be this close from NTMR. But time is not on their side, 1:15. And this was a much faster push for Sentinels, so NTMR already had a disadvantage in the pace of the game. And you don't have an invisible woman, so you aren't able to kind of get these early pulls if you're Sentinels, so they're going to sit back and wait for NTMR to approach.
Yeah, I really like the side of Aramori going with Cloak, because Cloak did get that recent buff, really empowering their ability to heal and force. Oh, great pick there by Kurova, taking out Baser in the back line there, trying to get some more damage out, but nothing. But as I was saying, Aramori utilizing that new buff that just recently happened to showcase how strong Cloak and Dagger can be on the front line heals, keeping the team in the fight as Sentinels are pressing forward again, driving them back into the back line. Kurova showcasing the animation cancel here on Warlock, looking to take out, oh, yep, down goes Kendrick and Luca as Sentinels are holding on very strong with 25 seconds on the clock.
I was not expecting a possible full hold after NTMR looked like they were challenging Sentinels so well in the previous round, and with 15 seconds left, you have an Eye on Agamotto, and that's your big win condition. How will Sentinels try to block this off? It's all up to Kalush. If we even get to that point, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they did just manage to maintain that space. They owned them out of spawn, and that's all that it takes to get home the W on map 1, going towards Sentinels.
Wow. That, I was not expecting this to be as one-sided as it was. Insane stuff. And NTMR's roster, I mean, they've been swapping people in and out, and I think of someone like Desui, where I was kind of hyping up that I wanted to see that matchup, and he's not even playing. So this was sort of the best player on NTMR. I was looking forward to matching up against Rymazing, but I guess when it's just like a Mantis off, this could be a reason why we have the players that we have on NTMR. But I feel like Sentinels are the kings and queens, I guess I should say, of running the triple of something, whether it's the triple of Vanguards or the triple of strategists. And NTMR came studied. They came out with pretty much the same composition, minus maybe the Cloak and Dagger difference. But Kendrick wasn't able to get maybe some of those pulls that made any kind of advantages of the whole reason why you play the Invisible Woman, to Millennia and Gomez pretty much going neck and neck in terms of damage and opportunities for the team. But for me, I look towards Kalush and Mace that really had to duke things out. But I think Kalush is by far one of the best Vanguards we're going to see in this game. And I remember how much of a good frontliner he was in other games. He is just one of the best players at space control.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here the stat line is very similar across the board. It's really just about conversation and target priority. You saw strong play on both teams, whether it was early picks or making forced ultimates out. But no matter what, it was, in the end of the day, it was just about who could get the job done after those things happened. And it just always went in the side of Sentinels. You saw really strong Nightmare defense there. They held them at point 3 as almost to stop point 3, which I do think this is an attack-sided map, in my opinion. But then Sentinels just turned that around on defense and were just able to hold on, even though it was so back and forth in every fight.
Yeah, attack-sided map, and Sentinels did only just that. So much aggression, but that chess match, the marathon with the triple strategist, Sentinels putting on an absolute masterclass, and we potentially have one more map to go. It is series point for Sentinels. Check out these highlights, and we'll find out where NTMR want to go to next.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing out for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the unravel till the end. Rise and open your mind.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky. Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Invitational Game 1, going to Sentinels. Nightmare showcasing a lot of power, especially on defense, but Sentinels in that second chance are just on D, just holding them on point 1 in an attack-coded map is just, you know, it's really impressive, in my opinion. They're running that 3 support comp really well.
For sure. I was wondering if NTMR were going to crumble, and I thought they had such a better showing in the first round, and round 2 getting full health like that. I really thought we were going to go the distance. That map was so exciting. Like, I broke a nail. Like, I was just like, oh my god, like the triple strategist, like it's just this chess match of who is starting with the first strategist ultimate. It was always the Mantis, but then really who is using the strategist ultimate second, that's the advantage, because it's going to last longer throughout the fight, or just like at the later stage of the fight. If you can survive the early part, that's what's important, and that's that sort of back and forth that we had. But then when those resurrects come in from the Adam Warlock, then you have to go again. So I can't imagine how winded both these teams are of just pretty much fighting nonstop.
Yeah, this is a stressful comp to run, and it being run on both sides. There was just KOs back and forth, and it just didn't matter. You know what I mean? It was just another fight instantaneously after. I did like to see on the side of both teams them performing those Doctor Strange. The Eye of Agamotto's do a great job of actually taking out these strategists while they're in their ultimate. And we saw that not only once, but 3 or 4 times during those fights. That kind of communication and understanding from somebody playing Doctor Strange is really, really important. And I just like to see how coordinated these teams were with that.
And with this triple strategist comp, this is not just, okay, go with the game plan, go with like the setup and then let it rip and it's over. It's never over. There's plan A, plan B, plan C, and there's just a lot to react to. So it's such a team-oriented fight more than ever. And I'm seeing NTMR with some names that I don't remember seeing them scrim, or just like kind of the rumors of what this roster was going to be, namely like a name like the Sui that I thought was going to be one of those MVPs. And no hate to Molina, that solo duelist though has to carry in those departments, and it's tough because NTMR are piecing together this roster in a composition that requires so much teamwork, that requires communication, and requires everyone to, you know, not get upset, or to just really be focused in these hypercritical moments, because Marvel Rivals is such a fast-paced game that you can't afford to stall out in any of those moments.
Yeah, strategists right now with the states of their ultimates, it is, like you're saying, just so coordination focused, right? It's, if you're going to run this back and forth, it's always going to be on the side of the team who had the better comms. And I do think that Sentinel showcased how strong they could be in that situation. I loved the high ground takes there. I loved how everybody was playing the right, you know, just the way they should have on that map on both sides. But it was just a matter of, during those team fights, who was the last man standing, man or woman or other standing. And it was just always in the side of Sentinels. I never knew how, even when the fight looked like it was lost, it would just turn around and happen for them. So it was absolutely shocking and fun to watch, in my opinion.
Yes, and Sentinels just have such good vocal leaders in that strategist department. Like, if you watch any of Aramori's games, like, their comm structure is so solid. They also go in confidently. There's no, like, questions. There's no, like, unnecessary things being said. It is just so fluid, and it's a lot of Aramori dictating those, whether it's the Cloak and Dagger that goes in, or maybe it's Pizza Demon, whatever it is. And, of course, you have Coach Crimzo, who has a wealth of experience in esports, has played in World Cups, has played in LAN environments, remote environments, and has been playing for probably as long as I've been alive, it feels like. Like, that's how much experience Crimzo has, and to be the coach that knows how to keep them calm too. This is such an intelligent person, and to work around the Sentinels roster that are such intelligent players themselves. Like, a lot of them found each other on ranked and in the higher echelons. So Sentinels got humbled yesterday by 100 Thieves, and I'm glad that today they don't look so boomed. It was a very clean map one from Sentinels.
Absolutely, absolutely. So let's get in here into the ban. Say, do you think things are going to change? I feel like they must. Okay, so immediately Sentinels almost, I don't know if it's a troll or what, are going to take out Jeff the Land Shark, and then the opposition Nightmare are going to remove that Loki from the fight.
You know what that says? I don't care what you play, NTMR. We'll beat you down on any mirror, any playground you want to go to. So just allowing NTMR, like, that's the throwaway ban. So what does NTMR want to protect? And we were wondering, like, wait, didn't they, like, protect the Hela potentially? But this is going to dictate the style that they want to go to. A Wolverine comp is coming up for NTMR.
I like the change, right? We talked about this before. If things aren't working, shift it up. You don't want to go repeat back and forth over and over. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and expecting a different result. So I do like the idea of a shift here. We're seeing a hover from Kendrick on the Bucky. Bucky, a really strong hero right now. Really good anti-dive. Also just annoying to handle, as you always got to know that hook is coming and the team can play off of it, even especially if they have a group composition. Wall off who you pull in, and that person is bye-bye. It's just that simple. So I am excited, and I hope that we are going to see that in this match.
Yeah, now targeting Kendrick with the Invisible Woman ban, which is interesting. And this is able to kind of set up things like the Bucky. But now this leaves the choice of, are we going to see Hulk or are we going to see the Thing? And now the Thing being a good counter to Wolverine, but also a good setup if it's on the same team, and Mace just is already on it.
Yeah, me personally, you know me. I'm excited for this. I want to see how this looks. The side here of Sentinels not going to change too much. They are not seemingly going to be relying on the Star-Lord. But yeah, Kurova just constantly on that Adam Warlock, an absolute force on Warlock. Hog's going to be showing off the Thing as well. We may have a rock battle here, as we are going to see Magneto as well. Really good with the Thing, allowing him to play aggressively and to dive into the back line with that bubble. So let's see how it shakes out here as we go into game 2 of Nightmare versus Sentinels.
Oh, it's all up to NTMR how they think they're going to be able to bounce back, because that is quite humbling to pretty much get full held on that last map on their attack to not even cap a single point. But this is their map. This is their ban system. They are confident going into a Wolverine, potentially Thing combo, but we also saw a Hulk mirror, I should say, which allowed more of that brawl, that selfless hero that can spread those shields around and have a second life, being able to go to that banner form.
And here we go with 3 seconds on the clock. When we see the teleport start, I always do it myself here, and then we'll find out if I'm wrong. Nope, looks like I'm doing it right, as Mace is going to put them potentially on the high side left. And here we go. Eyes in on the middle segment, just trying to maintain positioning. They are going to hold this before them, holding this building down and taking the high ground. I like that strategy, not forcing your teleport to be up there, allowing you to ensure that you're going to be safe on your initiation. And here we go, as Luca is trying to find some damage and build up that alt charge.
Yeah, being on the high ground means you get to dictate when the fight happens, and all Sentinels can do is just sit and watch. And this is a map that changes elevations, so this could be twists and turns, but Luca has already dropped to the low ground. You got to see reinforcements from NTMR. Mace is dangerously low, and these tanks from NTMR are getting shredded.
Yeah, Amazing gonna show off the Hela as he does get 2, and we are pressing forward with the Thing. Haymaker after Haymaker, looking for another, and down goes Baser. Well done there by Hogs Kluge and the side of Sentinels.
That was disgusting. And now you remove the invisible woman during the picks and bans, so you're not able to have these pulls that kind of start these fights a little earlier. So I wonder sort of what CC or what caused NTMR as a Vanguard line to be separated from each other, because that was their demise.
Yeah, it looked like a potential reset that went wrong, right? People just started falling when they called for a reset, and then at that point, you just gotta fall and oh my goodness! Hog's gonna take out another Kendrick falls as they're maintaining this positioning. Right, amazing, just doing a ton of damage as he does get another pick on Millennia, and just like that, Sentinels are owning this positioning while holding on to more ultimates.
This is a tough one to watch. Sentinels in the driver's seat, and look how many ultimates they have built up. I'm looking towards these strategists and even this Goddess of Death. As soon as the fight is finally stabilized, you're going to see Ryan Amazing in the skies.
Yeah, they are holding here. Nightmare just trying to get their footing. I think it's more of a just, you know, they got to regroup and figure it out. Nice pick there. Millennia gonna take out two. Down go two supports. Prior to getting the ultimate, clobbering time is out. Millennia gonna make sure this fight goes in their favor. Kendrick trying to look for the thing, and down goes Hogs. And just like that, Nightmare gonna get some percentage on the board.
I've been waiting to see more magic. This is such a good duelist in small maps like this. You can have one-shot combos into strategists. You can cause just so much chaos, and you have a self-sustain. It can be very risky, though. It can be poked down. It's not as strong in the range department, obviously, but clearly with how much backup Kendrick is getting, this is one of his best heroes. Fate of both worlds. Baser has to choose this moment carefully as Mace is putting on the press. It can also use that Magneto ult in response to really anything, maybe even Ryan Amazing.
Yeah, Cloak and Dagger mains in the chat rise up because as you can see, both teams are utilizing them, right? That buff clearly has an impact where we didn't see them as much in the past few tournaments, putting a ton of healing out into the main line. And here we go, as ultimates are popped up in the sky. Right, Amazing looking for somebody. Magneto just eating some of that damage, trying to find a pick onto one of the strategists, but no, as you're talking about magic, a really strong hero. They are going to take out one. Down goes Aramori as Kendrick falls and the numbers are even. Millennia going to drop Right Amazing, trying to say, no, you are not the only Hella player here, as we are going to even out. Percentage is starting to lock in. Kalu's gonna drop pizza. Back and forth we go.
That was huge. This looks like an NTMR fight, unless Hogs is just going to go for solo plays. I guess he is, and you just want to run away. The guy can be pretty slow unless he starts just charging towards you, and I guess Hogs is just a one-man army. Gomez is also currently frozen, so this is just a one Vanguard show, and who can stop Hogs? These haymakers are insane.
You talked about the triple Vanguard, and they're doing it as Mace falls too. Really well done here by Sentinels, maintaining this pressure, doing a ton of damage with the Vanguards and showcasing how strong this composition can be as Gomez takes out Baser just like that.
But this point has still been held by NTMR. Sentinels are just now getting the full wipe, so 91% for NTMR means they are within one fight to take this first round and one step closer to try and match Sentinels, but this will be last fight territory, and with the fate of both worlds, only for Kurova, not Baser, the sustain is on Sentinel's side.
Yeah, this is looking in the favor of Sentinels holding, but Mace getting an early pick on Right Amazing is huge for the team. Millennia gonna take out Aramori, and just like that, it's in their favor without the ultimate advantage. The team of Sentinels trying to see if they could hold on to those ultimates for the next round, but no, we're not able to find any luck with that, and they are gonna retake this position here.
Yeah, just with the triple Vanguard, it's just so much frontline, and NTMR don't have the space to poke it down. Until now, the ultimates, the later one used from Pizza Demon, that's all they need to do is sustain and make sure that Millennia in these off angles has to deliver those critical blows. And that's exactly what NTMR do to somehow swing the fight back in their favor against the unkillable tanks of Sentinels.
Here we go again in the final fight on point. Mace gonna take out Aramori, and this is massive for the side of Nightmare, but here comes the teleport. They're gonna try to hold on as long as they can. Ultimates will be popped. Clobbering time is out. No value yet. Kendrick gonna take out Gomez early. Kaluj falls. Baser getting two. Millennia gonna get a pick, and yes, that is gonna be the first map on the side of Nightmare.
Holy cow, the duelist turnaround from NTMR, from just the Bucky and the Hellas on the off angles. This is going to be a team that plays pretty split apart compared to a triple Vanguard setup. And I was worried with how much gap closing someone like Hogs was doing, running after everyone, killing the strategists, hitting the duelists in the face, forcing everyone from NTMR to disperse. NTMR just couldn't have good focus fire when they were just constantly getting attacked. But then you just had really well-timed strategist ultimates. Baser and Pizza Demon wait until the very last second. And that makes the whole world of a difference when you have that sustain, because you don't have the HP pools that a triple Vanguard team does. So fantastic clutch power from NTMR, because I thought that was going to go the way of the Sentinels. NTMR just can really depend on Malenia. Just have to be careful if there's going to be a Magneto ult that sucks up a lot of that damage, but beautiful work and resilience from NTMR.
Yeah, I mean, perfect call there. It was just, you know, it was an upset, right? That fight was not in their favor. Ultimates, I think there was 3 or 4 on the side of Sentinels. It was maybe it was a discussion around trying to hold them, but no matter what, they used them in the end. So it's just a very difficult call in the moment of, should we just use these to get the W? Because I think it might have been better for them if they had popped them early, but your call was perfect there, as Millennium just got an early pick or two with the team, and yep, it just went right in their favor as we start up map 2 here. Sentinels are virtually even in terms of ultimate advantage, and here we go with the first fight. We are going to press into Super Gomez, looking for some sort of angle. Does take out Pizza Demon early, blocks the Eye of Agamotto, but not everyone gets saved. Going to shield his team and allow them to get some chance, a chance to take the fight to the back line. Looking at Mace, who's one down, goes one as Hogs is going to keep running at those Vanguards.
But Baser just used the Fate of Both Worlds, and Gomez has an Eye of Agamotto, and on top of Sentinels winning this fight, they're setting themselves up to take even a potential second one with Rymazing a Galactic Legend. That's a fight winner in itself. It's going to be up to Pizza Demon to really place this Cloak ultimate well, because your team has to play in it, and through all the chaos, it can be difficult to see. So all eyes are on Pizza Demon of how they can help them live through the Eye of Agamotto and what else Sentinels have up their sleeve.
Absolutely. Each individual dash by Cloak and Dagger is on a separate timer, so you want to ensure that 4th dash is somewhere that's going to matter, because it is your last chance at utilizing it. And here we go again. Rymazing trying to find something, and there goes that Cloak ultimate you had mentioned. Millennia trying to find an off angle, deal damage, and yes, it works for him as Rymazing goes down.
Malenia is a menace, focusing down those duelists that have less health, but this Eye of Agamotto just demolished the backline of NTMR.
Wow, that was insane to watch. I thought that was going to go in their favor, but no, really well done there by Gomez to lock them all down and allow the team to follow up. And just like that, they are going to hold the point to 53%.
Insane resilience from Sentinels, and Aramori setting it down. You got Rymazing with the Galactic Legend coming up, and there's really no strategist ultimates to defend against this. It could just be NTMR trying to play as much cover and around any of the pillars and the walls to get away from this, but Rymazing is so swifty. I'm sure he's going to be able to find his way around it, but Malenia is going to be the one to mark. He's been on the flank, and this is what's helped NTMR even get close to winning fights.
Yeah, I mean, I like this comp change here by Sentinels. I mean, I like the Luna pick here, getting rid of the Warlock. A similar play style with hit scan, trying to find some purchase in the backline. Once again, support's able to escape, popping those ultimates the strategists are. And here we go, Rymazing spin to win, but no connection just yet. On the high ground, Hell is unleashed. Gomez stuffing it with the shield, buying them enough time to take them out. Hella trying to find any sort of luck with the pick, but no. Once again, Sentinels are owning this. Deluge gonna take on Millennia. Bays are gonna turn that around on Hogs, though. The numbers are even. Will we find any other play? Will they be able to retake this? No, Rymazing gonna drop Luca, and they are holding on strong, trying to end this round here and even up the numbers 1-1.
Oh, what a Bucky pull too from Kendrick, and just not able to capitalize too much good support power. Aramori decides to use the Cloak ultimate now instead of saving it for the 3rd round, which seems to be in favor of Sentinels. You got Luca on the Venom that just tried to make space. The Eye of Agamotto from Gomez did its best, but NTMR look untouchable in this fight, but it's still an uphill climb when you have to go 0 to 100, and Sentinels only need 1 fight to send us into a 3rd round.
Yeah, I mean, just a good retake there by the team, still holding on to ult advantage. Nightmare just never gave up, right? You saw that ultimate pizza held on. Great positioning of where those placements were of the purple, as I like to call it, and it just kind of allowed them to maintain position and not have to utilize their ultimates there. And once again, Sentinels going to own that high ground, force their eyes up and give them a slight advantage in the fight, force their team to retake it if need be. But no, it's just building it together. As you see, stacking as a group is the way to make it happen. And here comes the ultimate eaten by immediately Magneto.
That's a great job from Mace to eat some of that damage, and Luca can still pop the Venom ult to try and get some of these HP pools low, especially targeting Hogs and Gomez, but they're brought back up the full thanks to the Fate of Both Worlds from Kurova.
Yeah, I mean, Hog still maintaining. Millennia falls. Kendrick falls. Mace falls. It looks like they are going to retake this position. They try to hold on. Hog's going to drop Luca. And just like that, the point, map 2, is going to go to Sentinels.
Ooh, and looking at the ult banks. And looking at the ult banks, I think you bring through the Aramori ult, of course, the Thing ult, and good effort from NTMR, because that was looking like almost a flawless round, and we'll go to the final one. And kind of a lot of desperate comp swaps. Just think about Luca and the Venom. You don't see it on kind of a game type like this, because you really like larger maps that fully utilize the speed and the dives of it. It's going to be more of a disruption, and you just needed something to force your way through the choke point, and that's why some of these comps came out. And speaking of comps, you have Gomez on the Strange, taking that away from Kaluj, because Kaluj can quite literally be the GOAT at anything you throw at him, including even the Thor, but it will be the Magneto whose job is to eat a lot of that Galactic Legend damage. Kendrick has had some good pulls, but the team is just all out of sorts, that there's not enough focus fire at times to capitalize on those hooks.
Absolutely. I mean, it seemed like they were able to jump in there on that point. At least they got their composure back, right? They were able to hold that for a little while. They tried to hold on and make alt play. They did fall with a few strategist ultimates during that fight, which, you know, was tough. But I mean, it's really difficult, especially when you have some of the power here on the triple tank in terms of your initiation ability. But we do see Rymazing now making the switch over to Namor, which I personally like to see, potentially trying to shut down just in terms of like aim. You don't really need to focus too hard on the backline if your turrets are doing it for you. So here we go with the fight as Mace trying to take some space.
Yeah, the early teleport set Sentinels up to just be able to hold this choke point, which could be everything. When you saw just how much of a demon Hogs was in the previous round, and he's just bashing in the heads of the strategists who had to immediately pop the cloak ultimate. Pizza Demon leads the way, Aramori matches it, and the health pulls are pretty even.
Yeah, I mean, one thing people don't understand about Thing is Thing, when he uses the clobbering time, it'll actually do a small AoE around him in terms of stun. You can actually be virtually directly behind him as long as you're within arm's length. You did see that work there for him, and they were able to capitalize on the pick of the front line. So that was a gorgeous play. He did go directly onto the strategist after to take focus off the Vanguards of the front line, and it just worked out for him with that early pick, as they do own almost 20% here on the first point.
Hi, Bakamoto. And you have Kurova that can pair the Fate of Both Worlds with Rymazing's ult, which can be a one-shot combo onto more squishier targets. So does Nightmare have a really good answer for that? It's going to be up to the Fate of Both Worlds from Baser. But can you even go through this choke point? This could just be up to the neutral fight.
Collusion in the sky right now, looking to dunk on a support. Can he get it done? He does, as Baser goes down. Really well done by Collusion there. That is massive value to go ahead and take out a strategist during ult, and they will maintain this point with ult advantage, and things are looking up in favor of the Sentinels.
The silver lining is that Kurova also used the Fate of Both Worlds, where Sentinels maybe not even needing it, but they just wanted to follow along with Kaluj without any unnecessary risk. You have a Goddess of Death from Malenia somewhere probably on the flank, trying to win a 1v1 against Kaluj to buy themselves another life, but staggering yourself here is tough. But Malenia might have killed 2 or 3, giving Nightmare a chance to come back.
Yeah, well done, Nightmare. They got their composure and took it back. We saw this in the last fight, and it's still early enough. 70% allows them to come back and touch point should something change. I do love to see them getting their footing here. Nightmare, they showcased how strong they could be in the first map. They just got to maintain that positioning, resetting now, allowing them to shove in. And here we go with the next fight, as we do see a change on Nightmare as well to pull out the Namor as well, sorry, apologies. And here we go with the fight as Luca dives the backline, trying to make a play onto the backline. Immediate strategist pick on Kurova. Well done there by Luca.
And that Venom dive forced Aramori to use the Cloak ultimate, and kind of you need a good group up system, and Sentinels are all out of sorts. They have now had 2 deaths during the Cloak ultimate as they just try to salvage what is left of this fight, because Sentinels don't have control of the point. This is going to set themselves back even further, and this is the last round of the map.
Yeah, I'm curious to see these next fights. Ultimates are at a low. It's now going to be about these early picks, just gaining charge. But triple Vanguard is very difficult to handle when you don't have something to shut it down. We do have the whale. The giant fish could be coming at any moment here on the side of Ken, but we will see what it looks like in this fight. And yeah, I mean, it looks like Millennia is close to ult as well. These these duelist ultimates can be of massive value into triple Vanguard. And here we go as Gomez just owning this space, using that energy to force out the rest of the team. Try to dunk in Mace with a good block there, stuffing the Magneto ult, and the fight proceeds. And here comes the fish. No connection as the strategist ultimates are popped. An immediate pick from Rymazing with a perfect center drop there. Well done with the connection. The thing that really is strong here. Wow, that was gorgeous as well. Nice shots there by Korova and Gomez. But one of the team ups that just happened that people may have missed is when you're using Luna Ultimate and you throw out the whale on Namor. If you switch to DPS when that thing is being thrown, you can virtually one-shot any duelist and strategist, and it was showcased right there into the Luna while ulting.
Yeah, beautiful teamwork and combo that you pointed out from Sentinels and Kaluj. Also the Magneto ult to stop Bazer's fate of both worlds. Like, Sentinels are back on their feet, and this is going to be the last fight. Will it be Sentinels taking the series or Nightmare forcing us into a third? And Hogs already being proactive. By his side is Gomez, and they have Mace slow, and Nightmare have to fight back.
Yeah, this great throw there by Mace on a Hawk, getting the thing out the back line, and they are able to touch. Good touch there. Gorgeous by Luca to ensure it goes into OT. Trying to buy some time there, pushing Gomez away from the heel, but he was able to escape and get back into it. And this is going to be back and forth. Everything's going to be popped now. Luca trying to dive any of the strategists in the back line, and nobody falls just yet. Luca does take out Gomez. Kendrick holding a great angle here with Namor, trying to find some damage, and it is working. The whale is out, and bang, Rymazing falls as well.
Incredible, just knowing that there's a duelist matchup through the side, using the whale to deal with that, the extra CC, and Malenia with the headshots on top. The ranged duelists from Nightmare are incredible, and Luca was able to pressure the backline almost immediately with the dives from Venom. He got the teleport in place from the Strange to keep this fight going, Shib.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane to watch. The touch is there and active. Eye of Agamotto popped immediately in the sky. Will this turn back around as Kendrick hits the sky? 3 down for the side of Nightmare. Make that 4 as they are holding on. And wow, what a retake by Sentinels.
And it just feels like the fight that never ends, but Kendrick can't take a duel against a Vanguard. Jumping in for one last touch is a Nightmare, and they crumble. They push Sentinels to the brink of defeat, but this series ends the way of Sentinels.
Yeah, this is a crazy fight. It never ended, like you mentioned. Back and forth, the retake there by Strange. An absolute masterclass of a retake touch, and it does go back and forth. Luca touching for Nightmare, owning the point, and immediately returned on the side of Gomez, who dropped in and took that right back. So well done, and gorgeous W by the Sentinels.
And just with the Namor squids probably all over the point, there's just so much to look at because you don't want to let those squids just get free damage. You saw the great combos from Sentinels with the Fate of Both Worlds, plus the Whale. It was great to see the compositions and how much evolution happened for both teams. You got to commend the effort from Nightmare, especially Malenia, not being afraid to not just go on an off angle, but a straight up flank, like being behind Sentinels, popping a Goddess of Death in a 1v3, and delivering on those key final blows. And Malenia put such an effort, but unfortunately it goes the way of Sentinels. The team were going all the way to round 3 though, after getting full held on map 1. It's a big turnaround for Nightmare mentally to stay composed and to push Sentinels all the way to the end.
Yeah, I loved what I was seeing there. They showed that they have what it takes to make things happen. They took that first map and almost had the third map. It was all really about those final touches. It's just communication. I think one thing that happens very similar to the Guardians comp with the Reses is the communication of it's not over yet. You've got to be ready for this, as the fight can happen again in an instant, especially when Doctor Strange has his portal up, which in my opinion is one of the most impactful abilities in the entire game.
Yeah, just for Sentinels to set themselves up for success, even in that round 3, like you pointed out, the teleport just to be at the choke point, because that is the most difficult parts of the map to get through, especially when you're facing the Thing, one of the best brawlers in the Vanguard department. And there were some answers to Hogs. There was some adaptations from Nightmare to poke him down, to not be afraid to solo Magneto ult the Hogs. And then you can argue whether that trade was worth it. But I think if you remove Hogs, you're able to actually fight for that real estate. And Nightmare made those fights so incredibly close because they were confident enough to take risks like that.
Absolutely. I mean, we go back to conversation in terms of communication with these teams, right? Back and forth. But I mean, it's just in those final moments, in those final fights, and how intense and back and forth those fights were. I cannot fathom what that must have sounded like on both teams. It was an absolute blast to watch. And yeah, I mean, that was super exciting, at least for me.
It was, and to see all these different looks from Sentinels 2, from the triple strategists, the triple vanguards, Kalush flexing from the Strange to the Magneto, and really understanding those win conditions of Magneto's ult used to shut down the duelist ults, whether it was the Hela or a Galactic Legend, whatever it was, the Goddess of Death, I mean. So I think Kalush can really stay calm in those tense moments, and he comes from games where there's really chaotic fights like that, knows how to communicate, knows how to be that leader, and Sentinels on all fronts have vocal people that are able to respect and listen to each other, whether it's the strategists that have to command the fights, where you're setting up the cloak ultimate, where you want the fight to take place. Sentinels came in with such a good game plan that had variations when things broke down too.
Yeah, I mean, this was such a different game than the first game, right? It was very back and forth and intense. The changes of comp running, the triple vanguard, the triple strategist, just showing the diversity of what they could run as a team. I mean, that is scary to go against, right? We talk about you scrims and which comps you're able to switch to in the moment. And I think both teams showcase that they have the ability to really swap it up when need be, no matter what. So having that in your arsenal, especially against some teams that maybe haven't had that much practice with those different compositions, is very impactful.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep my eyes on someone like Malenia, who I hadn't heard much of before this happened, but really had a huge impact for Nightmare on these flanks, and getting to this round 3 was a lot of those key playmakers. But we'll have a key playmaker also joining us for an interview very, very shortly from Sentinels, because I'm also wondering, like, how they feel about yesterday's matchup against 100 Thieves and where they rank themselves in North America, and do they feel happy about the win today? Because it was a sweep, but it did go all the way to round 3 on that map number 2, and we saw adaptations. Were they happy with how things were executed today? I know Sentinels are a team that are very hard on themselves, like they are always trying to fix things, and they'll look towards Coach Crimzo to just perfect things for their compositions.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, I like the way this team was running. You're saying, they did get to map 3 there, which obviously is difficult. I did see some really strong play, really good off positioning, right? Those duelists finding those off angles, getting picks early in the fight happened like almost every other fight, which gives a massive advantage to the other team. I think that you know, I think Nightmare definitely hold their own, but Sentinels, it looked really good. I didn't get my eyes on the match yesterday, but knowing that they have the ability to play like this, they may be a strong contender for one of the better teams, if not the best team up here right now.
Yeah, and Hogs just showed us the potential of the Thing as one of the premier new vanguards that have come up, because it was a lot of Hulk in the past. Now, even if you try to ban the Thing against him, then he can go to the Hulk. He showed us that on map number 1, and then it must be tough to try. You probably just don't play Wolverine against Sentinels. You're almost forced to either play triple strategist or triple vanguard against Sentinels, although we saw the potential of Nightmare still running the double duelist. They just need a little bit of time to be able to poke them down. And Malenia and friends did exactly that. There were some fights won by those double duelists and popping those ultimates, but Sentinels, the triple vanguard, the health pools are simply too much. And some guy who is an absolute giga chat on the field today is our post-match interviewee. Let's get Hogs in the call, because he showed us just the true potential, the highest potential of the Thing today. So everybody say hello to Hogs. How's it going?
Hello, it's going good.
Awesome, man. Hey, real quick, I loved the triple Vanguard comp. Honestly, haven't seen much of it in ladder, but I know how strong it can be. Do you think Thing, Magneto, Strange is the go-to for triple, or do you like seeing Thor? What's your opinion there?
I think that's the best triple of Groot's band. Other than that, that's about it.
Respect
and we
that.
saw
It
kind
makes sense
of
to me.
between, yeah, it makes sense. And kind of map number 1, I saw a lot of like whether it was the Thing or Hulk. What is your opinion on what is the best secondary tank between the Thing and Hulk?
I think the Thing's better. I think we just played that matchup poorly, so we ended up mirroring it just because we're better at the characters, and that's why we ended up playing it.
I love it. I love the confidence. So real quick, when it comes to those triple strategists, do you guys have a strategy to make sure you pop and take out one of the strategists mid-ultimate, or is that just more so around Strange?
Oh.
And ensuring that you play around Strange's Eye of Agamotto into those supports, or is it just, you know, in the moment you just wait them out?
I don't really know. I'm not a sport player, so I don't really know like what their headspace is for that. Not the best person to ask for that.
Yeah, no, Mike, the question was around how do you take out the opposing supports when you're running triple Vanguard? Is it Strange ultimate only, or are you waiting for something else?
It could be a lot of different things, but Strange Eye is definitely the big one.
And going forward, I mean, we got to see a really exciting match from y'all yesterday against 100 Thieves. And it unfortunately didn't go your way. So how are you able to bounce back into today? Was that something you were worried about? Or are you just kind of excited that North American talent is catching up?
I'm glad the region is more competitive, but I think also we're playing pretty sloppy, and I think once we clean it up, it'll be a lot better.
Yeah. And what do you want to clean up after today or yesterday? What are things that your team wants to improve on?
I think we get really split. Other than that, I think once we fix that, it's good. Our comms are messy.
In that final fight
we were
there,
just...
Yeah, in that final fight, we were talking about that. What was that like for you guys? I mean, the strange portal at the end was gorgeous, and your team just stayed, kept their composure. Is it around just understanding that you were fine in that moment, or would you guys kind of just panic your way in there?
I think we knew we were fine, and we were able to win that fight, and we clutched it out mechanically.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
And I know you guys can be some yappers. You guys are such a confident team. Do you have any final words to your opponent today, to 100 Thieves, to North America? Are you the best thing out here?
Quickly before I answer that.
Oh my God. The whole thing?
Red Bull.
Oh, not
Yeah,
even...
redbull.com. No, it was the whole thing. Sentinelshop.com. Get your Marvel Rivals jerseys and hoodies. Other than that, I think NTMR are a good team, and I think they'll get better. We were there before Sentinels, but we had to leave. We had to leave our little child Mace behind.
Okay, little child behind, and he's gonna grow up to be an adult, and we're looking forward to just how North America's gonna catch up to you. Thank you so much for the interview, Hogs, and good luck with the rest of your drink, I guess.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice talking to you, buddy.
What the hell? So anyway, this is just day one of North America, y'all. We are making content, and check out Sentinels and all they have to do. They are content producers and also gamers on the field.
Yeah, you can see the confidence, right? And like I was mentioning before, when it comes to duelists, confidence is super key. Once you start getting in your own head, it really does affect performance, and that's the kind of mentality you need to be at this level of play. Absolutely, what an absolute savage, right? Just slamming that thing and on to the next. I mean, this guy was a monster on thing, which me personally, I love to see that. We haven't seen much of that in this tournament yet, but those ults were strong, being aggressive, running directly into the strategists. I think it bought him a ton of space and it worked out for him.
Yeah, and then those chaotic fights with the triple strategists, triple vanguards. I mean, Hogs pointed out that just communication is the key to them to improve going forward, because it's clearly not execution. He said they beat them in the mirror, and they have a lot of fun at choice words. Go and check out Sentinels, everyone. They are just a hilarious team and inspirational to watch as well of how they're reinventing the meta. But we got a lot more matches around the corner, y'all. Don't go anywhere. We'll check out these highlights, actually.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels to the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt. I've got you. Fantastic! Ha! 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 Now for something truly fantastic. That was simple. I've got you. Double the failure. Maximum. Let me return the favor. I'm as strong as Ben. Success.
Who wants to see something fantastic? Next. Force burst! They'll never see me coming. Clear the way! You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Disappear! A clear winner.
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Support ultimate being used by Kanga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Purification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz
And off
endgame.
angle as well. Shroud-X on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean up now for the rest. Rude's used that up at very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz 6, and this is a situation now where Fury look to be able to get a full reset on Oz endgame. I don't think Oz endgame is going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line, and there's a
Beautiful.
reset. It costs an extra
Absolutely
ultimate.
beautiful.
It forced him out.
That eternal bond feeling at least is going to keep that invisible woman standing. I've got news for you though. It's time for Kraken Edge once more. Inspo going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. And Taxi will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Remzi with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and they're able to heal it up at the start, but not for long as Remzi cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an item of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson both Lunar Snows in that moment. Take him down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Fate of both wells. Battlefly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO onto Netra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's flipping.
Making the comeback. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon, goes down. The Iron Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimate up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE skilling. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3. Absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Aces once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks. Going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh, no! Sick KO there, Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shrouds in midair.
Shrouds was trying to go for the move. Yeah. Looking for a dance with the butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls
Dude,
back.
Tyrax going crazy.
But both of these duelists end up looking straight at Shrouds again.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash! Coming through. My favorite time.
Human Torch in the house, yo. You don't look so hot. Boom goes the meteor. No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky. Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Invitational. My name is Dogman, joined by my man Cozy here on my right and your left side of the screen. We've had already 2 incredible matches today, but in North America, we're just starting out in general. Cozy, how are you doing today? You excited for this 3rd game?
Doing well, man. I mean, if the first set was any indication what we're going to get right now, I am pumped. I mean, we knew 100 Thieves was going to come in hot after yesterday. We saw a little bit of a teaser. And man, did they do so. And then looking at Sentinels versus Nightmare, what a matchup and ending to that game, man.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we were both talking about it. I mean, it's just, it was so close on that second map. It could have gone either way until Gomez came back with that teleporter play to touch the point and get the Eye of Agamotto. So that was insane, Cozy. And, you know, I think we were talking about it too a little bit before the break, you know, the meta and how many different things have shifted around. I know you wanted to talk about how, you know, Sentinels is like one of the only teams running in that triple tank composition compared to a lot of teams in practice. I know we've only seen 2 games in NA, but I mean, overall composition-wise, that's a very unique comp, right?
Yeah, I mean, we saw what? Season 0, 2-2-2. Then the triple support kind of came out of nowhere, and they kind of adjusted that a little bit with the patches. And then now we're getting triple tank. I mean, it's what next? You know, we're going to get 5 supports on the team strategist. Who knows? But definitely, it's been interesting to see these lineups and how they work, map dependent, obviously, and team dependent. But yeah, Sentinel's really liking that triple tank. We saw that yesterday in the scrim per se, and then obviously today. But then they also switched back, you know, to what they were comfortable with, and we're seeing people like Super Gomez, who's comfortable typically on that duelist role, you know, flex into you know, the Vanguard role. So pretty interesting.
Oh, yeah. I think that's a great point you bring up with the fact that, you know, Gomez is a very flexible player. I think a lot of players are going to end up being like Gomez and already have been. I think, you know, in Marvel Rivals and how the space is developed, you have to play so many heroes, it feels like, even Vanguards or Duelists. You know, I know a lot of people in ranked will be like, okay, I'm just going to play this Duelist, lock this hero, and not play anything else. But you know, even top-tier Duelist players like Super Gomez, like you said, are playing over, you know, to Doctor Strange. At points, may even try out a Magneto. Not only is he really good at, like, Star-Lord, but he's also having to be incredibly talented at Vanguard. And I think that's the mold that we're going to see moving forward, Cozy, is, like, these hyper-flexible players.
Yeah, I think it's important when, you know, me and you and I are playing Rivals, the viewers, it's good to learn one hero to get going, but the more flexible you can get, the more value you can bring to the team and really increase your chances of winning, right? You can look at what's weak, what's not happening. And I got to tell you, overall, I'm impressed that people like Hogs, who only was playing something like Hulk, could go into Venom instantly, then the Thing. And then we have Kalush, who was playing Doctor Strange strictly yesterday, and then swaps over to Magneto, and then now you had Super Gomez playing the Strange. So even within the department of Vanguard, they're able to switch the heroes, not getting comfortable too much on one specific one. And I got to tell you, duelist-wise, having just one duelist on a team, that's a lot to bear, you know, take them down and really kind of slow down their role and potential.
Yeah, another great point you make, Cozy. I think, like you said, that there's a lot on that singular duelist player, and that's why, you know, you have to, if you're the team playing against that triple Vanguard composition with a solo duelist or triple strategist, solo duelist, like you said, you have to focus that guy, right? That's like the priority for a lot of these teams, especially when it's a Hela out in the lobby or a Namor flanking. You have to mark these things, understand the idea of your composition, you know, whether that be super brawly, you know, playing together. There's so many different ways you have to understand it, but I think if you're playing against that comp in itself, you need to be hard focused on those solo duelist players. So we're heading into another match today, the third game of the day, Cozy, between Envy and Shroud-X, two completely new teams to the scene, and it's going to be incredibly exciting, this matchup between these fresh faces.
Yeah, look at Shroud-X. We got that black background. I know Shroud was saying they had the white one. We've got your logo ready to rock and roll now, and we head into the pick ban phase. This is where you get a little bit of a taste, little teaser on what we might see. Obviously, Envy is in blue, and we've got Shroud-X in red. And we have an Invisible Woman ban coming out the gate from Shroud-X.
Invisible Woman is indeed, like, Sue in general is such a good hero. I mean, you could play her with most compositions. I think she's been so strong. I mean, obviously we had the Cloak and Dagger buffs recently, so you can kind of, you know, plug and play Cloak and Dagger instead of having Sue, but, you know, very strong hero in general with that ultimate with the boundary. And on the other side, a Doctor Strange ban comes through for Envy.
Wow, love to see the Doctor Strange ban. Already different bans than what we saw previously with the Invisible Woman. Typically, we see Loki, Luna in that role of getting shut down early, and this save pick is going to really tell us the story of what Envy is trying to get done here with a Magneto. They need a little bit of love, 60% roughly being picked right now across the higher ranked game. So very loved Vanguard at that. And then, of course, you got to get the Wolverine to match that. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the Wolverine ban or protect, I think we've seen it in previous series too, in the last series between Nightmare and Sentinels. However, you know, teams favoring Winter Soldier over that character. But Star-Lord, Luna Snow ban come through on the side to potentially counter out any Namor, so obviously a bit more focus on the strategist bans this time, but obviously I think this is going to show a little bit of Groot gameplay probably for the first time in a little bit, considering, you know, Groot is such a hyper-focused ban for a lot of these top teams. I wouldn't be too surprised to see it come through for, you know, a team like Shroud-X.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we got Star-Lord ban, and that's going to take care of a little bit of the, even though it's not getting rid of Adam Warlock, you are taking away, you know, the firepower behind that passive. Very strong, seeing that a lot in comp. And then Luna, good to get down, because that does handle a little bit of what Loki is capable of. And all I know is I am pumped to see what these two teams have to offer as we head in with Envy on defense first, and the offense is going to Shroud-X.
I think this, you know, we're going to see probably more set composition for Envy on defense. You know, this team in general, right, just recently signed, and most teams in this tournament as well, just recently signed to their roster, but Envy specifically have a ton of veteran talent, you know, across the scene in general. However, you know, in terms of experience in Marvel Rivals, they, you know, I'm sure in general need to just play, get a ton of reps in. I'm sure they have been this entire week leading up to this. So seeing them on this composition makes a lot of sense. You got Space on as Magneto and Remix on the Thing alongside, you know, a fantastic backline you mentioned earlier, Cozy, with Loki and Cloak and Dagger.
Hey, listen, Shroud signed his team because they were young and wanted the opportunity. Well, here is your opportunity to show what you've got. And Dogman, I'm excited to see as this battle commences, and we've got some early aggression, fast and loose, and the Cloak and Dagger. Love to see that after the patch.
Yeah, oh my God, by the way, nice hook immediately into Impunity, into the Groot wall, or a Groot wall to try to save it on the other side, but Visions does trade it back. Cal trying to go over that top left flank. Did get shut down, but a kidnap in the sky. Doom comes back down. Magneto, though, able to back on out with the Cloak. It's enough to get rid of Space with a debuff from the Cloak and Dagger of Fidel. So great work from Shroud-X so far to take down the tanks on the side as they try to walk forward. It looks like Envy are sort of backing up and giving up a lot of space at the moment.
Yeah, love to see that Bucky hook into the Groot right away. We're going to see a lot of that. That's a huge strategy, and it just shuts them down massively. Having the Groot on one side is going to be interesting. And as we see Envy Gal taking out Nuck in a huge strategist kill, as they are going to be holding a strong defense here. And we'll see if we get yet another powerful hook here from NK.
I don't know. Oh my gosh, by the way, here comes NK with the Kraken. Impact immediately on the impunity after finding the opening elimination onto Nuck. Not sure what happened with him. He just got kind of a little bit caught out in the middle of the point, but obviously resets come through once you get rid of a Loki clone. As another Kraken impact, ready to go, comes back in through. Also trying to dodge this Magneto, go back into the lamps of the Loki on his own side. Everybody sort of regrouped on both teams. After Windows, Magneto ultimate runs out, the Meteor and removed. Nice hook as well from NK to force out the bubbles onto the Magneto on his own side. Cloak and Dagger rolls on both team sides to kind of create a little bit of space. Case can come through with the slam dunk, but Cal, meanwhile, on the side, able to take down one. They're able to melt down this Goddess ultimate as well, and the hook from NK. So at the moment, Envy are actually looking very strong. 2 minutes left to go. They're able to find elimination after elimination and have great ultimate usage.
Surprised me here on defense as we have the ult still in line for Gal, taking out most of the strong ultimates on their team. I mean, we went through most of them. Both of the Magneto ults did miss. They threw up the dunk and unfortunately did not grab the 2 points. But my goodness, this defense from Envy, they're looking confident and ready for this matchup. Not blown out by the lights in any regard as we see Vision get the pick on Cal here. They'll hold on. Shroud-X is not done. They say not just like that. With a minute and a half on the clock, we've got Kraken Impact coming down, and look at Impunity taking down NK. Envy Space also trading with the Doom. Both Buckies are out now, Dogman.
Yeah, both strategist ultimates, or at least the defensive one, a little bit unfortunate timing there. Couldn't save NK with the Kraken Impact. With that ultimate gone, Shroud-X and crew were able to just like walk forward with the Cloak ultimate. Just continue to stuff out these choke points. Get the staggers on the payload. Cal obviously wants to walk out, maybe get a stagger ultimate. Gets the res on the Sleepy as well to bring it back into the fight. So that's big for this defensive side, but they got to walk out of the choke point. It's going to be so hard, though, versus all of these daggers and Visions and crew. Able to shut out the defense right now. They're going to move on to the second phase of the match.
Man, I think Shroud-X, they must have heard us through the mic there because they ended up bringing the full heat on that last battle. And I got to say, Cal's doing a great job on this Hela, keeping people at bay with the dagger there. But Vision able to match up well as Doom is going to be taking out Cal, as I just mentioned them. And Doom now putting forward the pressure. Doom, highly respected duelist by many of the players in this tournament. Many of the players told me, in fact, Doom is one of the GOATs in the duelist department in the North American region as they push up the pressure, trying to get past this first point here. Often this is a choke that if you can get past, it's smooth sailing from there, and we're going to have a big team fight as we look at Shroud-X with now 5 ultimates online. This is about to be ultimate fireworks, Dogman.
Into the Groot ultimate. Here comes the Magneteor over the top. Or Magneto ultimate over the top onto Paint. Meanwhile, Vision on the top right, able to get a nice angle as well. Cal does trade it back, and so does Space, so it's not really over just yet. On the right side, Visions as well, trying to take the duel. Cal gets some of the health back, but a Hell ultimate on the defensive angle, or offensive angle, into a Cloak and Dagger ultimate, so it soaks up all of that damage. Meanwhile, the Kraken Impact does find one, however, it is traded out by Visions, who is finding a ton of value compared to Cal with his own on the other side. That's why Hella Ultimate is so important to not waste. And a really great damage-dealing ultimate. Meanwhile, they have to come back Envy with no ultimates through this choke point. Same thing with Shroud-X. They're playing it slow. They've built up Fidel's ultimate, the Cloak and Dagger ult. They could go aggressive if they want to. Look for that pick with the hook, though, that comes through. Cal, though, able to take down Window. That was a nice shot from him on the backside, also with the lamps. Cal, meanwhile, came through on the top left to finally take down Visions and recontrol the objective.
It's like Claude Rumble out here. The Hell is just carrying heavy weight up. I mean, welcome to esports as we've seen some massive Goddess of Death have to respect it. And really nice flow there as well. I thought they were going to be able to get that cap, but Envy coming together as a team, able to secure it. And we do have at least Shroud-X having the Cloak and Dagger ultimate online. A lot of Envy's ultimates about to be ready to go. We have not just Cloak, but also Loki coming up there, 76%. And this is going to be another tight battle, and it's going to come down to who can get the picks during the support windows, who can hold on to those support ultimates just a little longer than the other team, Dogman.
Yeah, Remix and crew trying to do a good job keeping Cal alive. Meanwhile, Space on the front line, able to get the final blow on Visions to the top right. Also, Cal trying to take his flank, and he's doing a good job controlling these. Also, ultimate from Remix connects flush onto basically everybody. Fidel does come back through with his Cloak and Dagger ultimate, but 2 people are already dead. Meanwhile, Loki comes to the top right, tries to take the duel, or at least control that angle, but Cal shuts it out for now, forcing those cooldowns, forcing his team back. Meanwhile, here comes that meteor over the top. Is it going to connect? No, it does not, but here comes Cal, or Vision, in the sky with the Crow, but now here comes that Goddess ultimate over the top side into so much healing on the low ground. But everybody's staying healthy on Shroud-X. They come back through with a Kraken Impact to the remix. He's going to go down. They also get another one in Visions with the follow-up on NK. That's some great damage even through Strategist ultimate to try to keep everybody alive. They're trying to hold on. Team Envy is down 2 members. They're going to be in a tough spot, however, as they're going to make it a little bit awkward, maybe get a recontest in overtime.
Huge Kraken impact there to get things snowballing. Vision putting on the pressure. Shroud-X finally capitalizing as we have Remix, the only one really available with Clobber in time that can set up the other kills here, and he does pop it off right now. Vision getting the kill on Envy Sleepy, and we have Cal taking down Doom. Cal taking with the Sleepy res coming from that, and this is folding fast here. Can Envy hold on, or will they get the point?
I think at the moment, Shroud-X and team are kind of walking forward on Remix and Envy. Overall, they've been able to withstand the retake. It was a little awkward. I mean, Remix, yeah, he had a big ultimate, had a big clobbering time. Unfortunately, could not find the follow-up damage. And generally it seems like Shroud-X, are their backs against the wall here, Cozy. They've been constantly, been able to kind of come through and close it out.
Can I just say, welcome to Esports Vision. I mean, I'm watching this guy just put out play after play. He's got some incredible aim and clutchness behind him. That's what you need when your back's against the wall. When you have that clock at 0 and the overtime clock's on, it's that much more stressful. And he's showing that he can rise up to the occasion. As Window now pushing forward a little bit here with the Magneto. Do have the ultimates online. Does throw up the Meteor. Can he connect on the dunk? He misses slightly, but does get the damage. Almost there, trying to get the follow-up kill, but the Kraken impact comes up. And here we go with the next dunk, Dogman.
Yeah, the group walls plus the lamps. I mean, it was so hard to be able to connect on that. They actually just went for the backline further. Meanwhile, Shroud-X Duke able to find one. Also with the damage buff from Cloak and Dagger, able to find even more value. And with that, they're pushing forward. 30 seconds left. Paint is going to go down as well as the rest of the crew. Envy is going to be able to come back with 20 seconds left. They've got the copy available. Same thing.
Kraken impact coming online here in just a moment. This is going to help them definitely close things out. They're going to be focusing on this door. All they need is a small push. Can they just get the pressure on enough? We've got the thing coming in. Will it be enough? Kraken impact ready to go at any time. Doom saving it as Vision trying to get a little bit of a pick. No one really bothering to attack her too much as she does need to flee back here, and here we go. Cloak now activating theirs, trying to get that aggressive pressure. Fidel, nice time ult here, and that Kraken impact still ready to go.
So ready to go. Also, Groot ultimate available. Meanwhile, Cal still looking for the flank. Has ultimate if he gets caught out. Able to take down Visions, but straight on the side by 2 members. Cal, though, able to find the second one and get the res back on a Sleepy. However, Doom still getting a ton of value on the low ground. Here comes the Goddess in the sky, looking for Doom, shutting him out for now, making sure that Winter Soldier cannot come back. And Cal, again, has been an absolute hero for Team Envy. As everybody else is cleaned up, and only 2 points were given, 105 meters total for the side of Shroud-X.
What a hold. Asgard fears hella for a reason. I mean, Cal coming up clutch there with the finish, and I mean, I thought for sure as they were closing in, they're coming out of that right wing of the spawn, that it was going to be the cap, but no, holding them to 2, as much as I do, massive on this point. Now all we need is a thorough finish, and it will be done. Anything surprise you there, team comp wise, or even just strategy?
I mean, I do think it's interesting for Envy not to be running Groot. I think that's, it's definitely it can work for sure, like we've seen previously. I mean, Remix had some really big ultimates in general, but with how much Groot has been played, so far and prioritized in terms of the pick ban phase, it's interesting to see. But, overall, just a great work by Envy in general to get the full hold there, or to get the hold at the very end. Obviously, these maps, I think, are generally defensive-sided, though. So, we'll see how this first point goes in general as we take a look at the stats, across the board. Remix putting in a ton of work, and for the other side, all the Vanguards and Duelists doing insane for Shroud-X too.
Yeah, look at these Vanguard numbers. You know, often the most, I would say, unrecognized role sometimes in a matchup. But we have 16k, 14k damage there down for Shroud-X, really showing up. And then, I mean, Vision and Cal. I mean, that is the matchup I've got my eyes on. Amazing versus Delena was definitely something that people look towards today. But this is a hella matchup that I want to look for the diff there. Will it make the difference? We'll find out here as we now have Shroud-X on defense.
Yeah, and if you saw, by the way, Remix swapping over to the group. You saw how much damage Infinity blocked with his group walls. I mean, nearly 40k damage blocked. In general, I feel like group walls are just unkillable. It's just so hard to get rid of them. It's just so much spam in terms of clutter on the battlefield you have to deal with as duelists and Vanguards in general. Meanwhile, Envy's walking up, taking a whole lot of space. The Shroud want to contest it to make sure they can't get to this pillar side. Both Vanguards kind of trading back and forth. The grab comes through onto Window. Does he live this time, right? Previously on defense, it didn't work out for him. Hook comes through onto Loki, but Remix is the one that's going to go down on the right side. Cal also will fall to Window. So right now, Shroud-X doing a good job with the hold as they clean up Envy.
Wow, that went from all going on the right side to kind of conversing into the middle. And I thought after that hook, it was going to spell danger, but really nice job to keep things safe. You know, shout out to the strategist there, keeping everybody alive. And again, like you said, we now have the group v group, and that's what I was expecting a bit more. That's what you tend to see more because we have the Buckies ready to pull and ready to put behind the wall and just put them in a tough position. But now we've got Loki, Fidel, and Nuck both with their strategists ready, with their ultimates ready to pop. And that should give them a lot of just safety here as the aggression's going to rise.
3-2-1 Terra Cape, aggressive push from offense. You want to go with those Cloak and Dagger, windows of opportunity to make sure you get those debuffs. Meanwhile, here comes the Loki copy on the backside. Envy space. Oh my gosh, nice elimination opportunity off of the group walls. Comes back through with the Meteor M, tries the 360 no-scope it. Doesn't connect necessarily, but the Cloak and Dagger ultimates are all on this payload, so nobody's really going to pass away just yet. Here comes the delayed Cloak and Dagger ult with the copy. Meanwhile, Windows able to take down NK, so that's a nice pick for them onto Paint as well. So right now, it's all in the favor of Shroud on this defensive hold. They're looking super strong. Envy, you know, they're sent back to the drawing board.
Wow, I mean, Ultimate Rainbow. It was fireworks of Ultimate at one point. You just saw every which one in the game. I think I even saw an unreleased character's Ultimate happen right then. Really strong yet again hold from Shroud-X. When you think it might spell danger, they keep coming up with the clutchness, and that's what you need. You need the onions, right? Now, Envy, Pain, and Cal ready to have a little bit of offense here. That Hella ult is going to be fine, but Vision also having their Goddess of Death on lock as well, but Paint will be able to spread out that Eternal Bond, hopefully communicating with the team where to go when they need to. But here we go, Vision getting the remix pick, which is going to help them just snowball this on defense a little bit more as they go in close into the building a bit here.
Yeah, you were talking about how feared Doom is at the moment as a character, as a pro player right now. I mean, that hook came through the group walls to follow up onto Remix. He just got caught out. And without Remix in this fight, it's going to be incredibly difficult. So if you get staggered here, which at the moment it looks like they are. I mean, NK barely lives with his life. If they can get even more people out, that'd be nice. But those cooldowns already moved. With the lamps gone, you know that cooldown is not here for this next upcoming fight. This Meteor M could be absolutely massive for Window as they play back with 40 seconds left to go. How do they want to take this approach here? Doom just spamming out, looking for the hook. Impact comes out and into the Root ultimate. 1, 2, make it 3. Everybody else is going to fall as well. No ultimates. No more ultimates will be used. Sleepy unfortunately committed an ultimate. Same with Cal. That's really bad for this upcoming fight. You could have used those, but with 20 seconds left, it's feeling inevitable.
You know, right now in this meta, Groot carries a lot of weight on his shoulders. How the walls work, who's going to mess up first, and then you capitalize on it. Oh my goodness, though, that Kraken Impact slam dunk into the Groot ult we typically see with both Bucky and Namor capitalizing on it. And they're going to have one last chance to push, but Doom says, not if I have anything to say about it, as he takes out the Spider-Man, just trying to touch the point. And here comes the Kraken Impact from NK, and here's the slam dunk. Can he hit LeBron James? Not quite here. It's getting closer to the Eternal Bond spread it as well.
He does a great root wall to hide behind. Meanwhile, the again and again not going to find too much. Well, actually, never mind. Remix and the crew able to kind of just walk forward. Nice support here from the pack line of Envy as they try to walk down the rest of Shroud-X, and they're able to come back and get rid of Nuke. So even with ultimate disadvantage because of the previous fight, they're able to come back in
Wow.
overtime, cap out, and move into the second phase of the map.
I mean, that was just clockwork for the first, 3, 4 fights. And then just like that, you never want to count yourself out. These teams, they've been playing together. They know what it's like to be down, and you can't count yourself out. That's what it's like playing at the top pro level. And here we go. I mean, just like that, we thought it was overtime and done. But no, all they need to do is get a little bit further. 2 minutes, though. Lost a lot of time here, as we do have the first Hella Ultimate popping. And Vision going up with Window as well. Can Window connect? Window missing and dying to NK.
Yeah, unfortunately not going to find anything there. Impact comes through on the other side from Doom, but it's a mid-cloak ult. So not going to find much more value. Cal as well, and Deputy nice staggers come through. And Envy at the moment, I mean, they're on a little bit of a snowball right now. Is Shroud-X sent back to the spawn after using a few ultimates to no avail.
Yeah, get reset here, right? We got a tiny touch of staggering, so they're just going to reset. Listen, they played great on 4 fights, so this is going to be the toughest one yet, though. Getting through this corridor, you've got the Groot walls, you can go top side or behind the left there, but this is always just a tough, awkward fight, as we have a Groot ult popping out immediately from Remix to get this thing started. And this is where it's tough, just trying to break through these walls. They don't have a Punisher. They don't have something to get through it immediately, but they do find their way in as Vision closes on NK, gets the Bucky out of the fight, and a huge double dunk from space.
Oh my. That was, I don't think that was a prediction. It was just lucky that the Crow from Hella eventually ended up in that choke point. So both duelists removed now. Envy in a great spot off of an amazing Meteor M from space. They play it back, though. Wait out these ultimates for ultimate. Meanwhile, from Remix as well, catches out some tanks. They have the follow-through in terms of damage. Here comes the Kraken impact from NK. Can they get the resets? It doesn't look like it, so that ultimate will unfortunately be wasted, as it looks like the side of Shroud-X are finally regrouped around this objective. Also, Groot ultimate coming up for the side of Shroud-X. Can they find that in the nick of time before Stratus ultimates are even here? Impunity has it ready to go. Shield's also down. Throws out the Groot ultimate. They're into the crystals. But Cal into the sky. Gonna drop this Goddess ultimate. Able to get so much damage downrange. Also the support ults are here. The Stratus ultimates are available. And because of it, Impunity is going to fall. And same thing with Window. Unfortunately, Fidel's ultimate just a little bit too late. Unless Doom can go absolutely insane, this is going to be tough. Doom with one. Can he find another one? Comes through on the backside. Does get the resets as well off the Loki clones. But another Groot ultimate is available for Remix. No more crystals as well to keep them alive. Throws out the Groot ultimate on the Doom. Can finally stop him. Throws out the walls. But the heals are here as well. He comes back down with another Kraken impact on the inside. Is looking for even more in the 1 versus 1.
And we got 4.
It's traded out by NK, though, and it looks like Shroud-X are going to hold on in the last second. Spider-Man comes through a touch, but nobody else is here, and they hold in the street phase of Idris Pack.
Woo! Doom doing what he does best. I mean, just like that. You said only if Doom can pull it off. And 1, 2, not 3, but 4 eliminations there. And Fidel, I mean, just barely getting that Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond out. Barely getting it to get enough healing on Doom to get his thing done. And wow, even though only 2 points on Shroud-X's initial push was just enough. And look at these stats here. Let's take a look at the healing here on Shroud-X's side. Huge numbers, cracking over 6 digits. What impressed you the most as you look at the stats here?
I mean, I mean, obviously final hits are very important in this game. You know, a lot of people talk about damage numbers. They'll talk about, you know, all these sort of things. But at the moment, I think in terms of just raw stats, which obviously, you know, you need context for stats in general. But, you know, final hits obviously showing a lot there. I think we saw as well, Cozy, like, what do you think about these flanks from both Vision and Doom? You know, I mean, like, they had perfectly timed flanks, and it seemed like every time we're finding value like we saw in even that last fight.
Yeah, I mean, really what defines a good Hella, obviously getting eliminations, getting nice damage, but we've been seeing Delena showed us earlier with 100 Thieves, being at the right place, the right time. We did see somebody at the right place, the wrong time, whenever they happened to go into that Meteor M with Magneto, which was, I mean, my goodness, got the 2-piece there. And that's where I thought things were really going to, turn the tide. But altogether, I mean, I'm impressed with both teams. Nothing stood out incredible that one was just overpowering the other. It just so happened that that first point was that much harder to get. They didn't have enough time to capitalize on the second.
No, yeah, I mean, I think that I agree with you in that. Like, Shroud-X is like a really good team, but, you know, overall, obviously, at the very last second, we faltered on first point. It's very hard to first point hold. So, you know, they came back in the clutch and were able to shut out. But let's check out the highlights from that series and then come back with that map number 2.
stopping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Go easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down! It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Welcome back over to the Marvel Rivals Invitational North America Edition. My name is Dogman, joined by Cozy. We just finished up map number 1 between Team Envy and Shroud-X. Cozy, in that map number 1, it was pretty back and forth, man. I mean, we saw both teams, neither one able to cap out the whole map, but obviously Shroud-X came out on top, and now we're going into map number 2. What's your overall thoughts from that map?
listen, Shroud said he got together a team, assembled a team, if you will, of up-and-comers that could they get to that next level. And I think they really proved it here. I was thoroughly impressed with coordination and how it went. But that being said, did Envy show you enough that you think that they can easily make this next match contested and or close?
I think so. I mean, like we said, they have a lot of very good, top level talent in general. I feel like Cal has taken a very interesting path. I think that in previous titles he played like a strategist role, he played like a support role kind of, and then coming into this game, obviously just one-tricking duelist, playing a ton more of that role. I think it's hard to learn. I think that you both can agree just in general for the whole game, the whole player base, like everybody wants to play duelist. So with that in mind, there's going to be so much talent in the duelist role. There's going to be so many people looking to be top level duelist players, and I think it's difficult coming from another game, playing support, playing strategist, and going over to duelist. So I'd be interested to see if he can maybe keep up with Vision in other side with Doomed on the side. I think he has it in him. I just think that first map, obviously it's a team-based game, still didn't really go his way or Envy's way at all. Like you said, they do have it in them. They have really good players across the board, mechanically skilled players, but we'll have to see on this next map. On Domination, you can definitely show a lot more mechanical prowess.
Yeah, I mean, Shroud-X's team, Intergalactic, previously, right? They came in 4th in the MCR, so they have a lot of that connection. They've been playing together for a long time, and, I feel like this is just the dawn, the birth of this new esports, scene, and so some of these teams are going to get to play with each other more and more, but you're definitely going to have a bigger advantage if you've played together already. Now, if you guys don't know, it's 1-0 right now, Shroud-X with the win, and, I mean, altogether, we're going into Burnin' T'Challa, the Domination map. A couple people on Shroud-X's team said this was their favorite map to play. And again, just like that, Shroud-X with the Invisible Woman ban.
The Invisible Woman ban again. That happened the first map too, right? So that's coming through again. That character does get a ton of play in general, so it makes a lot of sense. Also, wait, is this the exact same? Pick bans, protect bans again. We saw a Stranger Thing ban first last map too, so...
Invisible Woman's way down the charts, at least globally, when it comes to bans. I'm shocked that we got double bans. Obviously, no pushing, no pulling.
Cozy, I mean, that's why, like, Magneto Protect comes through, but it's just like the pro scene compared to, the regular player base, I suppose. I mean, it's just like everybody's thinking, like 2 steps ahead here, right? Almost. It's just like Invisible Woman's, low priority ban in the lower tiers, but up here, it's such a strong hero that I guess it makes sense.
Hey, we're going to see a mirror of bans. And you're right, actually. Loki, was first kind of showcased the most whenever we saw it in the MRC from Harvey. And that's maybe the same thing here. But, when I make tier lists, I always do high elo and low elo, right? Or the pro scene and not, because it's just a different game at times, right? So if you're seeing something that maybe you're not familiar with playing the game, that's okay. And listen, I see Envy Paint over there as the Jeff. Are we just joking around a little bit? Or are we just trying to have some fun?
I mean, maybe we saw the ban come through from Sentinels in the first game. Namor ban comes through on the side instead of Luna Snow this time. I mean, you can play, triple strategist Jeff flanker. I watched a lot of scrims this last week, and not to leak scrims. I don't think they'll care if I leak this one. Like FlyQuest was playing like triple strategist with a Jeff flank in like Black Panther comp, and they would just perma send Jeff to flank. And I talked to Coach Yoki, the head coach of Team FlyQuest. He mentioned how Jeff, and a lot of people agree with this in general. Jeff's like a top 3 flanker in the game. I mean, you got like Hela, you got some other characters that are super good at flanking Namor. And Jeff's also up there with like being an uneliminatable demon. It's tough to get rid of him.
Tell me you saw that clip of the Jeff of Kurova spitting into the Groot tree.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh, that was one of the all-time Marvel rival clips. Brutal. But here we go. We got Groot versus Groot. We thought we'd see that at the first point. Didn't get that last time, but now very similar lineups. Now, Nuck did tell me that he loves Rocket Raccoon. I mean, obviously, we're getting the armor packs out there, but, it'd be cool to see him go on his word. He likes it. It's his favorite character. Would he ever play it? Probably not, but we'll see.
I mean, maybe, yeah, if you run like they call it Triple Z in the pro scene, running that Winter Soldier alongside the Punisher and Rocket Raccoon. You know, both just using it for like that extra bonus health, sadly.
Can't pass up on the res from Hella, right? That passive just being so strong, right? You know, you don't go with the Adam Warlock passive. You got the Hella, and if your Hella is crazy on the DPS, it's going to help out a lot as we have two teams going at it right away. Think about the high ground as they're using that big pillar that is unbreakable for cover.
Yeah, you know, I like the positioning from both teams at the moment. The neutral Remix just giving up on it right to the point, bailing towards the objective as the walls come up and the point is about to unlock. Here it comes. Seems like Envy's on it first. However, both teams sort of trading it back and forth. Both iron walls, both big walls used first by Groots on either side. No eliminations found just yet as Envy actually having to back up a little bit. Forcing the crystals out early is massive because with that cooldown out now, you're not able to save anybody with that Loki. But oh my gosh, Cal from the top left. We talked about how he needed to play well on this map, but he does so immediate impact on divisions. However, Doom trades it back. Paint's going to go down. No ultimates just yet as MK is going to fall. I mean, you had Nuck and his copy come through, and with that, they're able to get more value towards the cart, or towards the objective. Doom again with the Kraken impact just to secure the elimination onto Remix. Also gets the resets on the Sleepy crew, and Doom yet again with massive Kraken impact after Kraken impact. Cal does trade one, but at this point, it might be too little too late. In fact, Sleepy got res towards the point just to get stacked.
I mean, picking up where we left off, Doom and Kraken impact, right? That might be the story of the matchup of these two teams. And that's the thing about Loki. Very strong, but those clones able to reset Kraken impact and just snowball this thing. And we start to get the point now going over to Shroud-X. Beautiful first battle as both teams were pretty safe until Cal did rise up, get that pick on Vision, but a little too late after Doom did his thing with the Kraken impact. And right here, you can see, Dogman, how these group walls, this is where it matters. Can you pull people apart? We do have the ultimate coming from Remix, but the support ults come in at window with the slam dunk. Can he pull it off? And he does on Cal.
Yeah, on to Cal on the left side flank. We thought it was looking good for the side of Envy after they forced cooldowns out, but Doomed and Crew just kind of come back through, able to force everybody out, even though Paint's ultimate, eliminating the team of Envy before they could even get to Paint's ultimate in that Groot ultimate from Impunity. So nice work from Shroud-X so far.
Hey, Shroud-X said this is one of their favorite maps. Many players on the team, and so we're seeing it right here. They're comfortable in domination. They love it. And some teams don't love domination. It could be a bit of a weird game mode at times here as we're getting some poking from Doom, seeing if he can grab an important hook here and try to pull a vital tank. He does, but the Groot wall was in place to stop the hook.
Yeah, everybody's shooting those walls, by the way, making sure they're not getting any extra damage. Getting so much HP. Oh my god, the hook! Forcing Remix over to the back of the map. Window shields it off as well from the heels, but team eventually there. With the copy is Sleepy. They're able to stay alive as well, live through Doom's Kraken impact. They in fact have their own Kraken impact coming up then capability. Here comes Space with the Meteor M. Over the top, looking for the dunk. Unfortunately not able to find it. Vision to the sky as well on the backside. Fidel trying to keep the team alive in the Groot ultimate. Able to do so. Remix, unfortunately, no follow-up there. It was around that left side angle. A bit too aggressive. Now here comes Window. Over the top into Impunity's ultimate. And it's a 99-0 at this point as Cal only finds one. Shut out by Shroud-X on the first round. Dagger's eventually going to come through. And overtime ticks down. Envy sent back and are down a single round.
Poor Sleepy, I've watched him come back a few times with the res just to go right back to sleep. I mean, at this point, we've had what really, to sum it up, is the ultimate battle, right? And seeing the way, very close comps, and so seeing what Goddess of Death is going to capitalize the most, who Meteor's M is going to get that important pick, and right now, I mean, Cal's doing a great job from that first match that we saw, but Shroud-X is locked in, Dogman.
Oh, yeah. You know, we talk about how this game is it's a very team-based oriented game. You know, unfortunately, we saw a little bit there in the last point. You know, Remix. Oh, my. Wait. We can close the stats. Close the stats. Oh, no. Close them. Guys, we don't need to look at stats. Stats don't matter. Anyway, moving forward, you know, we saw team-wise, right? Remix was looking for a bit too aggressive ultimate sometimes. Unfortunately, the team follow-up isn't there. And I think for Team Envy, you talked about it. You know, they're a very strong team in terms of mechanical players overall, but it's like you mentioned how teams that have played together for such a long time, they have, you know, repertoire together. Obviously they're going to play a lot more synergistical with one another, you know, given time, right?
I mean, I gotta say, yeah, looking at the bullet sponges, looking at the Vanguard, that's where we're seeing the big difference on this matchup. And they're gonna get more comfortable as they go on, and that's why I love this. This is not an elimination round. This is going to be for upper lower bracket. We're gonna see these teams get a bit more comfortable with each other as we see Shroud-X taking the high ground here, going to decide the initiation, but it breaks just like that, a snap of a pencil, and the fight is now happening on the point.
Yeah, Cal taking a super aggressive flank angle towards the health pack on the top side of the round. Meanwhile, a lot of rotations between these walls, sort of playing like a paintballer would, and almost just playing from Groot wall to Groot wall, jungling around this backside. Meanwhile, MK on the back left, taking a ton of poke damage from window. I mean, he's been an absolute nuisance so far on Magneto. Meanwhile, in the front line, able to take down the Vanguard of Remix is Visions, and they're able to walk forward, even though Paint dropped the fate of both worlds, so it's a bit too late to stay alive. NK tries to come back through with an Arm of Dangerous, but it's met by Nuck's ultimate, so nobody's going to go down to that. No resets available for that side of NK. They try to come back through with Sleepy's ultimate on the side, knowing that they have to back up his Shroud-X. Here comes the Meteor M. Can Space find anything? No, it's eaten by Window, who comes back through with his own Meteor M. Is he going to be able to find somebody from across the map? He is! NK sent back, and Vision and crew able to capitalize on Cal 2. So it looks like nobody else is going to be here for Envy. I mean, eventually Paint's going to fall down. Back to the spawn they go once again.
A half-court shot from Eric, as also known as Magneto. And I got to say, going from that window block on Space right into that was absolute clutch here, as we have now Shroud-X. Typically, people like to push in on this map when you get to this point, making it much tougher for them. And we saw kind of the same story from Yggdrasil, where Gru Remix happened to kind of fall early, and that just puts so much pressure on the team to try to stay alive, try to keep things going here. Vision trying to get an early pick, see what they can do. Doom might get a hook here, but he does get the finish on NK with a massive... Now we have 2 down with Remix, making 6v4. At this point, they're going to have to just reset completely, space out as well. Get to the point, run home if you can, and it's a little too late here, as they're going to have to reset fully once again, as Doom is just pushing forward.
Yeah, at this point, Mental might be in a little bit of a gutter right now at the moment. I mean, they could go even further. Usually you don't see a lot of teams hold this choke point, but look how aggressive Window is at the moment, but he's just looking for out of that extra charge on his ultimate. Going to continually back up now after building up that charge to get even in this fight. Coming up on 6 ultimates on their side. They can probably go before Envy's even ready. Here comes the ultimate from Doom. Forces out 1 ultimate. Here comes the Groot as well into the Magneto. And boom! Slam dunk onto Paint. However, now here comes NK on the other side. Able to find 1. Make it 2. Make it 3 for him. So far in this fight, it's looking good as Cal able to find another. They also run to touch the point as well. So with that, Envy actually have brought themselves back into it. Nuck does find a stagger. However, now Envy have control of the point.
Wow, impressive work from really both Winter Soldiers there. NK and Doom kind of trading back and forth. Again, we got that Clone Rumble thing happening again, just focusing on the 2 heroes getting it done. Such a game of momentum, and it looked like the momentum was leaned so far towards Shroud-X's team. However, it's now clutch with, Envy getting their space needed, just getting that mental reset. They're stuck in their spawn and now able to get things going. We have multiple ults ready for Envy as well, with not only just Loki, but also we've got both Hellas ready to go. So interested to see who kind of pops here first.
See both teams playing it slow. Crystals coming out on both sides. The fate of the both worlds comes out as well. Meanwhile, Impunity able to take down Cal through it, or with it rather. That's a nice reset from him. From top right, Vision's going for the flank, looking for Paint, able to find so, but Space, nice job tracking down that bird, able to trade it out. However, it's tough losing a strategist in this situation. Here comes that Groot ultimate. Space trying to live, trying to stay alive. Unfortunately, there's too much damage here for Shroud-X as they clean up the point.
Just chaos going on. One would say pure chaos happening at that point. I mean, really good job there for the pick and trading there with the Hella, but a little too late here. Shroud-X picking off, and just, I mean, the story here has been just the coordination, and that's what you're going to get when you've played together this long. Just seeing how these teams are clicking together, and just got to hand it for the 2-0 on domination map picked by Envy, but ultimately falling to Shroud-X.
Shroud-X looking good at the moment. They look like a top 4 team at the current moment in terms of how they're playing as a team, how they're playing as a unit right now. They look very good. We'll have to see moving forward. Like you said, it's not the end of the world necessarily for Envy. There's more time for them to iron things out. As you know, it's like you said, it's like a round robin just to get everybody ready to go for that full playoff bracket. And for Shroud-X, I mean, you got to feel pretty good, right? In the current meta, if they can keep improving at this style, maybe we'd like to see a few more different compositions out of them, considering, you know, Groot wasn't banned, Invisible Woman and Strange were first bans both times. So I'd be curious to see if they're forced into maybe different compositions. But at the moment, in this group comp, they look pretty good.
Yeah, you know what? Talked to several players on several teams, and almost all of them said, do not sleep on Shroud-X. And I would agree, too. I'm interested to see, you know, when they do go against 100 Thieves, when they go against Sentinels, are they going to have to face the Loki being gone? And how are they going to adapt to that? You know, Shroud did mention that they learned they have their own play style, and then they were learning a new one. But obviously, a week is not a lot of time to get that whole strategy locked in, ready to go. Unsure which one we're seeing right now is the new play style or the old, but they look comfortable with what they're going on with. What would be your highlight of that match or MVP in your eyes?
I mean, it's obviously, I think, a team effort, but I mean, we have to shout out what Doom did on that first map. I think second map, it was, you know, overall an outplay from the team. They just like really just ran down, you know, constantly made sure that, you know, Envy was uncomfortable. But for me, definitely Doomed. I mean, he looks really good. You know, you pointed him out earlier before the series even started, how a lot of people are maybe, you know, a bit terrified of this man. I think he's definitely warranted as one of the best duelist players. But, you know, obviously everybody on Shroud-X looked really good. And, you know, I'm sure Shroud, like you mentioned, is probably happy seeing his team do as well as they did.
And listen, tip of the cap to the Vanguard. The Vanguard play was a lead there from Shroud-X's team. I mean, Window, I'm never going to forget that block into the slam dunk that was killer in a huge momentum swing. I mean, that really solidified, honestly, to me, the finish at that point. But yeah, listen, Envy just merged not too long ago. It's still the beginning, and they have a lot of time to get this thing together and strategies figured out a bit more. And we're going to see that as we move forward here. But altogether, I think the main thing that stood out was the DPS of Hella and Bucky. I mean, Doom was just on a roll. That man came ready to play today.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he looks really good on Winter Soldier. You know, as far as we know, too, he's incredibly flexible from, you know, practice, from games leading up to this to, you know, other tournaments being played, right? This team does look very good, and there's a reason why, you know, we saw in that interview earlier with Harvey how you mentioned, you know, this team is a team to look out for alongside FlyQuest. So, you know, they're going to be constantly improving, I'm sure. You know, obviously it's just day number 1, 2 of the Invitational. And then, you know, obviously we have next week going to be closing out on everything, you know, getting those championship series, getting the finals underway. I mean, that'll be incredibly exciting. So still early days for sure, but there's a lot of Marvel Rivals still to be played in 2025. We'll see who the best team maybe by the end of the year is. You know, at the moment, I think we talk about teams, you know, I'm sure you can agree, 100 Thieves probably look like one of the best teams right now, if not the best, at least in North America. But for you, you know, maybe a bit of a controversial maybe take here, Cozy. What do you think? Where do you think they place in that top 4, maybe top 5 team so far?
I mean, listen, Shroud-X proved that they got 4th before in the MRC. And this is the cool thing right now, where you're at with Marvel Rivals, is that it's so developing, right? And these players were in the MRC and then they got pulled into the pro teams. And so, you know, we have controller players completely dominating in TTK, and anyone at this point can kind of rise up. So the story's still being written. And even though the likes of previously Nightmare, now Sentinels, was kind of the GOATs that people thought at the beginning, even though, you know, Mutants did take that Alpha tournament, as we've continued to see things, it is a rivalry. We already have them going back and forth between each other and now 100 Thieves and Sentinels. And so I would say it's a close third. We're about to hop into Fly, and I want to see how FlyQuest does. That's going to be really the big difference for me, because I think FlyQuest, they've got a lot of talent. Previously, Euphoria, who was in the MRI from season 0, that went against Nightmare in the finals. Again, Nightmare now the Sentinels. And so that's the team I want to see to ultimately play Shroud-X. But right now, they're my easy 3.
Oh, yeah. I think I would agree with you on that. Maybe, you know, 3-4 slot. It's up in the air at the current moment. And you know, they're looking really good. Obviously, we'll have an interview with Nook from Shroud-X in just a moment. We're gonna have Nook here on, I believe. You know, obviously, strategist player from Shroud-X. You know, played Loki in that series. Overall, really, really good player. Hopefully, he'll be on the line in a second.
Yeah, looks like Nook is ready to go here.
There he is.
Yo.
Welcome in. Hello, my friend. How you doing?
Yo.
How you feeling after that match? I mean, great Loki play. Hey, look at you teased Rocket. You said it was your favorite hero. I thought maybe, just maybe, we'd see the Rocket, but great Loki play overall.
It's not really Rocket's like not really playable with like how much sustains in the game. I love to play him. Don't get me wrong. Like I won the alpha playing him. He was a blast, but not really playable in the tournament, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you guys are like really good at this group comp in terms of 2-2-2 so far. I'm sure, and I want to get your take on this actually as the tournament still goes on, and obviously the meta is still, all over the place. Do you guys have, a potential triple strategist comp ready to go? Potentially have those triple Vanguard comps, ready to go potentially for other teams, or is that just kind of like a Sentinels only thing?
We've tried like triple something. It just never works. Like we're definitely got 2-2-2 like traditional. Like that's why I say our team's like we're very a traditional team when it comes to comps. We don't really do anything too quirky or anything like that. I think triple Vanguard's a Sentinels only thing, and there's it's kind of a cheese comp. I'm not gonna lie, it's very cheesy, low skill ceiling, not for the best players I would say, but
I feel that.
a little worse teams, but yeah.
I like the confidence. Listen, Intergalactic, you guys got, top 4 in the MRC. Now you're coming into here under Shroud-X. How does it feel, man? How does it feel getting, signed to esports with Shroud, the legend? And how are you feeling after that first match? I mean, winning your first is huge, and now you're able to get that momentum going. How do you feel, bud?
It's insane, especially being with Shroud. I think out of all the orgs that are in Marvel Rivals right now, I think Shroud's like obviously the best one. Like, it's less corporate. It's more of like I guess I don't know, this might be corny to say like a family almost. Like it's fun. Like he's very interactive with us. He's not like, oh, he just threw us some money and that's his team type of thing. It's more of like he's actually there with you and like I don't know what the word would be to say it, but he's very like with the team. It's not just kind of like us and Shroud. It's like all as a whole.
Yeah, that's what he was saying on his interview today. He was saying how, he wanted to give, the young guys a chance just like he had. And actually, I was tuning into his stream last night and I think he rated you. And I was like, this is an incredible moment, for you and being able to, go from, putting in this hard work. And now all of a sudden you got 15, 20,000 people headed your way. And how was that moment?
Yeah, that was insane. That's definitely a highlight for real. Cannot keep up with the chat at all. Way too much going on. Gifted way too many subs. Too much was going on. Could not. I don't know how anyone does it, to be honest. I get like 40 normally, fit like 40 somewhere around there, and having 10,000 was way too much. That was insane. But
your brain's probably on fire, like working overtime.
Yeah, I could not do it at all. It was way too hard.
Oh my god. Well, speaking of which, Coach, you got something else?
No, I was going to say, get used to it, man. Get used to the more and more people coming in because, my man, after what I just saw, thoroughly impressed. I was going to add, you guys saw the same bands. And so, are you, pretty interesting bands that you guys, had the Invisible Woman and straight to the Magneto save. And so do you expect to see much different bands as you head into your next match?
Yeah, I think that team specifically, they love the, like, pocket on the Hela with the Invis shield. It's very like, it's just not fun to play against because she has like you finally break the shield and then he has a bird to get out and a stun. It's just very hard. Makes it a lot harder to like actually play the game. And that team without Invis is I couldn't tell if they're trying basically. I'm in that series. I'm not gonna lie. It's very rough for them.
I like it. Nuck's bringing some spice, man. He's bringing some spice. Well, speaking of which, Nuck, is there anything else? Because obviously you got to get ready, and obviously just finish up your series and finish up your day. So. Overall, what's your thoughts, man? Any shout-outs you want to say before we let you go?
No, I think that was it. I mean, that was just an insane series. I mean, not that insane. They got 2-0'd, but no, I'm excited. I wanna, with 1-0, it's gonna be like more the better teams. I would say that's about to, like the actual top 4, at least in NA, is about to like show. So it's gonna be tomorrow, and the next day definitely be like the best games of the tournament so far. Like look into the future.
Keep that confidence, man. Love the confidence and also love the humbleness of the team and just being a group of friends. I got to ask, you said your favorite MCU movie was Deadpool. Are you waiting for Deadpool to drop it in this game?
I will switch roles completely if he drops. I don't care. I will lose my contract. I'll lose my pro play, everything. I'll just be a random low person in rank just playing Deadpool.
Well, I appreciate it, Nuck, man. Best of luck in your next match, man.
All right, thank you.
That was obviously Nuck from Shroud-X. It's awesome to have personalities like that in the city, dude. It's we're gonna get more of those too, because these guys are spicy. 100 Thieves are spicy, dude. We got some personalities.
There's a lot of heat. I mean, I just saw that Hogs interview. That was wild.
Yep, Hogs too. Down to Red Bull.
I got to say this, all right? When you see people that not only on camera for the first time, but just coming to the limelight kind of for the first time, I love it. I love to see it because it's so much more authentic. And really, just like he said, he went from 30 to 40 to 15,000, and that's why we're in a beautiful stage right now in the Marvel Rival Esports. I think this is just the birth of something super special, and these players like Nuck might be a household name, but by the time we finish this whole thing or go into the next MRC, but definitely a good kid. Excited to see where he goes.
Oh yeah, no, he's the sky's the limit for him for sure. I think we talked about too. I don't know how long we have before break here, but I think we talked about how there's so many cultures colliding too. Like obviously Nuck, and then that team in general from Shroud-X. A lot of them are former console players, and same thing with the 100 Thieves guys. So coming along into teams like Sentinels, who are mainly PC players. There's cultures clashing. A bunch of different communities coming together, and it's exciting to see. But what is even more exciting is the highlights of that 2-0 that we just saw, and then we'll go to a short break before we're back with the last match of the day.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your
Support ultimate being used by Kenga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Purification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz
And off
endgame.
angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean out now for the rest.
Rude's used that up at very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz6, and this is a situation now where Fury look to be able to get a full reset on Oz in-game. I don't think Oz in-game is going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line. And there's your reset. It costs an extra ultimate, it forced him out.
That Eternal Bond feeling at least is going to keep that Invisible Woman standing. I've got news for you though. It's time for Kraken Edge once more. Inspo going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Taxi will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Remzi with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and they're able to heal it up at the start, but not for long as Remzi cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an eye of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson, both Lunar Snows in that moment, taken down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Great of both wells. Butterfly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO onto Netra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's flipping!
Making the combo. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon, goes down. The Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimates up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE skilling. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3. Absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Ace once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks. Going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh no! Sick KO there, Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shrouds in midair.
Shrouds was trying to go for the move. Yeah. Looking for a dance of the butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls back.
Tyrax going crazy.
But both of these duelists end up looking straight at Shrouds again.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Coming through! My favorite time!
Torching the house, yo. You don't look so hot. Boom goes the meteor. No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky. Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Go easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Welcome back here to the Marvel Rivals Invitational. My name is Dogman, joined by Cozy. We just finished up our third game of the day. We're going into game number 4. Cozy, obviously this is going to be a really fun one. We're going to see Shikigami versus FlyQuest. I know you got a little bit of, factoids that we want to share with everybody and, kind of get adjusted and ready to go for this 4th game of the day.
Yeah, listen, we just talked about after seeing Shroud-X really, perform well. I mean, FlyQuest is the team that I've kept my eye on a little bit. Previously, we said Euphoria, Gaston coming from then Sentinels as a fantastic Magneto Strange player. He was playing Magneto Season 0 before, he was kind of on the buff train with now the alternate hits to do 250 damage. And Shikigami, I'm just excited to see this team because I've seen some of these players, but all of them as a group will be pretty new to me. They were a rise from those that did watch the MRC. But altogether, man, I think we're going to see a much different game than we just saw, pick and ban wise, but also just gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, we both, have been hearing a lot about FlyQuest. I've been watching a lot of the scrims. They look like a really good team. Just at the end of the day, in terms of practice, they're like playing another level right now, right? They're pretty much at the level of 100 Thieves if we're talking about them, so far in other tournaments and in practice also being a top tier team. So, a lot of people have faith in them. I don't know if they'll show it today. Obviously, scrims in practice is a lot different than, officials. So we'll see if they can adjust, man. I mean, a lot about both of these teams. So FlyQuest is definitely a favorite going into today.
Yeah, FlyQuest also does have the advantage of a lot of them have played together. Now they've brought in a couple new pieces, but still with that, you got most of the house just got to pour some of the roofing on, get the foundation finished. And I think even just in an environment like this, they played yesterday too. They played well against 100 Thieves. I think they did a good job and kind of got their feet wet per se. But this is going to really lean into more of just how much can they compete against a team like Shikigami. And for them, kind of already going in as the quote-unquote underdogs, what are they going to bring to the table? I mean, we've seen Magneto so much right now. Guys, over 60% pretty much of a pick rate. One of the most big vanguards right now. But the Invisible Woman being banned match after match, that's something I don't know if we're going to see going into this matchup. So that's what I'm telling you. I'm very interested on right away how these teams are going to compete when it comes to who they're saving and who they're picking.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we talked to Nuck in the last series, right? He was mentioning how Invisible Woman was giving a lot of shields to Cal, right? Or at least that's how it was in practice. We obviously didn't see it because they had a very different style. They were forced to play a different style because of the bans against Invisible Woman. But overall, once that character gets removed, a lot of that high level stuff with just having that shield for a couple of seconds to keep your Hello alive removed, it changes the dynamic. And like you said, we'll probably see a completely different ban phase here. We have seen teams prioritize Groot. That could come through.
I know in terms of, gameplay with FlyQuest, they like to throw a lot of weird things out there. Like I said, from watching a lot of their practice, they play a lot of weird stuff. So a lot of people, I'm sure, are looking forward to, the different diversity they have to play. And for Shikigami's side, Cozy, Madian had some really standout plays on Duelist at MRC. I know that was like a forever ago, but him and then Meliphobia as well, being a very good Magic player. I think that this team has a lot going for it. Even if we haven't talked about him as much as FlyQuest. I'm always interested in the crazy comps. I mean, sign me up for, we saw in some of the EU scene, we saw Black Widows, a lot of Venom play too, which we haven't seen, we didn't see in our matches we saw previously there, but I'll be interested to see kind of what they end up falling into. I've seen Light play a lot. Fantastic Star-Lord. Expect him to really, honestly, shine in this particular matchup. But in regards to where do they land, I think we're going to really tell the difference. I mean, I think Shikigami has, when I say less to prove, they're not, you don't, when you're on the quote unquote underdog tail, you have nothing but a Cinderella story to tell. And that's what I'm excited to see. Now, have you seen much of their players in Rivals recently in A-Rise?
Yeah, I mean, I saw in terms of with the MRC, with MR Rivals Championship, I saw them, but not a ton of them in scrims. It's pretty much, in terms of scrims that I've watched, it's a lot of, Sentinels, a lot of FlyQuest playing 100 Thieves, or even Rad Esports, right? A lot of these guys. But for Shikigami, what we did see in MRC, I think that they do have, a very talented Hella player. I know that, you've talked about it where having that standout Hella player makes a big difference, right? Having a Delena that can just absolutely dominate the lobby and, everybody talk about how good he is on Hella. It makes a lot of sense. The guy can play that well, play that high of a level. Madian, I think, on his end, can do the same thing. Obviously, there's more heroes, there's Vanguards, there's strategists that are also equally as good in Shikigami. There's a reason they've been picked up by such a coveted org as Shikigami. So, this team overall, I think, does have the talent, like you mentioned, and, they can compete with anybody.
I got to say, it's really cool to see Cloak and Dagger getting the play that we got our first mid-season, right? We're in the mid-season in 1.5, but then the mid-season of that.
It's the mid-season, yeah.
The mid-season balanced patch, we had Iron Man, Cloak and Dagger getting that small kind of touch-up Human Torch as well. Human Torch, listen, might need a bigger Band-Aid. We might see, I'm not saying we won't, but that 60%, even though that number is a little convoluted because the AoE healing went down, but the massive focus healing on a tank, I think has really introduced them back into some competitive play. We saw that today.
Yeah, you might have opened a can of worms, man. This is definitely something interesting because like I said, when I saw some FlyQuest, there might have been some Human Torch in there. Unironically, running that double flyer with Storm and Human Torch. If you can mark the enemy team's Hella, like we said, that's a big priority for a lot of these teams, making sure their dive characters or their Vanguards, can really put pressure onto their team's Hella. You can make double flyer work. I mean, obviously with Iron Man sort of falling out of favor, with the changes coming through, that could change some things, obviously. But, playing Storm in Human Torch is not that bad of a strategy.
No, hey, listen, I got a fever, and the only prescription is more Johnny Storm. If we can get more Johnny Storm, if we get more Human Torch in this, color me ready, because I feel like, listen, the mobility for me is what felt a little bit awkward at times, but he has a much better shotgun primary, if you will. They added to the primary going from 12 to 14, if I remember, and also just how fast it does travel. And so we're going to see FlyQuest going up against Shikigami starting right now. We start with the pick and ban phase. Here we go.
Pick and ban phase coming through. Shikigami going with the first ban to Loki. FlyQuest on their side. Obviously, you mentioned the ban to Loki earlier, right? Didn't you, Cozy? You said how that was a big priority for dealing with the 100 Thieves Hardy.
Yeah, and the Loki's to shut down triple tank, but also we're seeing almost a 50% ban rate for the hero. Loki, I mean, between his totem, his runes, his green circle, whatever you want to call it, just such a strong ability. And then also obviously having up to 40 plus seconds of the Luna ultimate. And look at that. We just now have the Namor ban coming into the Luna save in a Groot save. So these last bans should correspond with what we see with the save here.
Yeah, Namor is always tough to deal with. At least, you got the Luna Snow Protect is definitely interesting. But, Namor is always tough to deal with in terms of, the whale one-shots that you could potentially get with the Luna Snow. Also the fact that, he's just a really hard flanker to deal with, considering he can go invulnerable for, 3-4 seconds, whatever it is. And then also, you know, throwing out his squids to just be able to burst down backline strategists, whatever you need to do. Meanwhile, Shikigami protecting the group, wanting to obviously favor that composition. Meanwhile, banning the Venom to make sure their strategists don't have to deal with such a strong diver.
Yeah, I mean, the Venom ban surprising a bit here as we go into a Magneto ban. So definitely much different pick and bans that we saw last time. Again, Magneto being picked 60% of the time. And so a lot of teams have strategies built around him. And that's what gets interesting. You start removing these key pieces and how do they flex? And we can see right away FlyQuest. We have Gaskin going into that comfortable Strange role and Spark Chief looking at the Gru. And we're going to get some Wolverine gameplay. I've been waiting to see some Logan. I'm excited.
Yeah, interesting that both of these teams actually prioritizing that hero. Also, yeah, with Magneto being removed, it's a lot harder to save, you know, these Vanguards who get kidnapped, or really anybody that gets kidnapped, right, with a bubble or something to help them from a Wolverine. Also, interestingly enough, from the scrims that I did watch of FlyQuest, Gaskin wasn't getting a ton of playtime. It was mainly Adios playing the game whenever he could play, you know, Magneto or whatever it is for the team. So, you know, obviously these teams are changing a lot of things, you know, coming into today, you know, making a lot of different lineup changes potentially for this map.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, Gaskin is he's a stud. The guy knows how to play tank. He's been doing it a while. And so he's going to be able to flex in easily into this matchup. He's getting a little bit of scouting going on with this portal. Love to see it. Could be a counter portal that we see right off the rip.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Yeah, Gaskin's a great player in his own right. And, you know, especially on the Strange, definitely a Strange specialist. He's already ready to go with the counter portal over the top side, like you mentioned. Drops it down just for a little bit of damage in the spawn, and they didn't even prepare for it. Oh my God, they were going to go through their own portal on the side. However, over the top, you know, I feel like that strategy is well known. They're going to be counter portaled on, and FlyQuest, you know, obviously throwing it down, able to find the opening, elimination, and meanwhile, a Hulk as well available for Shikigami's side instead of the Groot that they protected. So that's interesting to see them play such a different composition already.
Yeah, absolutely. Loving the Hulk pick here. Diggs getting that early pick. I mean, just making things a little bit awkward to start. Gaskin going on the high ground here, trying to stop this flame grab that's often taken. This is a route that's super comfortable for a lot of people because that left side of the building can be a bit awkward, and right down the middle, I mean, you could get blasted down. As we get some nice Invisible Woman gameplay we've yet to see today, and Zell's getting a nice pick here on Scatter, taking down a main Vanguard to start. That's made things really tough here for the offense.
Yeah, that was a nice pull from Zelos, and the follow-up was there from him and the rest of the crew. Now, Shikigami forced all the way back, right? Constantly pressured out by FlyQuest right now, who are just controlling the high grounds, just kind of dictating where the fight takes place. Right now, Shikigami, they need to find an opening. Already a minute and 20 seconds off the clock. Amadian, maybe he's going to find it. Hands the guard over the top side. Cooper on the right angle. Takes 3 headshots. Amadian, what a great opening onto Cooper. That's the lose, no remove. Can they find anything more? It looks like the answer is on FlyQuest's side. Gaskin able to take down Scatter. That was a nice trade from him, and unfortunately Amadian's pick doesn't look like it's finding too much more value as Gaskin's in his face, forcing him away from the fight, making sure that Hella is marked. That's enough for them to actually wait. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shikigami, with Gaskin distracted, came back through and able to find energy. So removing the defensive Hella, ultimates are available now, but 2 minutes are on the clock, and Shikigami are slowly working towards the point.
Yeah, things could have gone from bad to worse there. Longer walk back, so it's going to take a little bit of time as we see Mello diving in, slicing and dicing, and giving the Spark Chief kill on the group going down, but able to survive the ultimate here as we have Luna proc and we have the ult ready. But Agamotto landing on the Wolverine. Can they finish the kill? We got the kidnap going on, but he's able to escape. But lastly, we've got a Hella ult trying to rain down. Can get a big here. No, narrowly escaping.
Right now, Shikigami on the point, at least zoning off in this fight. Here comes Wolverine, engaged, goes far, has the passive to give him a little bit more bonus HP, builds that health pool back. FlyQuest towards the point, do have the ultimate advantage until Shikigami will have their eye of Agamotto to go. Gaskin tries to walk out. Oh no, hits deleted. That shield removed, that frontline presence removed from the map at the current moment. A minute left to go. RE2 takes given, boundary as well. On the defensive hold to make sure Madian's going to be nice and healthy on the inside angle. Light tries to touch. Everybody else kind of funneling in towards the point. Spark did toss out a Groot ultimate to no avail. Strangling Roots not able to find much more. Here comes an aggressive push from Mello. 2 immediate removals on the side of him with FlyQuest going back to the spawn. That Shikigami into the streets phase of the map.
Woo-wee, we got 2 double-doubles happening. And I mean, you're seeing right away, the Gamma Charge Maelstrom is really helping out the Doctor Strange. They're not having to worry about the anti-heal hitting him. And he's got an Agamotto ready to go on this offense push. Light obviously does have his ultimate online. But if you're looking at just the ults, Favor right now going a bit... well, it's pretty even at this point. But we do have Cooper close to getting their ultimate. When the fight happens, we are going to have Fate of Both Worlds ready to rock and roll. But what a beautiful kind of recovery a bit from the offense here in Shikigami.
They're looking pretty good at the moment. On the inside angle, last stand utilized by Light. Able to get more value by getting rid of a Madian as well. And Hulk out of that Hero Hulk form back into Bruce Banner. Has to go back and switch. Eventually does get some iframes to come back into it. But everybody's sort of forced back from Shikigami. This is a tough part of the map to play around in, but nice stasis there from the Hulk to force away Spark Chief, who's brought back into the team, but in fact it's Spark Chief to win out in the 1v1 with a Wolverine, in the walls were perfectly placed from him. So FlyQuest taking advantage of great group play, hold this point so far.
Wow, Spark Chief likes to be uncomfortable apparently, because he was put into a pretty tough position to get out of and able to get not only 1 but 2 kills here. And that's going to slow things down pretty significantly. Only 1:55 on the clock, but Shikigami does have Doctor Strange, Invisible Woman, really all their support ults ready to rock, and the Hela, Goddess of Death, ready to go. We're about to see ultimate fireworks, as I like to call them, because look at the side also for FlyQuest. They're ready to rock and roll as well.
Here comes the strangling roots from Spark Chief onto 1. Able to get down Milio. No passive available to keep himself alive. It's traded back immediately as energy goes down. Spark Chief and crew want to play his corner, play around the angle, but the lockdown comes through from Hero Hulk again. Nice job from Shikigami to hit those. Here comes the kidnap from Light, though. Brings them, baits them in, force that Fate of the Worlds out, but it's blocked off by blue walls as well, so Scatter can't stay alive. Even though Jinx had a perfectly timed ultimate, it's not good enough to keep himself alive, and that's why we see so much group. However, a Madian on the side able to take down energy. A nice pick. Also, a Madian's in the sky with the Hell Unleashed, but it's get deleted out of the ultimate. Also, the boundary is here to keep everybody healthy on FlyQuest's side, so they're able to play around it very well. 2 eliminations went back in their favor with a minute left to go. Melio does trade back 1. At least Gaslin's removed, so they're able to walk back into this. The Shikigami with the Hulk ultimate, able to keep pushing forward. Also get the boops away into Scatter. What a juggle. Oh my gosh, Light. Stagger comes out. They're going to have to recontest last second.
Beautiful. I mean, Logan would be proud of the play from Light there, and Wolverine going crazy, but the huge response here after these really clutch group walls, able to close off the strategist from healing the team. We saw that as the main highlight, and yet another pick, double pick from Spark Chief at this point now, and it's looking like they could end up holding them. Absolutely beautiful, but not before Maiden does get the pick on energy.
Yeah, that was a nice shot from him. Abated, and the Hella Duel has been doing so well. 10 seconds left to go. Environmental kind of flow turned off, so you can't fly up. In the neutral, here comes Scatter in the front line. Looking to pressure out. Everybody here. Builds up the charge. Also close to an Agamotto. Boundary as well to keep Light healthy here. On the inside, or from Ricky's side to use his, rather. They push forward. Madian still looking for shots on this left side. Stuns Light. Also gets rid of him. Nice shot from him. Gaspin trades it back, though, on the other side. Fate of Both Worlds is about to end. Cooper has to come back and freeze the Hulk. Able to take him out and get the final blow into Bruce, so that was nice from him. And the rest of the team still playing around this objective. Do have the boundary available from Zelos if needed. Agamotto comes through, but it keeps everybody alive with a huge boundary from Zelos. Everybody was caught by the Agamotto, but it didn't matter because of fantastic strategy play from Zelos. FlyQuest hold at 104 meters.
Oh my goodness, Cooper. Absolute beauty there at the end to finish off that defensive point. I mean, really, I got to say the story there to me, if you were looking closely, Spark Chief in those group walls, he was putting them at such an advantage so many times, closing them off. And obviously we can't forget how Light just was going off as the Wolverine there. I mean, really good ult usage. And they even had, Zelos had the invisible barrier ready to go as well.
Yeah. No, that was so well timed by Zelos. I know how, these players as well, from in terms of communication, how they talk about it, right? Zelos is not only an invisible player, but also a Loki player, right? They like to, really make sure they get the most value out of strategist ultimates. And that's what you want out of a good strategist player, making sure they can time everything perfectly, making sure that, you're not panic ulting, for example, right? You don't want to use your Shroud-X ultimate too early because, you know, the other team will take advantage of it, disengage, whatever, and come back at the perfect time. So you know how FlyQuest was in a great spot. They were, you know, they had the person advantage. They were in a solid spot. But even then, Zelos still greeted the ultimate, came back through with that invisible boundary, like you said, and, you know, the story's, you know, told from there.
Look at this damage block. Look at the damage from Spark Chief. I mean, definitely beauty on the stat lines here as we are heading into it. Now, hey, we've all been in the games where just because you get the first point doesn't mean they're necessarily able to get the point here, but all they've got to do is keep on doing what they're doing here as we're heading into the first point. Mello there on the top, trying to get a little bit of scout going.
Yeah, just playing on the top side, trying to get rid of the bridge as well, making sure his team has those angles, and FlyQuest has denied them. Meanwhile, they kind of just walk up, use this front angle, just going right to it, right? Making sure they can take advantage of Groot walls here in this main choke point. Meanwhile, you see a Groot on the defensive angle this time. Obviously with Hulk, maybe they wanted to play a bit more aggressive, but now they're playing with those walls on the defensive side. Kidnap comes through, but it's traded out. Meanwhile, oh my gosh, counter Kidnap came through. Ricky got picked off on Shikigami's side. Nice work by Light on the back left to take out that Invisible Woman. Came through all sneaky beaky like, and with that, they're able to find even more. Groot gonna fall. I mean, with another Kidnap as well. I mean, this is gonna be pretty brutal without any ultimates in the neutral game for Shikigami to even recontest. I mean, Strange getting staggered there so late. The portal is gonna be incredibly late, and you're not gonna have a Madian for this fight, so you might have to just give it up and go into the second phase of the map.
You get a kidnap, you get a kidnap, and you get a kidnap. I mean, it was consistent there, and I love Spark Chief riding the opposing Groot walls, able to kind of escape from trouble there, and just really solid offense point here from FlyQuest. I mean, just beauty.
Clinical from them, you know, really just playing around those Wolverine picks very hardcore, right? Obviously, like you said, you know, huge kidnaps, huge plays out of Wolverine. Meanwhile, Energy over the top right, playing around this health pack. Nobody's even here contesting the angle. Also, he has the guard available from Luna Snow to give him the healing on the front line. Meanwhile, Light doesn't even need the pressure from him because he's already on the front line. So everybody came back, looked, turned around for Energy, and they had to deal with Logan and Wolverine in their face. That's a wipe again.
I mean, guys, if you don't know, and by now you might, but Logan, Wolverine, able to charge up that passive on the Groot walls and just able to keep that damage flowing. And then you take that full passive right into a Doctor Strange. It's not going to be easy to deal with it. Now, at this point, 4 minutes left on the clock. Got a lot of ultimates online from FlyQuest here, but the double portal coming out to block him.
Double portal block of the choke. They have to go through a different angle. Are they going to touch? 2 meters left to go. 1 meter, half a meter. They do touch. Also, they did take down Energy, but everybody's funneling towards this cart. They have to run in. The normal portals are still up here. In the meanwhile, Light also sitting with the ultimate. They know it's available. Eyeball going to come through. It's blocked off for the most part. However, you still caught the Groot out. Here comes the boundary to keep him alive, however, from Ricky. So they're still holding on relatively well. Here comes the Vital on the other side, able to take down Zealous as well. So that moves a lot of the support on the other side. Cooper as well will fall. So even though it was looking dicey, Shikigami gonna still hold.
Wow, and Shikigami was definitely, you know, not looking favorable on the ult side at all, and just went past the counter portal, right up on the upside, and ended up taking advantage of it, actually. And beautiful play there, I might say. I mean, when you're looking at the ults here now, we've got Light ready with his, but outside of that, a little bit of resetting having to be done. We do have Goddess of Death about to be online, and yes, Shikigami just used theirs, and so it's going to be close here with the support ultimates, though, and who can kind of get theirs first. They're both kind of deadlocked at the same percentage.
The RFA Cooper, oh no, and the rest of the team able with a wall, it looks like, take down one of Shikigami's members early. I mean, that's brutal, especially your Groot. Now they play back. Energy goes into the sky just with a tempo, ultimate with the Goddess over the top. Meanwhile, here comes Light on the low ground, takes down his counterpart in Mellow. And it looks like it's all falling apart at the seams. In comes the last stand as well from Light, just able to melt down everybody else. Light so far in Wolverine has been an absolute standout, but the rest of his team kind of collapses around this payload with half a meter to go. There's no one to stop them. FlyQuest win, map number 1.
Wow, Light just going berserk with the short king Wolverine. I mean, that was pretty dang impressive, if I have to say so myself. I mean, really, confidence just oozing. And we talked about this, right? We talked about this team is ready to make a name for themselves. People have put them up in the top 2 category even, but we needed to see what they had to bring in this specific match. Again, a lot of them have played together, but I was impressed thoroughly by Light's play there, going right into the Groot. It was a tough time for Crazy Man.
Oh yeah, no, it was it was hard for him, man. I mean, it's tough when your team, is constantly on the back foot. I think, a lot of what FlyQuest is trying to do, in terms of damage numbers, right? We'll talk about why, damage numbers don't mean that much necessarily. Because look, I mean, Energy and Amadian doing 3,000 more damage, but what Energy was doing was with his flanks, constantly forcing the attention of Shikigami onto him, and then in the front line, Light and crew able to just kind of run them down, right? Making sure they were always on the off foot. Also, yeah, Spark Chief, really well-timed group walls, also just overall fantastic group play. So with that, in this meta, I can see why FlyQuest is a top team, because they're constantly playing this group mirror very well.
Yeah, you're right. Stats don't tell the full story, right? There's so many little micro things, even in the games that you guys are playing as viewers, right? You don't have to focus so hard on the stats. And I've got to say, will we see a group man come up? Because Spark Chief really, in my opinion, made a pretty big difference in how the match was flowing and just getting the pick set up and ready to go. Altogether, though, I think Gaston, hey, listen, maybe he was, not playing with him yesterday, but it looks like he was right at home with that team. He was on lock there with Doctor Strange.
Oh yeah, I mean it's no shade to Gasklin by any means. I mean, he's a great Doctor Strange player, has been for such a long time as well. Has just been so consistent so far in terms of that hero and in terms of the game. Has been a top pro player so far in the scene. But we'll have to see if FlyQuest can close it out. Obviously, in this first of two, in this best of three, we're gonna go to a short highlights and then be back for that bout number 2.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind.
I'm hulking arrows, gamma shield, howling smash.
Dodge this! Supernova! Torching the house, yo. You don't look so hot. Boom goes the meteor. No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky. Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Invitational in North America. My name is Dogman, joined by my man Cozy. We are coming back into the series between FlyQuest and Shikigami. Currently, FlyQuest are up 1, Cozy, and we talked a little bit about it off screen, but I know that me and you both know FlyQuest like to play a lot of different stuff, right? They've shown that maybe not shown in our MRI so far, but they've at least been talked about as a team that's incredibly flexible. So you mentioned how the side of Shikigami's gonna maybe ban out of Groot this time. Could we see something a bit different out of FlyQuest versus this team?
Yeah, I think we're gonna, as far as general lineups, I think they're gonna stick with 2-2-2. But I want to see some hero changes and look at if they feel confident how that last match went. This is the time to kind of test some other waters out per se, right? Because you're not gonna be, not all competition is gonna be exactly the same. I think we should see some target bans more from how game 1 went, but overall, I want to see something interesting. Show me maybe not Black Widow will get out there, but show me the craziness. We've had really solid matchups, and this is the kind of the close on our first day here. Really good day all around. But I expect to see a 2-2-2, but a little bit of a different lineup. And, I think it's funny, Dogman, with the trip, were you ever part of the triple support train strong, or you were 2-2-2 loyalist?
I don't know, man. It's tough because, at least with my experience when I did play a video game that shall not be named professionally, there was mainly we called the triple tank, triple support comp. We called it GOATs, which, by the way, Kaluj and Gator, 2 members of that GOATs team, are playing in this tournament. So Kaluj, obviously, on Sentinels, Gator coaching Team Shroud-X. So, I am no way or another at the current moment. I think if anything, I would probably lean more towards Nuck's opinion, where it's maybe the lower skill teams are playing it, but it's a good comp, right? It is a good comp. It's not necessarily a lower skill team composition, because you still with the three tank composition, for example, you still have to be able to coordinate very well, right? There's a skill cap in terms of how the team is played and how you want to play that yin and yang, make sure you're rotating ultimates, making sure you have the perfect engages. There's a lot of skill in that department. He definitely means at a more mechanical level per se, but the team environment's still there. I would agree with Nuck in that I think 2-2-2 is probably the best composition you could play at the current moment if you can play it at a high level. It just takes a lot more practice, I think, to get better at.
Yeah, if your stats there, 2-2-2 definitely leads win percentage. But that's the beauty of Marvel Rivals. It almost feels like anything can work. I mean, we heard from some top EU players. That's what they love. You can get a triple tank thing going, but the pick and ban, this is where things happen, and you're able to shut down different compositions. Namor, though, going through the first ban there to fly, but Adam Warlock on the other side of things with Luna protected yet again here.
Yeah, I guess the Adam Warlock on domination is something that Shikigami is aware of for Flying Quest side. And meanwhile, Magneto Protect comes through, Luna Snow Protect as well on the side, maybe prioritizing those two heroes instead of dealing with the group. But then there's that Loki ban that came through. So Strategist being preferred to get removed out of Shikigami side this time, Cozy.
Yeah, really limited pool here. And we're definitely going to see, well, most likely Invisible Woman, not from the ban here, but on both sides. Magneto being available now is going to change things up a bit. We obviously didn't have Magneto. I think Gaston might flex into that this time around. And there it is. It wasn't the group, but the Wolverine here, even though they played great over there, Light does not want to deal with it with the tanks. It might open up some different play. We talked about unique team comps here, and we're seeing Venom and Spider-Man. We got the dive comp.
Oh, man. You know, they definitely could play it. Spark Chief's a very good dive player. And, you know, for Light side, Light is so good at just so many different heroes. So I wouldn't be surprised if he does play that Spider-Man to a very high level. And, you know, we've seen it before. I think him pull it out, but he's got that flexibility for sure.
If I recall, Light's picture, whenever it shows the team lineup, was Spider-Man. And I believe it was Shroud who was like, that's a bit interesting. I've seen him on Star-Lord. So we'll see if he ends up actually playing it. We have Cooper as Jeff the baby land shark. Could we see a little surf and turf? This could be fun.
We could. You know, Cooper-tastic is a very good strategist player that could play anything he wants. He's, you know, a duelist in a strategist player's body, so he could definitely pull that out. But, you know, with teams, you know, deciding last second, we'll see how they do it. You know, a lot of times they like to use this Jeff pick just to let people out of spawn quickly, you know, with the speed boost you get from the bubbles. So that could be something we see out of them. However, both teams be locking into their original composition at the final belt.
Hey, listen, I saw Cooper finished out with the Luna there, and you need to be a god at the DPS to get things done. But we do see this swap over back to Luna. Was doing just fine, obviously, on that. But we have the Rocket Raccoon coming to play here and giving infinite ammo to energy.
Yeah, I mean, not running the double Z necessarily with the Punisher instead of having Spider-Man on that side. It's going to be very helpful for Energy, who I imagine just wants to shred through these group walls. Meanwhile, Shikigami walking through this right side, prioritizing that health pack side. Light setting up for his dive. He came through on this right side flank all the way, comes back around with the one shot on Ricky and into the team up combination with Venom. Able to get that damage to follow through as well from Energy with the team up Rocket Raccoon. Both of those synergies coming into fruition as the rest of Shikigami are pressed all the way back.
We're going to have to see some change up here. I mean, Bucky, we're going to have a way to slow down the Venom and the Spider-Man. And we were suggesting, could we see this come to fruition? And, man, Light with the perfect combo to start things out. I mean, the skill ceiling for Spider-Man and the way that you can perfect the animation canceling and his combos really being shown off here by Light. Necros, big name, Light doing big things on Spider-Man.
Yeah, they try to walk in. Bubbles come through onto Mello, force him back. After that, though, Spark Chief just being a nuisance, sitting over the top side, staying alive. That's the tough part of Venom. Can do so much damage and also has the survivability of a Vanguard. Meanwhile, they try to walk in, but just can't. Gaslin's just sitting free farming in the front line. Also has a shield ready to go for his Spider-Man. Already forcing out a fate of both worlds on the side to try to deal with the Kraken impact from Energy. So it is countered in that regard, but ultimates now come out from from Cooper, rather, on his side. A bit of a late fate of both worlds so that they can go in with it, maybe get a damage boost if they really want to, but a mating on the right side was free, able to take down Energy. Scatter comes back through with the Meteor M. Doesn't necessarily connect, but they do have the person advantage, and with that, they're able to take down both Gasplin and Light, even in the boundaries, so reset now comes through for FlyQuest.
Beautiful follow-up on that Magneto ult there, and really just staying the course. They didn't change anything up, but you know what? They did just fine here. They also have Legendary on lock, ready to go. Goddess of Death as well. Meanwhile, we really only have Spider-Man's ultimate to showcase, and that's it for a little bit. Obviously, Rocket Raccoon doesn't have the defensive ult, and that's where we're going to see if things get interesting here, and if they're able to still make use of the ultimate battle here without the defensive.
Double swing in. Here comes the dive onto Invisible Woman. Oh, no. Poor Ricky. Poor Nadian. Goodbye. Nobody was protecting those strategists. Here comes the ultimate as well. Spider-Man connects on to basically everybody as they do trade back two. However, It's too little too late, and Venom and Spider-Man just deleted your strategist.
Not your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. That was the perfect use of the ult there. Able to go in. We had the Venom dive and the Spider-Man kill, but then just being able to counter the Legendary indoors, mind you. Both those indoors, kind of chaos happening there. Pure chaos being obviously token line of Scarlet Witch, but that's what I just saw in the room. And beautiful, honestly, just beautiful gameplay from the dive team there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they just can't... Oh, by the way, Cooper, what? Just able to take down Melio early? Jesus, man. What are you doing? You're supposed to be playing a strategist, not a duelist. Here comes the Kraken Impact, though. Energy, even though Maiden found one, he's not going to be able to deal with 3 from this Kraken Impact. His energy just shuts out the other team's hopes. FlyQuest easily going to win round number 1 off that.
The snowball coming in strong from Energy. Saw Doom, and he was like, you know what? Hold my cup. I got something to show, too, with the Bucky Barnes. And this is what we just highlighted. We said we wanted to see something different, and they brought it. We got Dive here in the MRI. Sign me up.
It's good. I mean, if you're against a talented Spider-Man Venom Dive, it's tough to deal with because, you know, a lot of people, I'm sure in Bronze, you know, playing against Spider-Man, you're like, okay, this character ain't anything, right? He just falls over. But, you know, if you go against Light on Spider-Man and have the dive combination of a Venom, you know, coordinated team environment, it's hard to deal with a Spider-Man who can just escape off the whim of a hat.
And the Rocket here, first of all, there's a big fan base for the Rocket. So you got an even side. People hate him, people love him. No one wants to hear, you know, here's the firepower. But with Dive, you got to love Rocket's reach, right? Not going all the way there. You know, Cooper, he might as well be a DPS at the moment. I mean, Duelist just sniping people as we just saw. But Rocket's healing orbs, just great to get over the corner, get into the room where obviously Venom and we see Light here just wanting to do.
Yeah, definitely a solid hero. Still, please do not play no damage Rocket Raccoons in my games, okay? I'm done seeing that, all right? It's not a big fan of it necessarily. Not a big fan of the government in this case. Delos, meanwhile, tossing back his BRB, keeps his team alive here, or at least going to have a potential fallback point. Meanwhile, gives his Winter Soldier the Z team up here on the right side. Oh, that was a really aggressive, deep ultimate from Kraz. Able to take down Energy. Meanwhile, Cooper able to take down a Maiden. Also, Energy's back into the fight, though, because the BRB was never taken control of, and because of that, the Winter Soldier is back with so much damage. Fate of Both Worlds is too late to save Ricky. Everybody's rotated towards the point. Energy almost with the hook. Nice dodge there for Mello. Sidesteps it. Here comes the Venom dive, though, over the top side with the Spider-Man. Into the back, forces back everybody away from this point. So much damage from Spark Chief and FlyQuest right now, as they're all just funneling in. Point now under control of FlyQuest, or will be under control of FlyQuest, rather, as Shikigami are sent back to the spawn.
They're just straight up having a good time right now. I mean, listen, with Rocket, you do trade, obviously, the defensive ult, but that BRB device is the ultimate forgiveness, right? I mean, you have something like that aggressive Groot ult, very strong team-wiping ability, and it was used just to get one down with the BRB not followed up, and that, we saw it right then and there. That was what snowballed all of this to happen here, as they're destroying the buildings. They don't want any cheeky stuff happening, and Spark Chief ready to dive in yet again.
Sitting over the top, look, both Spider-Man and him sitting there. Spark Chief goes in first, connects onto everybody with flank click. Now has to back onto the corner. Here's the damage boost as well to give them even more damage on the inside. Magneto ultimate. Not almost available for Gasklin. On the other side, very aggressive one utilized. Also, Fate of Both Worlds comes here from Cooper. They're just trying to go over the board. Here comes Spider-Man! Light! Oh my god! 2, 3 eliminations there. Amazing ultimate from Light. The follow-up was there with a spectacular spin. The rest of the team of FlyQuest clean up again.
Tom Holland, Toby Maguire, whoever you like, they felt it from there. That was a beautiful finish there. And I mean, right now, ultimate-wise, Gasklin just doing so well on what he's comfortable with. That Magneto play. And Light, you can tell this is not their first time doing this. They had this ready to go. Yes, you know, they were maybe seeing how the team comps were to go, but Light and Spark Chief, you can tell. I can tell they have the smile on their face as they're playing. We're going to have Light diving in into Hela here. Can he capitalize? Can Venom follow up with the Goddess of Death?
Yeah, I mean, he's out there. He's able to kind of just stay alive. Also, it's hard to deal with this Hela Unleashed from the top. The Hela, or the Goddess of Death, like you said, able to sit above. It's a bit of a different composition. You can't really melt that ultimate as easily, but it doesn't really matter. Dink goes down. So does Kraz. A-Madian's able to get one, but it's been the case so far throughout the series. You know, you got to deal with the rest of FlyQuest. Mello's ultimate, unfortunately, Kraken Impact gets stuffed out, frozen by Cooper. And the rest of the team are playing around the point so well. They gave it up for a second, but through some really good strategist play. And the rest of the team of FlyQuest, they hold on.
I mean, Gaston came back with the BRB device right then and there too. I mean, when you don't need the defensive ultimate like that, it allows you to play a little bit more aggressive, but also just the mistakes. It's not as big of a deal, right? Like closing in here, trying to get the invisible woman combo down. Can he get it done? Yes, he can. Ricky going down quickly with the newly buffed as of season 1.5 Spider-Man team up.
And it actually spy checked for him here. Now here comes the Madian onto the Psylocke instead. Does go for one. Maybe going to find another on the backside, but meanwhile, FlyQuest towards the objective. Kind of cleaning up at the moment. Here comes Cooper-tastic with his own ultimate to keep everybody healthy. The Fate of both worlds towards the objective. Will keep his team healthy and give them damage boosts if they really need it. But here comes Light with the ult on the backside. Again, the spin is able to track down basically everybody. Zelos, meanwhile, trying to deal with the other team Spider-Man. Melo's going to fall. I mean, at this point, it's just desperation for Shikigami, who in terms of day one, they're not going to really be able to do too much, I think, versus FlyQuest, right? Everybody else is just going to get tracked down on their team's side. FlyQuest really just controlling this objective so strong. Melo going to get staggered out, and FlyQuest have done it to win 2-0.
I mean, what did we say going into this match? We wanted to see what FlyQuest was made of, and I think we just got the result. I mean, you could not put that any better together. And I've got to say, I'm impressed around the board. Zelos, even, you've seen the no damage rocket. I mean, he's like, hey, forget that. I'm going to get a part of this. As Cooper, deservingly MVP. Love to see the strategist get some love here. As we close in on the stats, what's jumping out to you?
I think so far, we saw, I think out of just Cooper playing so well, right? I mean, 5,000 damage on top of 21,000 healing. I mean, he is a standout player for sure. I know that his coach would be mad if I didn't talk about him, considering, how he's played so far and in general, right? This team is a team to watch out for in this whole tournament, man, from what we've seen and from what we've talked about so far. I think that FlyQuest overall, I mean, they're a force to be reckoned with.
Just a casual 24-0 from Spark Chief. The 27 eliminations from Light with 7k damage to tap with the 12 final hits. I mean, I didn't know if we would get dived this early. And if we did, I was expecting maybe more magic here. But I love the fact that we were able to see Spider-Man come into Light here. No pun intended on that. But Shikigami, hey, look, you can shake it off a bit. Tough seed pool. FlyQuest, again, one of the more favorite teams-ish on the top there. I got to ask you, though, compared to Shroud-X, where do you see them kind of lining up now? We were talking about this earlier.
I think they're definitely looking a little bit more refined. In that matchup, we saw, like we said with Shroud-X, they were sort of if this is very nitpicky, by the way, like it's not even, we're splitting hairs here, right? But that's the level that we talk about with pro play, is that, it's those small margins that can really impact how good of a team you are, right? In FlyQuest, they look to me a little bit more refined, and that's nothing against Shroud-X's team. I think they're improving every single day and getting better, and they're also one of the top teams. So that's going to be a really, really freaking good matchup once we see FlyQuest versus Shroud-X later, or even 100 Thieves versus any of these teams.
Yeah, and no disrespect to any team, but absolutely, when you see, even in, let's say, college sports, when you see maybe a matchup early with a lesser seeded team, it's like, okay, but we need to see a bit more in common ground. But I do agree. I think from what we saw, especially from that first match, they look tough. And there's a reason Harvey and some of these other players that are some of the best said, hey, listen, FlyQuest, they are good. EU does do some scrimming, but NA, they're all about the scrims, and I think they know each other here. They definitely know how each other work and what they're doing all together. But great matchup there. And listen, they might get even crazier tomorrow.
It might be, dude. We're looking forward to it. I think I don't remember who. I think it was Harvey earlier, or one of our interviewers was like, yeah, like today, it's sort of like the top 4 teams going against, the bottom 4 teams. It's a precursor, right? I think leading into the weekend, that could be a little bit of it could seem a little bit BM, but in terms of practice, in terms of scrims behind the scenes, all these teams playing like 6 to 8 hours a day, even more in terms of just practice, coordinated team practice, besides just ranked queues. So, behind the scenes, we've heard a lot about how these teams playing so far are these top 4. And that's how it is with the Swiss system. Every team's going to play each other at least once before the playoffs, before the big tournament sort of starts, I suppose. So so many other games we have to see at least tomorrow, which are going to be so freaking exciting. Cozy, man, I'm pumped.
Yeah, and I got to just shout out, all right? We gave our predictions before this, and everybody threw in kind of their hat in the ring, what they thought. Dogman, you went perfect. You went perfect on what you thought was going to happen.
They don't know
today.
about that though. They don't know about that. That was behind us. Listen. I thought everything was going to be 2-0 today. I know everybody else is probably being a little bit nice, so that's probably what happened. You know, it's like I feel like personally, Cozy, I used to like meme a lot, at least on air. Like I'd be like, you know, I think the underdog's going to win. I've given up on them. And these teams, you know, at least you can kind of tell who's going to win. You know, in between every team that's played so far today in MRI.
In this game, listen, Rivals, there's so much momentum here. Marvel Rivals has a lot of momentum behind it. And early and often, we saw every single team that won was looking strong out the gate. And I am going to be interested to see some of these other matchups, even in lower bracket, right? Shikigami, you know, maybe versus Rad. We're going to see how this does shake out, you know, coming into the next couple of days here. But when it comes to just talking to some of the great players, let's talk with one of the highlight players there in Light, Spider-Man, coming to town, friendly neighborhood.
Is he here? Is Mr. Light here? The Spider-Man. Wait, he's lurking, dude. Maybe he's on the windows or something of her house. There he is.
There he is.
What's up, Sir Light? How you doing, dude? Congrats on your win. How you feeling, Mr. FlyQuest Light? How does it feel, man?
Well, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling really good. They finally let us play Spider-Man. I haven't gotten to pick that character in weeks. Everyone just permabans it. But yeah, we're feeling good.
We were talking match one, you know, you guys had a bit more traditional, what we were expecting, and we knew FlyQuest was about some fun picks, and I was like, hopefully we see something different going into match 2 here. I mean, 27-2 Light, beautiful stuff. You got to play with Spark Chief on the Venom. What do you think the new patch in season 1.5 with the way the team up works, has that really helped your Spider-Man out? And talk about just playing the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Yeah, I would say overall it was a buff because before you could get, like, if you got someone in a corner, you could hold the team up for the full 4 seconds and you could get multiple procs of it, and that was like an easy way to get a kill. But now that you're completely invulnerable, a lot of the times what I'll do is if I ever get Hella stunned or Manta slept or Luna freeze, you can just hold the button down and it will buffer it. So the moment you take damage, the team up will proc and you'll be invincible, and then you can swing out right after that. So I'd say overall it's definitely a buff.
That's so nerdy, dude. That's so nerdy. I hate you for that, honestly, dude.
You have no idea, bro. I think I have like every single day I just sit in the practice range and just experiment with tech on that character for at least 30 minutes.
My God, dude, you really are. You're the Spider-Man one trick at this point. No, not really. You're incredibly flexible. We were talking about that before in the broadcast, not trying to gas you up too much, but I know that you like to play a ton of different heroes. I mean, can you talk about that in terms of having flexibility? I know that from what I've seen in your guys' practice, you guys play so many different comps. Is there a method to the madness? Are you purposely trying to play a bunch of variety so that really no ban works against y'all?
Yeah, I think that we are the most flexible team out of all the MRI teams by far. I think every team has like a style. Like Sentinels will play their triple tank, 100 Thieves will play their group comps with Namor, Hela, Bucky, that type of thing. But we play Venom, we play Groot, we play Hulk Strange. If the draft is good for it, we play Atom triple support. So we've really all had a lot to learn in our scrims, and we've all had to pick up like a bunch of different heroes. So I'm happy to like break away from the stigma that I'm a Spider-Man one trick, even though it's my favorite hero. So.
Hey, that's the beauty. That's the flavor of Rivals, right? Being able to play a lot of everything. And listen, you know, stranger to MRI, you guys were Euphoria a bit before, right? And so I want to ask, as a newly signed team, which by the way, saw the announcement video, that was the definition
it's so
of hype.
fire. They cook so hard. Yeah, they cook so hard. I might be biased. I might be biased, but it is by far the best roster announcement. Like the other team's got to step it up, but the FlyQuest socials team is doing a great job. Like they're great.
As someone who makes content, I was like, all right, hold on. I got to get some animations going on because that was a thing of beauty. But, you know, you've been into the Marvel Rival Invitational before. You made it to the finals, Euphoria, right? You're bringing in Gaston, who was then on Nightmare. You guys are ready for this moment. But as you're here as a new org, I mean, what's the name you want to say for yourself? And how is the playstyle of your team? You know, tell the people, tell the viewers about FlyQuest here, what to expect.
So our team has a really long history, actually. We've been a team since at least 4 of us on the team, me, Spark Chief, Zelos, and Adios. We've been a team since the beta, and we got second in the beta, and then we've stayed together, and we've had some adjustments over time where we've had like a revolving door of a roster until we finally land on the one that we're on now. But I'd say like the aspirations of our team, we are always aspiring to be the best. We want to be the best, and we know that we can. We think that we can beat 100 Thieves, even though I think it's very clear that they're the best team right now, and we're really confident against all the other teams too. And our scrim results show that as well. So I think if we're playing up to our game, and I think 100 Thieves knows as well, if we don't throw those 2 rounds of Koth and Bryn to Chala, that's like a completely different series.
Well, yeah, on that light, I mean, obviously, you guys have a ton of expectations, I bet, internally going on forward to this. Like you said, the last time you guys did, get second place was all the way, in that beta. So for you, what's that journey been like kind of coming back? Because obviously, you've been competing for basically a year at this point. So for your guys' team and for you specifically, what's that like, sort of the grind back to the top to be, contenders for that first place with 100 Thieves?
It's pretty surreal, like thinking about where we were 3 months ago, not only skill-wise, but kind of just where the scene was. And now that we're having situations where we're having tier 1 orgs come in, a lot of players, including ourselves, have been signed, and so we're really grateful and blessed for that. NetEase is starting to pour a lot of money into these tournaments and doing these streams and these partner streams, and they're just getting like a lot of the esports people involved, which we're also really grateful for. So I really couldn't be happy enough, and I just hope that the scene continues to explode and that we continue to do well.
Well, it feels like we're on the birth of something new and something special is all I have to say. When we talk about things before this, we're cool and great, but this feels like the start of something really cool. And I'm excited to see was Euphoria, now FlyQuest, and what they're bringing, because again, I've talked to a lot of players on a ton of these teams, and all of them have said the same thing. FlyQuest, they have come to play, and I'm excited to see more from you, Light, for sure.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah, pretty sure. Is there anything you want to say before we let you go? Any shout-outs? Oh no, we kicked him out. That was my bad. That was my bad, Cozy. I'll take the blame on that one. Sorry, Light. Dude, I actually heard the disconnect sound effect and everything. When you get kicked from a custom lobby. My God. But dude, that was awesome. Shout out to Light. I'm sure follow him on social. I'll do his shout outs for him. You know what? You follow him on social media, whatever that may be. I know he streams a lot too, so he deserves all the love that I'm sure he's going to get, Cozy.
He was ready to chug the Red Bull right then and there. He was about to do it.
I love Hogs. I love Hogs, dude.
I did too. It was awesome. But yeah, Light, I've been watching Light. The very first video I did on casting was for Marvel Rivals was looking at the finals for the Invitational. And saw Light on Star-Lord back then. You said it perfectly. I mean, he can play just about anything, and all I know is today, man, we saw a spectacular performance from every single team, and now with the upper lower bracket, tomorrow is bound to be special.
Oh yeah, it's going to be special, and let's take a look back on the highlights so far from the matchup from the day. Potentially, we'll be back after this. Yeah, and an absolute real Cozy of just Light popping off on Spider-Man. He said he tried to disprove the fact that a lot of people think he's a Spider-Man trick and banning it against him in practice and in tournaments. But, I mean, that was a beautiful rendition of some Spider-Man gameplay.
Yeah, he was just excited to play. He said it's always bad, even with being able to hide the names now. You can tell he was just giddy, and we could see that. You can tell when someone's smiling from behind. I could feel Light smiling from here that he got to play someone that he's been practicing a lot, as he said. And there's a lot of skill-stealing heroes that take so much time in just the practice range, and you can tell it kind of all came together. I'm hoping we see Spider-Man and Venom even against some of the more top-tier teams as well. That's my hope for tomorrow and onward.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see. As somebody that plays a skillless, all aim, no mechanical, no having to do any combos or anything like that, just a hella one trick. I appreciate somebody that's willing to put in the time like he is. So for sure, he's one of our star players. He's one of the people that you have to watch out for if you want to maybe even learn, gameplay from him in terms of being able to flex other things besides Spider-Man or just playing that character in general. But man, Cozy, what's your overall thoughts from the day, dude? I mean, that was an exciting first day of MRI in North America.
Listen, my overall thoughts are I love the confidence from all of the teams that we got to at least talk to, right? I mean, they all say 100 Thieves looks great, but they all feel like they're the best as well. And you love to see that. That's what anyone can win mentality, and that's what I think we're going to see kind of pour in right now. Yeah, 100 Thieves have had impressive 2 days, right? Even with yesterday doing some scrim matches that we saw a little bit, or competitive matches. But I think what we're really going to see different from tomorrow is a bit more concentrated bans, I think. I mean, we saw some interesting stuff today all together. But I'm going to be curious if we see things that are extremely off meta as we get into the upper bracket tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, like you said, time will tell. Obviously we'll see. FlyQuest said that the most flexible team at the moment. That's a huge statement to make, right? To just say that you're the most flexible team straight up. So, we've had a lot of spicy words from Nuck earlier, and then Hogs chugging a drink earlier. But then obviously we had Harvey, say a little stuff. I know he talks a lot of smack online. So I'm just excited, man. It's so fun to see a lot of these players that are, not necessarily new to hero shooters, but maybe new to getting the spotlight, like you said, right? It's very fun for a lot of them, and it's cool to see, like you said with Shroud and his team, right? How much of a family they felt, right?
I mean, yeah, completely. And I gotta say, man, I just love this game, and the esports scene really starting to show. I think the future is awesome, and we're seeing that today from not only just the players and the passion behind it, but also the diversity. That's what makes this game so special, is that not only every match is different, but the metas feel very different. Yes, I'm talking to you, stuck in maybe silver, you're going to see some of the same stuff happen, but up here, we're starting to see just massive differences, and that's what I think makes a game great.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of different variety that we're going to see throughout, and with the patch notes and how they change so much that I think in terms of what happens with the small mini patch, like you said, the mid season, the mid season, I'm sure we'll see another one at some point, right? It just seems like the devs are on kind of like a step ahead almost, where like they'll buff a character that everyone is like, wait, why'd that character need buffs? And then like another time they'll like nerf characters that are OP. It's just it's good to have variety, I think, right? And at the end of the day, obviously this is just like an opinion, and the devs can balance whoever they want to balance, but as far as I'm aware, I think a lot of people would agree with this take that, having OP characters is not a problem necessarily. It's just when, there's like a character's too good for too long, right? Or whatever it is. So it's good to have a lot of variety. And I think, we're getting that, right? Like you said, the meta's still up in the air right now.
I mean, yeah, look at Season 0. It was Hella and Hawkeye. And then Hella, obviously, both of them got shut kind of down. And then, Hawkeye really never... I mean, outside of, Shroud, okay. But you didn't make the immediate reappearance. And that's what I'm loving. I think they're doing a great job on the nerf and balance front. And again, the thing that's beautiful of the flavor of this game is that it almost feels like there's a ton of OP heroes. And that's what's great about it. I feel like, too, what's something they've done is, you'll play games where, new characters come in, new heroes, and it's like, okay, they're the dominant ones. And I feel like the new heroes that we've gotten have kind of flowed nicely into it, right? Obviously, Mr. Fantastic and others, maybe not in the limelight, but it's been cool to see Invisible Woman and Thing already right here, top competition.
Yeah. I mean, even like you said, like they just kind of flown in, right? I mean, the Thing, like you said, we don't really see him every game, right? I mean, Groot has sort of taken the limelight over him in a lot of cases, and then you have Magneto in the lobby too. So, like you said, there's a lot of variety in terms of these characters that are being played. I mean, really, like you said, Invisible Woman's maybe the only mainstay right now, right? The Thing is sort of put in, and put out, and Human Torch, we don't really see him too much. Maybe with the changes, we'll see him a little bit more. But like you said, Mr. Fantastic's kind of out of there. It's a fun little variety we have with those no characters. I think you bring up a good point.
And what they're bringing in too, like Invisible Woman brought some much needed tech. That feels like she's kind of the jack of all trades at times. I mean, Invisible Woman, there's a reason she got banned, able to really help protect it against what was a Wolverine dominating. Even the Thing and Magneto have proven to be a very tough matchup against, let's say, Wolverine. Someone I admire, team captain, great player. Even he doesn't want to go against that lineup because there's so much happening against you. And that's what's cool, is seeing how there's kind of this counter meta happening, but then the new thing comes out and people are continually evolving.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many people that, I think we talked about this before in the previous one. There's so many people on, at least that stream on Twitch, that are like, they make names for themselves, one-tricking a character. I talk about that Rocket Raccoon guy earlier. He's popularized it. I'm sure you've seen him on TikTok, TikTok. You've seen him on Twitch. Guy? Yeah, no damage Rocket Raccoon. No damage. I mean, listen, I'm not going to say it's throwing, but it might be throwing a little bit in my opinion. But listen, that's just
side take, maybe a little bit, but you could do what you want. You have fun with it, right? That guy's PR team's incredible. I see something on him like every day.
Dude, everybody's swarming. They're like, he's the GOAT. He's the greatest of all time. He's amazing.
Which he seems like he's a positive guy, you know. Dude, I've got him mid-match, you know. They insta-lock the raccoon, and they're like, but I saw. This is what I saw, and, you know, that's what I love to see, man. But, yeah, that debate's going to always happen, especially when you take away defensive ults. And that's with strategists, man, just what they can do in this game. Strategists, they're so well equipped. We just saw it from Cooper. I mean, Cooper just showed a brilliant display of a strategist that can obviously heal well, but also is equipped with the tools like piercing ice to snipe from afar.
Yeah, that's you know what, like with strategists too. I think like for at least the past, you know, closed beta into the live of the game, I think people have been really rating very highly these like infinite health ultimates. You know, you have Fate of Both Worlds, like you said, just staying alive at all times. You know, have the invisible boundary to stay alive at all times. But, you know, a lot of the pro players are starting to realize, like, okay, wait, maybe we can, you know, and this is only a few months ago when this stuff was even like barely figured out, just like the timings on making sure you get those one shots, making sure you understand those break points, you know, for the potential one shots for a lot of combinations. So a lot of these things are still being figured out to this day. And, you know, people, like you said with Rocket Raccoon, maybe starting to understand, okay, we can time together the Cosmic Yarn at the perfect time to find those eliminations. So like things are changing rapidly, I think, in terms of the development. Sure.
Yeah, and I think they did good with the I mean, we saw strategists really rise up to the top, right? And what happened with them, and even the small balance they got is evened it out to where it's not these, you know, 48-second times all the time, and it takes a bit longer to get those up and going. Gotta ask though, we talked about new heroes, right? I'm asking the viewers on this too, and I'm gonna ask you, new hero, anyone from the Marvel world to come to the game. Who you picking, viewers and Dogman specifically?
This is a tough question. Dude. I don't know. I say Gambit, dude. I like Gambit.
Yeah,
I like Gambit from the movie, from the recent one. You know, ooh, I'm about to make a name for myself. Okay, I'm not gonna do that ever again.
Flip that, please.
No, that's not. That's really cringe. But I actually love Gambit, so I'll probably throw him in there. Why not? I already like Iron Man a lot, so we got my Marvel crew in there. What about you? What's the hero you want to see? I think you lean towards Deadpool, but
oh man, what to not pick, right? There's so many good heroes within. Okay, for me personally, I don't know the world this would ever happen, but if Thanos comes to this game, I'm telling you, I'm gonna lose my mind.
What would they do with Thanos? What would that be busted? He was gonna be broken.
Just snaps and half the people die right there on the map, you know, just half.
Dude, what's he gonna do to do that though? What's he gonna do to snap everybody in half?
Hey, listen, he's gonna run around and collect the Infinity Stones. They're gonna be spread around the map, and he's gonna be like running around. You're gonna have like 5v6s going on. Thanos goes out and gets the stones, ready to go.
He's playing Adventure. He's playing Hello Kitty Adventure Island, dude. What the hell? That'd be insane.
Yeah, man. You know, but there's a lot of cool people to pick from. I think Mysterio's cool. I mean, recently Daredevil that just came out, and just having someone like Daredevil in the game would be fun. But I mean, the mutants, man. You got Rogue, Cyclops. Come on, Cyclops, leader of the X-Men. Let's move. I mean, that's gonna be huge.
Yeah, there's so much they could do, man. I don't know. I mean, it's speculation on our point. Maybe that's a good question. Maybe we got to save that for the interviews. You know, I'm sure a lot of the guests will want to talk about that.
I mean, Nuck said he straight up quit his team to play Deadpool.
So,
yeah. I think that definitely showcases how excited people are for announcements and for what's to come, and really what roles they're going to bring. Right, we got Thing bringing in the first new Vanguard. Okay, and we were waiting on that a little bit. Invisible Woman bringing in the strategist. We've got a lot of duelists in this game, and I'm going to be interested in what other roles get introduced, because as soon as you have one, especially Vanguard strategist, we saw how Invisible Woman just completely changed up how the duo selection happened.
Yeah, she's just such a strong hero at the current moment, and you know, there's a lot of interesting things, like we said, where you can even eliminate heroes through the boundary, the invisible boundary, and like you said, I mean, there was like Nook, I think, mentioned earlier with the shield that they can give people, with the pull as well. Listen, I'm not going to say a character's overkitted, but maybe that character's a little overkitted. Right? There's so much stuff that Invisible Woman could do on a strategist, like you said.
Skill ceiling is super high for Invisible Woman. I mean, to be able to place the shields correctly, you know what they do great is in the trailers. I'm always like, this person's gonna be great. I saw the invisible boundary for the first time and lost it. But here we go, guys. We have our match results from today. Maybe you're just checking in. Maybe you've been here the whole time. But as you can see from the top there, Rad Esports 0-2, 100 Thieves taking it, moving up to the upper bracket. Again, no eliminations, but moving up brackets in the Swiss system. And then Sentinels taking down Nightmare. A lot of former players going to Sentinels there. 2-0 as we see in the top.
Yeah, Sentinels taking out Nightmare was a fun matchup between, former org and new org. Meanwhile, for Envy to drop 2-0 to Shroud-X earlier happened in the third game of the day. Meanwhile, Fly as well take down Shikigami 2-0. Was overall, a sweep across the board. I would say it was generally expected. I think maybe if we, went forwards to, playing 3 or 4 more maps, we could have seen a little bit of a difference. But in terms of this first to 2 best out of 3 situation we have in the Swiss stages, it was very, pretty much sweep from the day. Yeah. Tomorrow, meanwhile, we got Shroud-X versus Sentinels to start us off. Man, that'll be a fun one to see these two teams go head-to-head. Cozy, I know you were looking forward to that into tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, this is really what I'm excited about. Shroud-X getting to prove it against the Sentinels there, and then we had 100 Thieves as well against Fly. That's going to be a matchup that they are going to be repeating from yesterday. You guys can see the times right here happening on March 15th. This is UTC -5. Keep in mind, I believe that's Central Time in the States. But yeah, again, Shroud going against the Sentinels there to kick things off. Then we head right into 100 Thieves against Fly Esports. You don't want to miss either of those games because that's going to tell us a lot more about this storyline kind of working out in the early esports scene.
Yeah, I think that'll be a very interesting one. And then, maybe if Rad Esports can beat Envy, who knows how Envy's looking going into tomorrow, right? They looked actually, even though it was 2-0 in their favor, I think we both can agree they didn't look that bad. They competed for sure.
Yeah, I feel like Nightmare and Envy both can do pretty well tomorrow. I'm excited. I think Nightmare actually played good. I think Nightmare did a solid job in a team that recently put together. And so it'll be interesting to see kind of those match up. But, I think, well, looking at those, what would you say is the matchup of the day tomorrow?
I mean, it's easily got to be 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest. I think with the shadow doubt in my mind, that will be a fun one. So yeah, I think that one will show who the best team right now is in North America, right? At least behind the scenes from what I've been hearing, those are the two teams right now. Obviously there's still room for Sentinels to come back. They've been a storied, a group of players, obviously switching over from the Nightmare brand onto Sentinels, and then the new Nightmare comes in. So that team in terms of Sentinels has had a lot of success. So you can't count them out. But in terms of, an exciting matchup, that'll be a really, really fun one.
Yeah, hey, Shroud-X, they said, we talked to Nuck, they believe they're the best team in this tournament. And guess what? Tomorrow, they get the chance to show that. They get the chance to show truly what they got against Sentinels, who, again, just great team altogether. I've spoken to Rad Amazing plenty of times, spoken to Hogs, the whole cast, actually. And I'm going to be interested to see if they keep up bringing back that triple Vanguard. Again, I love that everyone just says, oh, well, triple Vanguard, that's for Sentinels, right? And so will we continue to see that? I'm sure we will. That's a lot of the practice have gone to it. But it's definitely changed things up as they were very traditional with the 2-2-2.
Yeah, and I think to kind of go back on to with Shroud's team, with Shroud-X's, I think that team to me seems like a bit of an underdog right now. Like you said, they've got a lot of confidence, they have a lot of faith in it, and I think simply because of the fact that with Shroud's team, from the rumblings I've heard behind the scenes, it seems like whenever they have insanely high peaks, but it's always a matter of can they be consistent with that? Can they continually perform to that level? And speaking about a new level, right? We have new skins that just came out, by the way, and my God, look how beautiful the Broken Dagger skin and the Venom have been in the store.
My goodness. I mean, the Agent Venom look on Venom is awesome. These are two different heroes people have been waiting for more skins for. And as the kids say, the drip on Cloak there. Love to see them finally getting a really cool skin in general. You guys can check out both the Twilight Duo and the Lingering Imprint right now. And I'm telling you, I already have the imprint. I'm gonna have to go get the Twilight Duo. I haven't played a lot of Cloak and Dagger since the earlier season, but I am ready to rock with it now that I got that.
Hey, you might have to lock it now, and then also new skin as well with the Clone Rumble coming out as well. with the Galacta's Cosmic Adventure to get the free skin. So it's not even one that you got to pay for. You just got to play the dang game and get a nice new Black Widow skin. And, you've talked about a lot of players, playing unique heroes and stuff, and Black Widow is one of them right now at the current moment. Definitely a niche pick. Honestly, I see a lot of people that play Black Widow, probably not ones that will have the skin, because a lot of them get banned because it seems to be a lot of cheaters that play Black Widow. So it's so funny. I played a game and there was a guy that's just like, I'm not cheating, bro. Check out my TikTok. And then like 2 days later, he got banned. So NetEase is all over these guys that are obviously blatantly cheating on Black Widow. So
Dude, listen, I do high and low elo tier list, and the number one thing I get all the time is from the one Black Widow player. How dare you? I'm a god. I am great at this game. And listen, we got a lot of good players that are good at this game. They're playing in this right now today. Fantastic matchups overall, and we've got a beautiful one tomorrow, my man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see everybody tomorrow for the matchup. Day number 2 of Marvel Rivals Invitational. You're not going to miss it. We'll see you tomorrow.